Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, I am Greggy Varigan here after a long day yesterday, and I've got my co-host,
Claire Farrow.
And we are back for hour 82 of Cocodona coverage. I got the Hawaiian shirt, the Hawaiian shorts. Tara had that shirt yesterday, and now we've got Sunshine and Flag. We are pumped for that. How are you doing? How did your day go yesterday?
Oh, man. Well, my day yesterday ended at 5 a.m. this morning. So
Dude, wow.
It's been a long day. I don't really know what day it is anymore. Took a 3-hour nap, though, so I feel so excited. And I am ready to be here. I'm trying to like microdose what the runners have been doing. So
good
didn't
plan.
sleep, ran 8 miles, took a nap, and now I'm here. This is my own ultra.
Awesome. How was your run today?
It was great. I ran out actually to like Fort Tuthill.
Yeah.
So, which I didn't actually realize that's where I was until I came back and saw the stream and saw it in daylight. And I was I was just there. That's why there was an arch.
Yeah.
So.
Nice. That is a nice run on that nice little bike path.
Yeah. That's the nicest bike path I think I've ever run on in my life.
Yeah. I was there a little bit early this morning, and I got absolutely smoked by the NAU women's team.
God. Yeah.
Yeah, they are fast.
Yes.
All right, and we are back out in the field. There is Humphreys Peak, the snow-covered 12,600, I'm going to say 31, 12.6 something, with the snow on it. And, oh gosh, bib 455? Might that be who we're seeing coming into? No. My number reading skills are amazing right now. But we do have snow. We have nice sunny skies. I was checking the weather a little while ago. So the temperature here says feels like 67. It feels way hotter than that at 7,000 feet.
I was sweating when I was coming here. It's definitely gotten toasty.
Yeah, and that's going to be a factor for our mid-pack runners here. We got a lot of people who are still out on the course. Forecast is 80s for Sedona, and we're hoping people can take care of their fluids. We want to see you finish. Please don't get baked out there. And this is where you were mere hours ago, Fort Tuthill Aid Station. There's the big Squirrel's Nut Butter Arch in the background. Okay, I tried 456, 455.
Yeah.
Nope.
Keep running on every option.
6,
4, 5.
no. 7, no. 8,
3,
no. 3, no. 4, no. We're having some issues with me figuring out what runner this is. Fort Tuthill Aid Station is at mile number 214.3. Running through the Squirrel's Arch. We have had some Chris Thornley sightings over the past few days in his beautiful purple fedora. Cheers to Chris, who's out there. And here we go. Are we going to go straight through?
Maybe
436?
Yeah.
Let's try that one.
Oh, maybe not.
436.
125.
Totally on fire with this bib. But as the runner cam goes back out, you can see it is clear blue skies here. We have had some challenges with weather. I got quite the adventure going through some rain, sun, more rain, sun, car ride, sun, mud, snow, more mud.
Yeah, you've gotten every weather experience.
And then that fascinating descent going down the Eldon Lookout Trail, which is absolutely glorious.
Yeah.
Are you here? Do you have time to go do that trail?
I want to try to get out there tomorrow or Saturday. It's kind of my plan. We'll see.
Highly recommend it. It is technical and not so fun to go down in the rain.
Ooh, no.
As it's getting dark, but it is a gorgeous trail. You can get some pretty decent vert, and you go up to 9,000 feet. So,
yeah. I heard there was a Jim Walmsley spotting going up
really
today. So.
Oh wow.
That also is motivation for me to get out there.
Yeah. You never know who you're gonna meet where. You're walking down the street and someone's like, "Hello." So that's a nice part. Oh, and what have we got here? We got a spirit tunnel at Wildcat Hill.
That's the energy that I would need at this point in the race.
Yeah, well, he's coming into Pete's Meats right here. We just had Julian. I forget who we talked to beside Julian. The other guy that was with Julian. They gave us some great info. Lots of meat out there.
We were talking about the brisket out there last night. We were all like so starving hungry.
Yes. If anyone is out there, we would be very curious to sample some of this food.
Yeah.
Feel free. You can send us a message. What's your Instagram?
Oh, my Instagram, Claire, CLAREE_Elizabeth.
Okay, we'll put that in the chat. I'll put mine in the chat. Yeah, maybe we can get some barbecue.
Yeah,
see what
please
happens.
slide into my DMs if you have barbecue.
Yeah, or if I get 2,000 likes. Or wait, 2,000 follows. Apparently, I'm doing Cocodona next year.
Oh, have fun.
Yeah, I know. It's breaking news. So that's like about, well, it's a significant amount more than I have.
Yeah.
And the distance would be a significant amount more than I have, too. So
Better be careful with those bargains. That's how I've ended up in a lot of
we'll
interesting situations.
Oh, yeah. I heard all about things like that yesterday and today. Had some fun times for sure. All right, so I'm going to put mine in the chat. 2,000 follows equals Cocodona 2026. And thank you all 1,700, almost 1,800 people here who are fun. That is Adam Williams we've got on the screen at Wildcat Hill. And this is a neat aid station because this is before you go up and over Eldon. So you got the motivation of Pete's Meats there.
This is a really good spot, I feel like, to kind of reset and make sure you're ready for that big climb and then also that descent.
Yeah, and you know, coming into Wildcat Hill, you're on dirt roads. There are some big pine trees. There is some shade. We can see, you know, the sun hoodie is up. The long sleeves are on. We might see a riveting sunscreen application coming up here soon. Got the shades. I know that is something I was in a rush to get out and do what I did yesterday. So, you know, that was, I did not have sunscreen. I had my hat in the wrong pack. It was a royal adventure, but I definitely saw there are a lot of people that were starting to look very sunbeaten.
One interesting pro tip I have for sun exposure, I learned recently that temporary tattoos block UV light.
Oh.
I wore a lot of temporary tattoos during the Boston Marathon recently, and I have a scorpion.
Whoa, you totally do.
Skin.
Will that show up on the camera? That is real. I need to do that. I did that.
I learned that by accident the hard way. But yeah, if you get enough temporary tattoos, you don't need to wear sunscreen.
Wow.
So,
I tried that once with duct tape.
Yeah.
I just put a
and they stay on longer than sunscreen does. You know, they're pretty hard to remove. So I think the move for a multi-day race like this could be just cover as much of your body with temporary tattoos as possible.
I'm making a note. That sounds like a pro tip. Cover body with temporary tattoos.
And you look cooler, which, as we all know, is also critically important.
That's totally the point of the game. How cool can you look? You never know who's going to be in your DMs.
Yeah. Well, that's why you got the Hawaiian shirt. You got to look cool.
Totally.
Yeah.
Totally. Everyone's like, oh, I recognize. Like, you were on Eldon last night. Yes, I was.
It's important to have a recognizable look. I used to have a pair of boa shorts, kind of like Andy Glaze has the denim ones. I had ones that had poop emojis on them. And I used to wear them at every race to the point where people would recognize me from my poop shorts. And then I was like, I don't know if I want poopy shorts to be my brand. So I kind of pivoted away from those, but it was fun while it lasted.
I say that's tough. I got the boa ones too, the sunrise vibes. So like people are like, dude, I don't know your name, but I recognize those shorts. They're awesome. And that really keeps me going in ultras.
I have the ones that have pickles on them, the poop ones, the jean short ones, all sorts of, they're so fun.
Oh, they're so fun. Yeah. So we've got Adam on the screen there. I have talked to Adam at some point earlier because this is, he's doing 7 200s this year.
Oh my God.
My mind is kind of jumbled for where did I actually talk, but I remember that, you know, like something popped up. He's going to do a whole bunch of 200s. So
that's probably more mileage than some people run in a year just in races.
Totally. I mean, he's at Wildcat Hill now, so Wildcat Aid is at 2:30, so he's about a marathon away from the finish line.
Easy. Nothing to
Easy.
it.
Oh, no, my mistake, 2:37. 2:37. So from here to Trinity Heights, he's got his 15-mile super fun climb up the backside of Eldon. Thanks, Steve. And then the even more fun descent down Mount Eldon. Yeah, there could be some carnage out there.
Every time I've seen video of someone coming down, I just get sympathetic quad pain. Just like the way they're gingerly picking down the rocks. And I'm just always also hoping that I'm not about to see someone totally just break an ankle or face plant onto something. It's stressful, and I'm sure it's hard for them, but it's also hard for me.
Oh, yeah, that is my main concern. Camera in this hand, phone in this hand, watch where your steps are. Don't go too far that way.
Yeah.
Don't eat it. And
that would be embarrassing if you're streaming and the camera just goes into the dirt.
Like a slow slide down the hill. Like, guys, help, send help. Wow, but yeah, for a little bit update on that Eldon Trail, you will drop about 2,000 feet in 2 miles, and there are 40 switchbacks on that, and they are all so much fun. There's this one rock that I think it was Jake last night. It's like, it looks like someone put an axe head in between these other rocks, so you have to step on it.
Do you like switchbacks, or would you prefer it to be just straight steep?
If I'm going up, straight steep. If I'm going down, switchbacks.
Yeah.
I will go up all day if I don't have to go down.
Yeah, I prefer a really steep uphill because I am not an uphill runner. So those really the runnable uphills that you get with switchbacks, I'm still walking those. So I think I do better when it's just super steep.
Oh, nice. So what you're saying is we could team up and take on some races where you have the up and the down.
Yeah. There used to be, I don't know if he does it anymore, but Carl Meltzer used to have a race called the Quad Buster along with Speed Goat, where you take the ski lift up and then you just run down. And that is, I think, my perfect race.
Wow.
I think that sounds like so much fun.
Yeah, I just heard there's another event where you hike up and then ride the lift down.
Yeah.
And then keep doing it and keep doing it. I'm like, whatever. I also don't have to pay if I just go hike a mountain. So.
It's true. Yeah.
There you go. But I know people are tuning in for a race, and we had some big records drop and some fast people. Adam's looking like he's enjoying that apple as he gets his feet worked on there.
Feet worked on. He's just taking his time.
But yeah, I see that Suiatter winner, Dan Green, was in here a little bit earlier today to do an interview. What a performance. Oh,
my God. He was I also thought about watching the interview yesterday, the day before, when I was first on with Tara. I think I made a joke at one point that he was a run streaker and he was going to go for a run after the race. And then I did hear during the interview that he is actually a run streaker and going to go for a run. I was like, oh, wow. I didn't actually mean that.
Yeah. I was like, I would love to know how his socks stayed so white, because I was dirtier just going up and down Eldon than he was 250 miles
Well, especially we kept seeing him stop and kick the mud off his shoes. And somehow his socks were totally clean.
Yeah, I was an absolute disaster in the shower, so I did clean it up, but yeah. Yeah, ooh, and looks like we got some big news. We've got bubbly, joyful Rachel coming on soon. What does the chat want to ask her? I guess I should make notes of what the chat wants to ask her. The one and only Rachel, who had such a magical performance. It was quite the adventure following her with a live cam yesterday.
God. I can imagine. She seems like such a hoot.
She was hilarious. And a big shout out to Jake. They had quite the, I'm not going to go too much into it, but it was very entertaining for me to just be a fly on the wall for that. As well as her crew, my best names, Gus, Kevin, Evan, Jake. I forget the parents' names. Lots of people down at the finish line that I saw. You would recognize my shirt, so y'all come up and talk to me. I am not so great with names or numbers or times or anything right now, but yeah. So what we can give you is a quick recap of the 250. Dan Green in first, Ryan Sands in second, Ed Ramirez in third overall. That is your men's podium. Rachel Entrekin in fourth overall, your first female, the back-to-back winner of Cocodona 250, who will be in here soon. Fourth overall, Harry Sabertas and Finn Melanson rounds out your men's top five. And on the women's side, because there are so many people here for the women's race, mental note question for you when I finish this.
Oh boy.
We had Rachel is finished. Lindsay Dwyer finished in second. That was earlier today. I was out there for that. And Sarah Ostaszewski in third. Now, what's really neat is, let's actually check and see where they are. Shelby Farrell is somewhere around 7 miles away on the tracker, so that would put her for I think somewhere on the descent of Eldon. Let's see it's got her still coming up Eldon. Well, that was 11 minutes ago. She is still coming up Eldon. I feel fairly confident having done that trail yesterday. And Melissa Brown looks to be a ways back, but possibly within sight distance. You know, that backside trail, that Heart Trail on the north and east approach of Eldon, you can see ahead of you on the switchbacks. So, you know, we may see a change here. Looks like they're a little bit ahead of Catherine Edwards Anderson at 2:44, and Jenny Chisholm is in there. Oh, Melissa Brown's in there. Jenny Chisholm is in there. I'm going to do this right now. Timestamp this 82:23. I actually ran into Jenny Chisholm's crew at the finish line earlier today when I was down there. It's actually Steggy is the trail name that I volunteered with a couple years ago that recognized me and let me know what was happening. So we had Steggy, Gasket, and Pizza Boy.
Ooh, I like Pizza Boy. That's a good one.
Her crew, so they were down there. I have been messaging, and they were out on a hike and missed the first thing, but that's okay. 82:23. I can let them know what's going on. I had a question. I just realized I totally forgot while I was talking. So
it'll come back.
It'll come back. Yeah. You're not wearing bow shorts. We got Janji. We got our sponsor Janji.
I was wearing my Janji gear for my run, so I had to change out of it because I was getting a little sweaty.
Yeah, I was like, I really don't need to bring anything in here, so I'm gonna actually have a shower and shave and put on my Hawaiian shirt and then go out and run. But what I can say is the Janji cotton T-shirt, definitely I was sweating, but it dried out pretty fast. So thank you. Well, yeah, we're back. Wildcat Hill, Adam. 250 race. We've got our top finishers coming in, eagerly anticipating the 4th and 5th females coming in. Our 125, quick update on that. Nick Allen is in first, Kevin Dye in second, and Cole Crosby in third. And on the women's side, Andrea White has finished, and we are anticipating, looks like Brianna Boley and Christine Almond are currently second and third. We have not seen them finish yet, so that should be coming sometime soon. And then tomorrow we've got the Flagstaff Crest kicking off. So there's a lot of things happening on the course right now.
I also saw some of the flagging for that this morning.
Oh, so yeah, I did too.
Exciting.
Yeah, that was really exciting. Like, I am going the wrong way.
I kept running past all of the no, you're going the wrong way. And I'm like, no, I'm fine. Don't mind me.
I'm good. I can figure it out. It's
but
good.
I can attest the course is well marked though, because there was a lot of hey, turn around, dummy.
Yeah. Pay attention, Achtung. All right, and we followed the leaders. We've still got some of the top of them. We are also here to celebrate everyone who's out there and our people who are at the back of the pack. So a quick rundown. That cutoff, the next cutoff is at Foxborough Ranch.
9 p.m.?
9 p.m. tonight, yes. And the mileage on that is 177.5. So it looks like we have Eric McGee, Sweep, John Kilburn, you can do it, Elizabeth Ross, Robbie Cheney, Luke Miller, Joseph Heist, Brent Knott. Looks like they are all within about 5 miles of the water station. And they've got, mile 169, mile 168, quick math in my head, about 9 miles to go in the next 5.5 hours. So hopefully everyone can make it, because we have got reports. It is sunny, it is hot, it is baking out there. So please keep moving. We want to see you go forward.
My nightmare conditions. Godspeed to them.
Yeah.
I keep saying I don't like hot races, and I keep only signing up for hot races, so I need to maybe stop saying
really?
that. Yeah.
What's your next hot race?
I actually don't have anything soon, thank God. But my first 100 mile was Javelina, and then
was it this year?
And then I did States. No, it was a while ago. But
okay, congratulations.
So I just keep doing hot races. Like the year I did States was one of the hottest ever. And I was like, this is not for me.
Yeah. And that's okay. Okay, look at 2,000 people in the chat. Thank you very much. And yeah, that's right. We were going to keep track of the questions for Rachel. This is good.
I have a whole list now. So you
great.
guys have
You're
been
doing
crushing
that. That's
the
good.
questions.
As a descending Eldon looked painful. Yeah, it's a thing. If you want to come have a grand adventure, you can come and hike Eldon, or even better, you can go to Humphreys at 12,600 feet.
Oh, okay.
Well, you're
Not
in
today.
Arizona. Yeah. It is snow covered. It looks majestic up there.
Yeah.
I'm like super tempted to go.
I hope the runners are all grateful they're climbing Elton and not that.
Yeah. Yeah. And now I think I asked you this yesterday. You have not done the Hangover Trail in Sedona.
I have not.
No. Okay.
I've
That is a gorgeous one. Yeah. It was
drone footage.
drone footage. Oh, yeah. And Anthony Serta, who we just had on live from Munns Park, was telling us all about his experience there. I think it's 50-50. I've heard that was amazing or like, good golly, never
I wonder
again.
if it kind of matters when you do it, night, morning, during the day, kind of how you're feeling going into it.
Yeah, it definitely would be a challenge at night and or in the rain, which it sounded like a lot of people had. But, condition like today, it'll be hot, but you can see it. And, that's a question we could ask people. Maybe that's one for Rachel. Would she prefer the Oak Creek crossing of the previous course or going up and over Hangover?
Yeah.
That was a nice change. I haven't asked anyone that question yet. I'm going to make note of this question. All right. Thank you very much for being here with us, friends. Greggy Verrigan with my co-host
Claire Farrow.
And we've got a special guest with us today. And if I heard correctly, you ran the Mingus. So can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, that is correct. I'm Xander Chase from the Wander Project. I ran the Mingus Traverse, but I'm mainly here to support all the charity runners who are running the 250 mile and the 125 this week.
Cool. And how does that program work?
Yeah, so the charity bib program, it works. We partner with Aravaipa and Cocodona to offer charity bibs for the 250 mile distance and the 125. And these runners all select causes that are close to them, different charity organizations, and raise a certain amount of money and then get a free entry into the event.
Wow. And how many people took advantage of that program this year?
Yeah, so there are 9 runners in the 250 mile and 2 in the 125. And they've raised over $5,000 for the 250 distance and over $3,000 for the 125.
Holy cow. And now what does that money go to?
Yeah, so a variety of different causes. We work with a couple organizations in the trail world. So Rising Hearts, Bigger Than the Trail are a few of our close partners, but we also offer the option for runners to select a charity of their choosing. So we have a lot of different charities this year. A lot of people took advantage of that Your Choice option. And so, yeah, it's really a wide selection of different causes.
Awesome. And are there any qualifications to apply for this? Can someone whose claim to fame is melting their puffy jacket at an aid station to do this? Or do you have to be someone at the front of the pack like Rachel?
For yourself, perhaps?
No, anyone can apply to this. The really cool part is we have people throughout the pack. This morning, actually, I was with our first charity bib runner who crossed the finish line in Flagstaff, Chad.
Chad, yeah.
Yeah, so that was awesome to see. I was able to run in the last little bit with him, and he had his crew with him. He had a flag with all of his donors who donated to his charity, and he raised money in support of the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. And so he had the names as well of people that the organization has helped on the flag as well. So that was a really touching moment. And I believe he was like 10th male.
He did really well. I remember we just saw him, so let me just quick do some counting.
Math is so hard.
Yeah, and then
11th.
11th. Okay,
Incredible.
11th. So yeah, he did amazing out there. That was awesome to see. And then I was actually just with another charity bib who unfortunately had to drop out or got caught by the sweepers, Chris Raup.
Yes, we were following him yesterday. He was at the very back. I
Yep.
remember we were all cheering for him to
Yeah.
get to Fane Ranch, and he made it to Fane Ranch. He
Yep.
had a little bit of time, and we all, at least if he heard the chat, do not lie down on the couches. Keep your butt going. So,
Yeah, he was giving me the play-by-play walkthrough of how he arrived there with only a couple minutes to go and had the quick turnaround, got out, and made it up to Mingus, made it through that aid station, and unfortunately, yeah, the rain, the mud, the conditions
Yeah,
there.
it was rough this year.
Yep. And yeah, like I said, I ran that portion on fresh legs, and I was extremely tired after the climb up 20 or so miles. So I can only imagine what it must have felt like after having ran 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
good gosh. Now, you said you have 11 runners in total or over the 250 and the 125. Is that the only person who's out of the running so far? We got one finish, one DNF, so that would leave 9 people still accounted for. We can do a quick check on them if you
Yes.
got names.
Yeah. So we have one other person who did have to drop out.
Okay.
Jill Albrecht. And she's a local from Arizona, has done a lot of 100-milers. This was her furthest distance. I saw her at the expo. And yeah, unfortunate that she had to drop out. Everyone else is still out there.
Awesome.
Yeah, I did a quick check-in on all of them this morning, so I'll give them shout outs. Day Ann is around mile 170.
I would say I remember seeing that name before, possibly. I remember seeing the name before. I know I've looked up this name before.
Okay. Yeah. She lives in the Prescott area as well, and just opened a Fleet Feet,
Nice.
which is
Everybody go
a fun
support.
fact. Yeah.
Okay.
So go
Okay.
support her.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we want to give her a shout out because she's roughly 6 miles up from Foxborough Ranch and that 9 p.m. cutoff. So she's got plenty of time to get there. Keep going.
Absolutely.
Drink your fluids.
Okay, yeah, big shout out to Dayan. And we have Matt Watts, around mile 178.
Are they going together? They're a very close mile. No, he's at the aid station. That's the aid station.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome.
Brain work great.
Yeah, so those two are, we'll keep an eye on them as they hopefully stay in front of those sweepers. And then we have 3 that are all pretty close together. I was in Sedona last night and got to see all of these charity bibs, which was awesome. Gave them a high five on their way out, and they we're doing a big climb through the night. So hope they're still moving good, but it's Mason Newberry.
Mason Newberry, yeah. Looks like he's just recently cracked 200 miles.
Okay,
Nice.
awesome. Calvin Duvall.
Calvin Duval, 198. So almost at that 200-mile mark.
Awesome. And then Pete Mihawk.
Pete Mihawk just cracked 200. So yeah, they are all within 4 miles distance between 3 people. That's pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah. And they're, it was great to chat with all of them, see their families and crews out there. Calvin, he's raising for one of our partners, the Challenge Athletes Foundation. And I had a good chat with his parents as well, who are out here supporting them. And his mom has done some work with disabled athletes and helping them participate in the sport. So he was raising for that cause, and just great to see that and remind them of why they're out there, what they're fighting for, because it gets dark and tough out there.
I bet
So
it helps a lot when you're out there battling your own demons to know you're kind of also doing it for something bigger than you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that it gets very emotional too, and it's a good reminder why you should keep on trudging on. So that's always great to see those folks.
Yeah, and if someone is curious to join you, they go to the website and do an application. They come and find you in your nice Wander Project hat and just start talking.
Look for the bucket hat.
Yeah.
Bucket
So the best way is to go to our website, wanderproject.org, and you can reach out to us. There's a contact form, and there's also our social media, so you can follow us, Wander Project 18, on all social media platforms. And we've been doing some posts with Cocodona, so
Great.
yeah, so you can find us through there, all the great content that's coming out of the social media team here.
Awesome. And do you mind if we ask a few questions about your Mingus Mountain Traverse? Because the Mingus,
Yeah.
it is the first year this year, so you'll be the first person I've had any
Okay.
information from.
Okay, yeah, I'll give everyone the detailed insight into what that race is like.
Yeah, walk us through your race.
Yeah. So I mean, I signed up for the Mingus Traverse pretty last minute, but it seemed like the best part of the course, in my opinion. I was here last year volunteering, and it just seems like the most approachable and beautiful part of the course. So I was really excited to experience that. It was quite rainy and muddy, conditions wise. So wasn't exactly what I was picturing in terms of clear skies and beautiful trails. Yeah, but I'm glad I wasn't doing it a full 250 miles. The 80 miles was a much more approachable distance.
Dip your toe in. Next year, you can do the 250.
Yeah,
Now that you have this experience.
Yeah, I'm working my way up. We'll see. We'll see
So
how I
Sedona
feel about
next
that.
year, then.
Maybe, yeah.
Is there a number of
Sedona.
followers that would get you to Sedona
Yeah,
next year? Since
we
I
are
said if I
bargaining
get
with the
2,000, I am doing Cocodona 2026. So is there a number that will get
Yeah.
you back here for Sedona Canyons with the
Or
Wander
a
Project?
number of people signing up for a charity bid, maybe.
Yes.
that's a better
Certain
one.
number of money they raise, we get you
Yeah,
a raise.
if you go to Wander Project on Instagram, Wander Project 18, follow us, like all of our content. We have a lot of good content. Gonna post some more with Cocodona. If we get to 2,500 followers, I'll run the 250 next year.
Okay.
Wow.
This
In
is a binding
support of
agreement.
charity. It's binding.
Yeah.
Yeah, go out there and follow us. Yeah, we're trying to get the word out and just support people who are running for causes close to them. So yeah, really want to see it continue. People continue to support it. So yeah,
That's awesome.
You
And I
heard
just
it here
pulled up your
first.
results. Congratulations, dude. 5th male, 7th overall.
Wow, bearing
That
the
is
lead here.
Fantastic. Great achievement.
yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it was good. The first 50 miles were a lot more pleasant than the last 30 miles, but that's how it goes sometimes.
Yeah. I feel like sometimes I'm in those races. I'm like, oh, why didn't I sign up for a 50 miler? Like, that would be great to just stop here. Huh.
Yeah, I was saying I really got like line affected by the race, which was 80 miles compared to 250. I was like, this is short. This is going to be an easy race. But 80 miles is a long way to go. And looking at that in isolation, I think you realize how long it is. But next to the 250, you kind of
In comparison,
you think it's short.
nothing. And then you get out there and you're like, no, 80 miles is still a really long distance.
Yeah, 80 miles is a long way, but beautiful course. Would highly recommend the Mingus Traverse to anyone out there who's considering.
Yeah. Awesome. And yeah, anything else you'd like to share? Well, we've got you here.
Yeah, I just want to give a shout out to the last couple charity bibs who I didn't mention. Alexa Hasman, crushing it out there, around maybe mile 215.
Heck yeah.
So she's doing awesome. We'll hope to see her at the finish. And then our two Sedona 125 runners, Dana Eisenhower and Christian Barrett. They're both out there, I think a bit over halfway through that race. So yeah, big shout out to all the charity bibs. And yeah, if you're interested, definitely give us a follow. Stay tuned. And if you run with us, you'll get one of these sweet bucket hats. So
Yeah, we've got that right
that's
on
enough
camera right there.
That's a good bucket hat.
yeah, I might have to give a bucket hat for the table
yeah.
right here.
Yeah,
So
let's put it right beside that one.
okay, yep, next to the John G. Perfect.
Yeah, awesome. We want to say thank you very much for your time
Yeah.
today, Christian. Now you're going to be around as for a couple more days. You get to enjoy the sunshine and watch people finish.
Yep, I'm going to be around through the end of the weekend, and I'm hoping to run with all the charity bibs to the finish line.
Oh, awesome.
That'll be
Yeah,
great.
I was with Chad today, and that was just so cool to see him. So I'm motivated. If they can do 250 miles, I can hopefully be there to watch them all finish.
Just be doing hill repeats on Beaver Street there, like I was.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that
Hooray,
same section.
concrete.
Yeah, I got to track it on Strava to become the local
Yes.
legend.
Well, because if it's not on Strava, it doesn't happen. So you
That's
gotta
true.
report it.
That is true. Awesome. Well, I'd like to say thank you for your time.
Yeah,
Thank you
this
for
is
being
great.
here. And yeah, we'll be looking for you as those charity bibs come through. Much appreciated for all that you do. And let's help Xander and the Wander Project raise some money and 2,500 likes, and he'll do a Cocodona
Yeah,
2026.
don't forget that.
Yep, get us to that many likes. Awesome. Thank you all.
Awesome. Thank you for your
Thanks so
time.
much.
And welcome back to the studio. I'm Zach Marion here with our female champion, Rachel Entrekin, and our guest commentator, Claire Farrow over here. Not just champion, but two-time champion. I think this now gives you the nickname, the Queen of Cocodona? Can we safely say the Queen of Cocodona?
Yeah, I'm totally in for it. Yeah, that's a cool nickname.
I think it's well earned. You have a second finish here, first place finish here at the Cocodona race. Now, last year was very different from this year, so I kind of really want to hear what happened this year and kind of the drastic difference that you experienced out there.
Yeah, so last year my biggest regret was my attitude finishing. I had a really rough Eldon. I was pretty good for most of the race, but Eldon just absolutely destroyed me. And I remember my pacer kept telling me there was only like a mile left. For
they lied.
They lied. And I just was like, where's the top of the climb? And he was like, oh, it's around the switchback. And he was also lying. And so by the time like I got to the finish line, I was just like angry and like, yeah. And I finished pretty early in the morning last year. And so there wasn't a lot of like, nobody was really there, which is fine because I don't care. But this year, I finished at, I think 8:00 or something. And so there was just like a billion people there, and my attitude was way better. I did have it was a little rough at the end or like the single track going into town. That was a little hard still, but yeah, I don't really know what went different. I just
other than the rain,
the
temperature.
Oh, actually, yeah,
all of the weather.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually thought the weather helped me quite a bit because I moved to Colorado, and so that basically is our weather for the last 5 months. That's been our weather.
Even now, it's still happening.
So I was like, hail, I can do this. Yeah. So but yeah, I don't know, my only real goal for this race was just finish a lot happier, so I'm glad that goal was hit.
Yeah, well, I can attest because I don't know if you remember this, but I was the one that ran you in with the backpack and the gimbal so that we could all capture this finish. And I will say that there were so many cars like honking their horn and cheering you on. The hospital staff was sitting like out along the curb cheering for you. I think that last year maybe you made a name for yourself and people were really excited to see what you were able to put together this year. And it showed. The chat was going crazy for you. I think that it was a very exciting race to watch. So, yeah, very different experiences from what it sounds like.
It was different. I think I have had enough time to maybe figure out what I did that made it that way. But it was definitely a different experience this year.
One notable thing that we talked about was that last year was full of a lot of puking. Yeah. This year,
no
very
puking.
Proud to say none.
No puking.
That's a win right there.
Was there a change in the nutrition plan or just?
Yes. So another big thing. So I had two things that I thought could maximize my efficiency this year, and it was not wasting time at aid stations and figuring out my nutrition strategy so that I didn't like bonk or whatever. I tend to kind of critically underfuel.
Many such cases.
Yeah. Like, I've actually done, I had food poisoning at the start of a 100-miler, and I just did not eat the whole time. So I underfuel. I can do it. And I do think last year that led me to have, like, I would not fuel, and then I would boomerang in the opposite direction, and that would just, like, make me ill. But, yeah, so I have been working with with Precision a little bit, kind of experimenting with some of their products. And I don't know, kind of refining like what foods are really safe all the time. So like mashed potatoes,
beige foods.
Beige,
and I'm really curious
color.
As to what beige foods in particular.
So this year, the like biggest thing I ate was mashed potatoes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did a race called Badger Mountain a couple months ago, and mashed potatoes was like the thing. And so my partner was on my crew this year for Cocodona, and he was like, all right, we're doing mashed potatoes. Like, it worked, let's just stick with it.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely a lot of mashed potatoes, a lot of pretzels.
Okay.
Particularly the goldfish pretzels.
Oh,
they're like the correct size. And they tend to have a lot of salt.
That is good. Yeah.
So those, I had a lot of cashews.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm
High
into
calorie.
dry, apparently, foods. But yeah, beige was definitely the color that dictated a lot of my palate. And I actually, I did have late in the race a risky move, but it paid off, was 2 burritos from Taco Bell.
Oh.
Yeah.
What kind of burritos are you talking about?
I'm vegetarian, so bean, onion, cheese, and hot sauce.
That's that's actually my favorite burrito from Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Although sans onions, not a crunchy onion kind of guy.
It was kind of nice to have crunch that wasn't just like cracker.
Kind of break things up.
I mean,
It made it feel fresher.
Yeah.
After what you've talked about with like mashed potatoes and pretzels, I could imagine like a little fresh, crisp something is probably pretty nice.
Yeah, it was cool. Yeah. So my parents showed up to this race and they brought Taco Bell and I was like, MVP, let's go.
That is amazing. Awesome. So speaking of your crew, you had a really good crew out there. Let's give them a moment to shine. Like, how did your crew play into like your mental strategy in terms of like, did they keep you on the rails or were they just kind of like reacting to how you came into the aid stations?
I don't think rails ever really were off much. Maybe they would have a different answer. But I don't know. I felt like they did everything perfectly. I mean, they've all run with me a bunch. Evan was one of my crew members last year, and then Jake was one of my crew members last year. So 2 of my 4 had done this race with me already. And so I'm sure that was massively helpful. And then every one of them has run a ton with me. Yeah. And I kind of selected, it was a goofy selection process, but I selected them all for like, they all bring a lot of different personality, I think. Because Kevin is just very like collected and cool, and Evan is very like organized. Jake is, I don't know how to describe Jake. He's just like,
he's that guy.
Well, he's very hype. He's like very like, let's go, like all
that's
the time.
nice sometimes. Yeah.
And then Gus is probably who I've, I guess, run with the least, but I've just heard that he's fantastic pacer.
I've also heard that, yeah.
And I mean, can confirm, like, he is a fantastic pacer. Like, we didn't have to, he was like, how far, do you want to run in front? Like, how far in front of you should I run? Like, it's like 6 yards.
Whatever you need,
like,
down to the
yeah,
centimeter.
it was, I mean, it was like all these questions that I didn't even know I had opinions on.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, this is perfect.
I'm learning something about myself.
Yeah.
Shout out to Gus Gibbs for sure. He's an absolute stud of a human being.
Has he paced you in something?
He's never paced me. Him and I have run together a handful of times, and we know each other pretty well just from being in the circuit. But like Gus is just a genuine human, amazing human being.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, and I was curious to see the difference because I had an awesome crew last year too, and we had a ton of fun. So I was curious to see how different people would bring like a different dynamic. And I was a little nervous because last year was so much fun. I was like, oh, what if they all hate each other and it's my fault? But it seems like they all had a good time.
We definitely know they had a good time because Tara and Hillary were able to interview them after you would leave. They would just give them the mic and be like, go for it. And they provided some of the best commentary of the entire week. They're just a really fun, cool group of guys to support you. They were loving the fact that you were like just out there crushing it and representing the women's field super well.
Yeah.
And they all felt weird. Like we feel like we're mansplaining her race for her and like we shouldn't.
I know. I thought I initially really wanted to have a female on my team because last year I had a woman named Chalice who was critical in my success during this race. And so I was a little nervous having an all male crew, but I actually think it's kind of funny now.
They're part of the girlies now, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was really cool. You had a really awesome crew out there. It seemed like everything flowed really well. It seemed like when we would see you in the aid stations, it was like it was not like super like Ryan Sands would come in and it was like a military process.
That was
like,
a NASCAR pit stop for
yeah,
sure.
it was like it was ordered. There was like everyone had a job to do.
Yeah.
And your crew, like you came in and they all just kind of like reacted to whatever happened and they all did it flawlessly in their own unique way. So I think that's the key. Like, pick a little bit of everything and just see how it melds together.
Yeah. I think in my brain, I actually wanted, before I did this race, I did want more of a NASCAR pit stop, but I'm glad that I didn't get that because I think there's so much benefit to like hanging out with your crew. I would leave every single aid station that had crew access and I would run faster for like the next probably like 5 miles. I mean, I would guess by probably at least a couple like 30 seconds per mile faster. Because it's just like, it's so uplifting to get to see people who like, I don't know, are there to I mean, everybody's there to support you, but like, you know, these are my people here to support me. And so it was
that
so
mental boost must be
it
amazing.
was nice. So I'm glad I didn't get the NASCAR pit stop. I don't want that.
Different strokes for different folks.
Yeah. I like to hang.
I think, you know, giving up a few seconds in the aid station to save minutes at the end of the day is like a really valuable thing that most people don't take into account. Like you get rushed in and out of there, and it's like, actually, if you just chill for a second, you're probably going to have a better, faster day.
Yeah. And I don't remember I think my fastest aid station turnaround that had my crew at access to was Crown King. And I felt like I was there forever, but they said I was, I think, the second fastest in and out. But I don't know. So
time moves differently.
Time is not
these
real.
Things, I think.
Yeah. I don't
know what day it is. I'm pretty sure you probably don't either.
I still think it might be Monday.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it's Tuesday. I did sleep.
I couldn't tell you what day it is.
The days
It's
all
not
blend
important.
together.
It's Cocodona week.
It's Cocodona
Yeah.
There are
week.
no days.
That is the awesome thing about Cocodona is you can run a race on Tuesday. You can start your race on Monday. You can run another race that started yesterday. A race starts tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's a week-long festival.
And I think
running.
that's so cool. I'm glad that we have this.
I think that was Jamil's like whole purpose in doing this is like first year was Cocodona, and then every year he adds a little something extra to it to be like, how can we get everybody in Heritage Square by the finish of the race?
Well, it caters to all levels. Like everybody gets a little piece of something. Like you can do a 50K plus, or you can do this insane thing that takes you 3 days to finish.
But yet we're all celebrating our victories just the same at the end.
Exactly.
And I think that's what makes it beautiful and makes it fun, like as part of the sport, right?
Yeah.
So we're going to the chat, let's get them involved a little bit. What questions would you like to throw out to Rachel here? And in the meantime, while we find and field a couple of those, I kind of want to know, like you have had the hot year, you've had the cold year. What brings you back to Cocodona? Why did you decide you wanted to do it again? And is there going to be a third? Do we three-peat
We got some
this? I
questions
think
if your
there's a
retirement
three-peat
is
here.
real or not already.
No, I'm not retiring from the sport. So what everybody is asking me what brings me back. I don't know the answer to that. I think I just had to come back. I don't know. There's very
That's
much
a good answer.
Yeah, no,
there's
that-
very much like a Cocodona Kool-Aid that you come here and you drink it and you're like, well, yeah, that's just what I'm doing in May. Like the first week of May is just Cocodona now. I'd been on the periphery of the race the first couple years that it was happening. And then in 2023, I remember thinking that I really wanted to sign up for it and just like not being able to afford it and making excuses why I didn't do it. And I watched the race really closely unfold in 2023, and I was just like, all right, next year I have to go. And so I don't know. Yeah, I would like to come back next year. I don't think I'm going to race because my crew chief wants to run.
Oh,
And
that's
so
a
I
good
really
excuse.
want to. I
Okay.
really want to help him.
That's
do
a
that.
good, that's a
owe
good
him.
pay it back.
Yeah.
That's a really good pay it back.
Yeah, because he's been on my crew for 2 years in a row now. So it's like, all right, well, I know this course better than anybody else you're going to pick. So
I think you owe him. I think you owe him
Yeah.
after 2 years.
Yeah.
There's
of,
a trade-off
plus,
there.
it would just be, oh my gosh, it's Jake, the raw guy. So I think it'll just be fun.
We'll see if that Stoke lasts.
Oh, yeah.
Past like Foxborough, because
Yeah.
that's like really. So speaking of the new course,
Yeah.
couple changes.
Yeah.
How'd you like the hangover section?
I loved it, but I was going through it, and my pacer and Gus and I were talking about how I was terrified someone was gonna like die on it because it's pretty.
We had some people who did it in the dark who were saying it was kind of scary.
I can't. So I think Gus and I on Monday were probably the last people to do it in the like waning daylight. I told Gus like as soon as we got to the part that was like really exposed, and it's like, okay, it looks like it's gonna be this way for a while. I told him I just want to be off this rock by night.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to have to try to do this at night with legs that don't work.
Yeah.
But it was, I loved it though. I thought it was so cool. We had it in a little bit of rain and like spooky fog. So it was awesome. It was awesome.
I will say the live stream really benefited from the fog because I was like, you're never going to see Cocodona look like this again.
No.
Like it did suck because we had to bring the drones down a couple times because can't fly through the fog like that.
Yeah.
Like #safety. But yeah, it was definitely super beautiful. Like there's parts of me where like, I don't know if I want to run 250 miles, but I'd like to go run that section.
Oh my
That's not what he said
gosh.
last night. Last night he said he's going to do
Let's
the
go
race,
do
so-
it.
I
Yeah.
was slightly delirious last
We'll do
night.
it.
No,
Next
it's
year.
a binding agreement. He's doing it next year.
Okay, well, we both heard that you're doing it next year.
I'll crew, I'll pace. Katie
Yeah.
will come. That'll be
You
great.
can just hang out with Jake. I'll be on his
Yeah.
crew.
There we go. Like, let's
holding
just
hands.
let him and I can
I've
just
been
run it
begging
together.
people to hold hands during the race all day.
I'm sure there has been some hand holding out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know the bottom part of that trail too is I think it's a single track next, and then there's like a wash, and then there's a Jeep road on the other side. But the wash had all these waterfalls in it. When are you going to get to see waterfalls in
crazy.
Arizona?
That is
like
fair.
there were waterfalls. It was wild. So I mean, yeah, that hangover trail, even though it was potentially pretty scary for runners at night, especially if you're like having a hard time.
Yeah.
Cool addition, but very slow going.
Yeah, not the fastest section of the course. And you got to also change things up doing Eldon in a different way. That descent, I imagine. What's funny, so on my end, I'm looking at all the splits and I'm like, oh my gosh, I've got to get people in places to make sure that we're there at the finish line in time because it was just, y'all were running way too fast. I would have loved for you to slow
Ruined
down.
Zach's whole plan.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
so
it was-
sorry.
Spent a lot of time building this out, and I even cushioned it by like 2 hours, and Dan and
You
everyone
ran
else
too
decided to break
fast.
that. So, but that was awesome. Love seeing it. I don't ever want to wish you to run slower, but
Yeah.
but it was like I noticed that once everyone hit Eldon and they had that descent, it almost like completely nullified that whole gain in the beginning.
Yeah.
It was a pretty slow going section.
I really don't feel like the gradual ascent was beneficial from a time perspective. I think the other way is much faster. Because, like, when it's that late in a 200+ mile race, like, what uphills are you really running?
Yeah.
None of them. And
No.
instead of having a 2-mile uphill you're not running, now you have an 11-mile uphill you're not running. And so that's just like a lot more time. So
We asked Jeff Browning about that, and we were like, well, we've heard it's like runnable, and he's like,
it's
he's
runnable
like,
if it's like your only run you're doing.
Yeah, he's
It's
like-
the start of your run.
Right. Yeah.
he
it's
laughed
not-
and he was like, yeah, I ran it the other day, but not with 200 miles on my
Right.
legs.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, anything that was maybe potentially runnable, I did try to run it. And I was able to do that. But I mean, yeah, it looks like a super fun run if that's your 24-mile run for the day.
Yeah.
But I still think even if I were doing like that as my daily run, I'd go up Eldon, like the short, steep, stupid, and then just like fly down the backside.
That's way more fun.
Yeah, it is a awesome grade, but not when you are 240 miles into a race.
Hopefully, I'm not sure if the course will stay this way for forever. We might get that down.
I need more people to suffer. This
No,
is the
you're-
new course.
You're like, no,
This
no,
is
I
it.
did this.
Now that you
Yeah,
gotta do
this
it,
is
everyone else has to.
256 miles now. It's not the Cocodona 250. No.
Oh man, well, people have been asking in the chat. The number one question that I have seen, and I was actually curious myself, is like, do you always run like this stoked and happy and just like smiling all the time? You did mention last year
Yeah,
it was
being
not
a
the
little angry.
case.
Well, I was happy, I think, for most of the time last year, just not the end. I like running, so I tend to.
What a concept.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. During a race, I mean, it's such a cool thing to even be able to like do it. So I'm usually pretty happy to be out there. It's not too hard to be happy when you're doing something that you paid money to do. So yeah, I mean, I think I don't know, maybe you'd have to ask other people if I'm happy, but I try to be happy during most of my races.
You seem pretty dang happy, and I think that was like a common conception here is everyone's like, she's just like running on pure stoke right now. And like, it was fun getting the crew interviews because they were just all laughing and having a good time. And there was like never a point where like, yeah, she's really suffering right now. Like,
Yeah.
just give her some space. It was like, she looks great. We don't know what else to say. Like,
Yeah.
same as last time. She's just eating and moving. That's the
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
So when you're not running, what do you like? Let's get the people to know you a little bit. What do you do
Like for jobs,
for work?
I'm a physical therapist. Yeah.
Shout out to the PT.
Yeah,
PT
PT
Phil.
world. Yeah, my PT is actually staying at the house right like behind us. So got to hang out with her for a little bit too.
Right.
Like
So,
today.
yeah, local Coloridian as well. From Golden area. Can't say the words right now. The Golden area.
The golden era, back in the 50s.
Golden era. That was not so golden, but yeah, you've got Sammy and Gabe, her partner over here.
Golden endurance.
Golden Endurance. Shout out to those guys. Yeah, they were out here. Were they crewing at you at all, or did you just like pop in to say hi?
So I had 5 people on my crew last year. This year I only had 4. So originally I was like, oh God, I need a 5th person. Oh my God. And like, I wanted a chick. And so I was like, Sammy, you're the one. And then I was actually going through, cause I didn't do very much like research on this. I was like, I've done it before. It's
I got
fine.
it.
Yeah.
It's
And
fine.
so when I was going to like meet out the sections, I was like, oh shoot, there's like 32 miles here that don't have pacers. So I don't like, I kind of didn't think I needed that fifth person. But I had her on standby just in case. And then she got in with a person doing the 125. So it's like, nah, all right, well, we're all going. So cool.
Yeah, that's. Did you get a chance to see him all at all on the course yesterday, or other than-
Sammy?
Yeah, did you
Yeah,
see him
I did.
around?
Yeah,
Awesome.
she was at Dead Horse. So
Okay, awesome.
yeah. I had a knee injury. I did it across the years. I did the 48 hour. And I don't know. I've never. I mean, never had a major injury. And so yeah, after across the years, I had this like hideous lateral knee problem. And so the first couple months of the year, I was like, I'm gonna be terrible at Cocodona, and I tried to deal with it on my own because again, I'm a PT, so I should maybe know how to fix
Worst
this.
patients. We make the worst
Do,
patients.
yeah, horrible. But I did do the stuff. I tried to do my own stuff, and I wasn't getting anywhere. I didn't feel like I was getting places fast enough, and so I just Googled like runners PT Colorado, like will travel, because most of the time when you're going to the doctor and you're like, yeah, I have knee pain when I run 250 miles. They're like, well, then don't do that.
Yeah.
And I didn't want the answer to be stop running. And so I Googled her and I found her, and my partner Kevin actually like knew of them. And so he was like, oh yeah, go see her. And so I did. And I mean, within like a session, I was feeling better.
Yeah.
And I didn't have any problems. I was so stoked. Didn't have any like knee problems or any problems really. On the race.
Speaking of across the years, I have a question because I love fixed time events.
They're fun.
My first ultra was actually the Endless Mile in Alabama. I think the year after you did it.
I've
I did
done
the
that
12
race.
hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to run with Butts. So
Okay. Oh, yo, I'm like a
yes.
founding member.
Yeah.
Let's
I know
go.
Pete just moved out to Colorado pretty recently.
Yeah, he's
but
watching my cats right now. Yeah,
He was in the chat for a while. But I wanted to get your opinion on kind of the differences and similarities between the like short loop fixed time races versus something like this, like training wise, racing wise, just the crossover there.
Yeah. Also, shout out to Meg Eckbert.
Yes, with the 603
Holy
miles in the 6
crap.
day. Yeah, almost broke the American men's record.
Yeah, she was 3 miles short.
It was incredible.
Wild. Yeah, women are awesome.
I want to see her do something like this. I think that could be really cool.
I think so too. So I do, onto your question, I love fixed time events because I think they give you a lot of confidence going into something like
Yes.
this. So last year before I did Cocodona, I did across the years also. And I just wanted to get 200 miles so that I knew that numerically I could do
hit
it.
That, yeah.
Yeah, and I know that it's obviously like it's a flat loop, so it's not the same. But I mean, that was a huge confidence boost, and I think maybe these races are like a combination of two things: confidence and like training.
Yeah.
So
Stubbornness,
For
maybe.
sure. Yes.
yeah,
Maybe a little
it's
bit
a combination of a lot of things, but the two big things, in my opinion, are like just the confidence knowing that you can potentially do it because you have to believe in yourself first. So yeah, I use fixed time. I love fixed time races. I use them a lot to like try out new things or like test my sleep strategies.
Yeah.
Which
There's a lot less risk involved when you're only going a mile away from 8 at a time.
and I think they're like sneaky hard too because you can
it's so
stop.
easy to DNF a race like that.
Well,
'cause
you
there's
can't
no finish line.
DNF.
Yeah, because you're like, I can just be done.
Yeah,
Like,
you
I
just-
don't have to keep pushing.
Yeah, exactly. So, so I think practicing some mental strategies there is pretty fun too. So yeah, I don't want to, I don't know, I guess discredit the fixed time event by calling them like practice runs, but it's a supported practice run.
Yeah.
So and they're super social too, because I mean,
You're
I think-
constantly running with people that you would never be running with in a normal
exactly.
race.
And like, if you're in 100-mile race, I mean, you might not see somebody forever. I mean, during this race, I mean, I was alone unless I had a pacer with me, I was alone.
Yeah.
And I could have probably like yelled and nobody would have heard me. So, so it's nice to be able to like be surrounded by people, and everybody's so stoked at fixed time races. You're just like fist bumping.
It's
all
a
the
very
time.
special community. I
It's
feel.
cool.
It kind of reminds me, I feel like, of kind of the community of the 200 milers too.
Yeah.
Where it's this even smaller niche inside of a niche sport, so
Yeah.
that everyone kind of gets very close.
Yeah, it's all multi-day. It's all hard stuff. So, so yeah, there are some fixed time races out there. I remember I did one in Dahlonega, Georgia, and it was like I think it was a kilometer loop that had
Was
like
it Merrill's
300
Mile, or is
feet
that
of
a different
gain.
one?
Merrill's Mile is different. I don't remember what this one was called, but it was pretty hilly for that. I mean, I think I did maybe like 50 something miles, and I had like 16K
Solid.
It was, so, I mean, you can practice whatever you want during these, but yeah, I don't, as far as like the altitude training goes and like the ability to do vertical and descents, not a whole lot of carryover there with fixed time, but I think if you're just trying to practice different strategies or build up your confidence, I think they're super beneficial for sure.
Yeah. We did also have a lot of questions in the chat, like what your training looks like mileage wise and just like in general.
Yeah. Somebody actually just asked me what my training block looked, or how long my training block for this was, and I said 10 years.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that it's measured in months for something like this. I do actually think that it's measured in years. But I have been doing, I would say, 70 miles a week since probably 2017. I used to be really like anal retentive about it, and like if I didn't get 70 miles a week, I'd be like, I'm a worthless runner and I'm gonna suck at everything. So I'm a little bit more relaxed now. But yeah, I for this training block, it was it was a little bit more challenging because I'm working on a travel PT contract, and so my days are really busy, and I work 4 of them in a row. So I work Monday through Thursday from basically 6:30 to 6:30. So I did do some accidental speed work during my lunch runs because I had exactly 53 minutes that I could spend running, and so I wanted to optimize that time, so I'd run as fast as I could in my little Hoka shoes.
Run.
Yeah, I was like, let's go. And I really think that paid off this year. I hesitate to call that speed work, but I've never tried to run fast ever. I hate running fast. But it did make running later in the race, I think, maybe easier.
Yeah.
And running quickly in the beginning, I think it made it easier too.
It's almost like training works. I'm not sold.
It is, yeah.
It does kind of sound like it works.
But yeah, so a lot of the time I would do, and I also my schedule at my last permanent position was awesome for training for ultras, because I would work Monday, I was off Tuesday, and then I'd work like a full day Wednesday, full day Thursday, and then a half day Friday. So I'd have like a couple days where I could just take the day off and not care and just work. And then I'd have all my other days where I could be like, all right, I get to run today. And I would do like 18 to 20 miles. And then on the weekends, I'd do whatever I felt like. But yeah, so this year I wasn't really that confident in my training, which is funny to look back on.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I really like days off. I'm a big fan of days off. I didn't take very many this time. I think, I don't understand streakers, the run streak people. But I did have my longest run streak ever of 15 whole days.
Wow.
Yeah, this training cycle.
Your fellow champion did continue
exact
his
opposite
run streak today.
He's been on run streaks since like 2019, I think he
2019. He went out for a mile today at Buffalo Park.
Which I had made a joke earlier in the streams that he was a run streaker, and then it turned out he actually was, and I was like,
oh my God, that makes me want to barf. I did walk here. And I joked to Kevin. I was like, oh, it's only a mile away. Like, should we just run there? Like, wouldn't that be funny? But I'm like wearing, like, these are my shoes. They're Crocs. Or Walmart
sport
Crocs.
Mode, but the strap. You could probably run a mile.
You got sport mode.
We have a friend who actually had recently ran the New York City Marathon in Crocs and set a world record.
Dude, this kid ran Cascade Crest the year I ran it in Crocs the whole time.
Jail.
Yeah,
absolutely not.
Straight to jail. Yeah, so.
We did have questions about what shoes you wore, too.
Okay.
And whether Topo is going to call you up.
I'll let everybody know. Yeah, so I did wear Topos because I love them. I tried, and this is nothing against Hoka, I tried wearing a pair of Tecton 3s. And I just think the gaiter is too small. Like, I can't put them on.
Weirdly shaped ankles, it's not for you,
I think. God. And, like, my feet were probably a little bit, like, swollen, too.
No.
But, yeah, so I'm, like, shoving my foot. Because I wanted that shoe particularly for the section in Walnut Canyon where I was by myself, and I just wanted it to go by quickly. So that I could have a pacer again. And I thought maybe like the change in cushion would be really nice, because I've done I do most of my lunch runs, the fast ones, in those Hokas. And I think they work. Like I ran fast.
It could also just be you.
I could be fast.
It's not necessarily you could just be fast.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I think it's the shoes. So,
It's shoe doping. It's not
Yeah,
just the shoes.
Yeah, super shoes are bust. But yeah, so I tried them, and then I think I texted my crew like less than a mile out. I was like, so I hate these shoes,
Oh, no.
and I'm gonna need to change them like immediately when I get done with the section.
Yeah.
You didn't consider going back.
I did consider it, but I have a rule it's a fixed time race rule actually, but it's no going backwards. But I did break that a couple times because I saw cool rocks on the trail, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna go back and get that rock.
I did actually see some of the chat saying that you were stopping to pick up rocks on the trail, and I was like, I can't tell if they're joking or
No,
not.
I carried rocks in my
done
pack.
that.
Yeah. I picked one up before Crown King, and I meant to, because they're heavy sometimes, and I meant to give it to someone on my crew so that I didn't have to carry it, but I forgot, and so I carried it all the way to Whiskey Row. I just gave this rock a tour of like
Your
the
crew is
southern
going through your
aspect.
bag and they're pulling out rocks.
She made
So I
the bag
switched.
heavier.
Yeah, I switched packs, and they were, and I think Jake maybe he was on my team last year, and I had a lot of rocks last year.
She's like, oh shit,
And-
guys, she's already delirious.
Yeah, and like Jake was like, "You're not gonna believe this," and like pulls out
more
a rock
rocks.
from my pack.
That's
so,
amazing.
Yeah.
Your pack isn't heavy enough having to carry so much shit for 250 miles. You do have to add more rocks.
Yeah.
The race isn't hard enough.
Yeah. So, whatever. Slow down, pick up rocks. But the rocks are really cool. There's some great rocks in this area. I went and I did Whiskey Basin too, and Whiskey Basin has some sick.
you
The
pick up
Granite
some rocks
Dells
there
area.
during that race?
I did. Well, I didn't pick up rocks during the race, but we did a run in the Dells, and I picked up a couple rocks.
This is not making anyone you beat feel good. The fact that you're like
Just
stopping to
carrying
pick up
rocks.
rocks mid-race
well,
and
everybody
still winning.
stops to do different stuff. I just prioritize rocks.
Yeah.
I don't know when I became this way.
So I got to ask, that we can dissect that one in a much longer segment. I think
That's
that's
a therapy
one-on-one
session.
conversation.
Yeah. I'll pay for that one.
But no, I think that like one last question that I would have is why. I mean, you've done Cocodona 250 twice. You've seen both variations of the course. You've seen all sorts of different kind of weather. Why should someone come and do Cocodona and experience what you've experienced? The soul search, if it will.
Gosh, I think you can learn a lot about who you are if you do hard stuff. I think it's really cool too to like whether or not you succeed in your goal. It's cool to see what kind of person comes out on the other side. So yeah, whether it's like so my brother and his girlfriend are not well. They walk. Actually, my brother's girlfriend is like a really avid like walker. And yeah, they were like joking about signing up for 5Ks and stuff after like watching this happen. So, I mean, everybody has like things that they think are challenging, and whether it's like, unfortunately, I'm now at the point where 250 miles is a challenge and 100 milers
6-day win.
aren't necessary. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just going to throw that out there.
Yeah. Where do we go from? I need to take up a different sport. Because I don't want to keep going. But yeah, I don't know. I think when you get that raw and vulnerable, like who you are as a person really comes out. And sometimes last year who I was that came out wasn't the best version of myself. Like I didn't want to be that person. And you can change, and that was I think that is a big reason why I came back this year is I wanted to see if I had the strength to change who I was at the end of this race. And I did for the most part. So don't ask Jake if I changed, but yeah, I'm pleased with that amount of growth.
Yeah, it sounds like there's definitely like most people come and do this for the journey that they experience, and you're more like the journey inside. Like, yes, I'm looking at a beautiful area and this is a great course and amazing aid stations, all the above, but like it's the journey within for you that is the priority.
Yeah. Well, but this year I would say more so than last year, I really appreciated the tour of Arizona because last year I don't know, I guess I was experiencing it for the first time, and so I wasn't able to like comprehend where things were and like what order things were like. Oh, up next is going to be Sedona, and then
Now you
after
can, like,
that's going to be
recognize
flat.
things.
Yeah, and so it was kind of fun to like know what was coming and like get excited for it. Like I remember I was running with Evan, and it was like, oh my gosh, like over there, like we can see Sedona from here now. And
Giving
Evan
your
made,
pacers a tour.
yeah, it was, well, that I was excited about that because I love going on runs with my friends in places that I am passionate about and being like, this is my favorite rock.
Yeah.
Or like waterfall or lake or whatever. And so it was fun to play tour guide for this course this year. I was really excited about that. And so, yeah, Evan had a knee injury last year, and so he wasn't able to run. And so I was like, all right, well, then you get Sedona, because, like, that's a cool section. And he made a really good point, or, like, an interesting point. While we were, whatever the section is right before you enter Sedona proper, that, like, long, windy, sandy bit, we could see the Sedona area. And then, like, 20 miles later, we were standing where we were looking.
Yeah.
And it was just, like, so cool, I think, to just, we were just over there, and now we're here, and it's only been, like, 5 hours. So it's
Only.
for some people. So, yeah, I don't know. It's cool. It's a cool race. I love getting to go through all the towns, and, like, I don't know if it was my timing was better, and so more people were out. Because I think I came through Prescott maybe at, like, midnight last year, and this time, I don't know what time it was. Maybe it was, like, 8.
Much earlier.
Yeah, and so there
more
were, like,
daylight,
people
maybe.
out to dinner and stuff, and they were, like, wooing.
You guys were 4 hours under
Nice.
previous pace.
Yeah,
Zach's really
that's-
aware of how fast you were
Yeah,
going.
I
Not
watched the
healthy.
splits. I knew what they
Okay,
were.
I wasn't watching the splits. But yeah, and so, and, you know, my finish time was, I think, a little bit more reasonable. And so, yeah, there was a lot more people out just, like, watching the race happen in their yards, you know, this year versus last year. So that was really cool. I'm happy that I was telling this to somebody who was asking me questions today, but, like, I'm glad that Aravaipa has this good relationship with the community, because a lot of the times, like, I don't know if the community, like, hates this race because they're like, dang, tourists. But I mean, everybody that I spoke with was, like, stoked. They were like, oh my gosh, like, somebody had said in Prescott that they'd never seen 2 women come to town in the daytime.
Yeah.
So I was like,
That's pretty cool.
Ah, that's so cool that you know that. Like,
Yeah.
you're actually interested.
Like, the
in-
people who aren't runners, who don't know anything about the sport, are like still somehow invested in this super niche event, and it's really cool.
It's cool. I think it's cool, because, I mean, who knows? The best ultra runner might not even be an ultra runner yet. Like, they could just be some person living in Cottonwood that's like, I could sign up for this.
This seems cool.
This seems easy. So yeah.
I love it. Sounds like your journey through your second journey through Arizona has been wildly successful for you, and you not only got to experience an amazing area, an amazing place, but you went through this beautiful journey and transformation within that allowed you to be more of who you wanted to be at the finish. Claire, do you have any other questions before we wrap up?
I decided that we're going to do a Coco double, where you run back to the start.
I
So
was
would you do
joking
that?
about that. I was joking. Yeah. No.
But we were really joking, or do we just need to, like, let it marinate for a minute until?
I think it could be fun.
I think you could just
It's
run to the
downhill.
Grand Canyon.
No, but
instead.
it's
Why do I
downhill,
want to
so it'd
see
be
what I
fine.
just saw?
So now we need to run
Different
to the
perspective.
Grand Canyon, like to the north side.
So you run
North Kaibab.
Cocodona, and then you do the rim to rim to rim.
Yeah.
And then you're done.
Oh.
Although that's only actually how far away? How far would that be?
I mean, it's
Not long enough.
It's a decent distance out to the Grand Canyon. It's not that close.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Well, I was
Grim
joke-
Tourist Rim only gives you like 40-something miles.
Yeah,
And
I was
that's a drop in the
joking.
bucket.
I was halfway joking about doing the Eldon race or
You
the
should.
Flagstaff
Yeah, tomorrow?
thing. Yeah, I'm not going
You
to.
should
Well,
do
we're going
it.
to go to the Grand Canyon. My dad wants to go.
Oh,
You should definitely do that.
You could do
Absolutely.
both.
I can't do
You could
both.
probably
I
finish
can't
it
do-
fast enough.
No, I cannot. No, I
Like,
can't.
you're not going to go jog right today? You know, shake out a little beforehand?
Probably not. Yeah, Jake said, if I see you on Strava, like, at all, I'm going to ground
Upload
you.
on private. It's
Yeah,
fine.
nobody can see
He just
this.
catches a block and doesn't know.
Yeah, well, I don't run with a watch, so I still haven't even put anything.
yeah.
It looks like I did nothing this week,
Yeah,
according
I
to
mean,
Strava.
geez.
And
I
again,
gained
if it's not on Strava, it didn't happen.
I know.
So actually, I hate to break it to you that
We
none
have
of that
to
was
take
real.
away-
Well, I got like 100 followers, so they must know something I don't know. But
Oh, well, you had a fantastic race. You've inspired us all with your grit, your determination. You handled everything that this crazy year threw at you with an incredible just attitude, and it was infectious throughout the chat. We were all loving it here on our side. Ladies and gentlemen, Rachel Entrekin, our 2-time champion, the Queen of Cocodona. Thank you so much for joining us this year. Go rest, go enjoy some ice cream, and enjoy the Grand Canyon tomorrow.
thanks.
Hey, all right, we are back for Cocodona 250 coverage. This is day 4, hour 83. Greggy Varigan here with my co-host.
Claire Farrow.
And what an interview we just had with Rachel Entrekin.
Oh my God, that was so much fun. She is just a delight.
250 miles. Oh, and we got people waving. Is that Brett in the background? Can y'all hear me? Brett, thumbs up. Party on. Brett was great. We were there last night for a very long time. Troy likes to talk. And that was great. I stood in front of the heater and got warm.
Nice. The last time I saw that aid station on the stream was last night in the dark, so it looks a little bit different now.
You might have seen me adjust the camera. That was
That's
something
very
that I did.
possible.
And we just got some breaking news for any of y'all in Flag or in the area. If you are a crew, if you are a pacer, if you are a local, if you just want something to do, Cthulhu. They're going to set up cold drinks, a sign-making station, tents for shade. John G's going to bring a tent. There'll be comfy seating, and there's going to be some knack samples. So from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., those folks will be posted up at Buffalo Park right where they make that turn to make their way towards town. So go check that out if you're in the area. I know we have seen lots of people out there on the streets with signs, lots of people cheering. I just took a little walk outside and it is sunny and gorgeous. So if you're near, get your butt out there.
Yeah.
Go show some support. Our other breaking news is it looks like Cameron Haynes and Ryan Coons are on the move from Trinity Heights toward the finish line, so we will see how that plays out as they get closer.
Yep.
I'd like to thank all 2,100 of you who are here in the chat with us from wherever you are. Thanks for being here.
Yeah. Let us know where you guys are all watching from. I'm hoping for some East Coast people.
That would be great. Yeah, it's what time on the East Coast for coming up to 8 o'clock on the East Coast? That looks great. And yeah, if you are joining us, hit that subscribe button for Mountain Outpost. Hit the like button, mash on that. Let's get some more likes and stuff for this, and especially for Rachel.
Yes, she deserves all of the likes, all the kudos. You can't give her them on Strava yet, but you can throw us some.
Yeah. And for a quick race recap of your 250, we had women's winner Rachel Entrekin in here. Lindsay Dwyer finished in second place late this morning. And Sarah Ostaszewski is in third. Looks like Shelby Farrell is just past mile 250. So according to the tracker, on her way down Mount Eldon, somewhere around 2.5 miles out from Trinity Heights. So that could be a finish. We're currently at 4:40, perhaps 6:30. Shelby might be finishing, female 4. And then at the moment, Melissa Brown is F5. And for the men's race, we had Dan Green with an incredible performance as our winner, followed by Ryan Sands in second, Edar Ramirez in third, Harry Subertis fourth, and Finn Melanson fifth male overall. So that is your leaderboard. But our main focus right now, we're day 4, hour 83 into the 250. And we have a lot of people in the middle of the pack are making their way because they've still got, quick math in my head, totally not going to work. They have 125 hours left to finish this race. They have until Saturday at 10 a.m.
Lots of race still left.
Yeah, lots of race. What we've got right now in the background on our static aid station cam is Fort Tuthill, sponsored by Squirrel's Nut Butter. The adventure lube, I am sure, has made its way onto all kinds of body parts for all kinds of people over the last few days. Fort Tut is at mile number 214 of the 250, and we've also got the 125 going on. So Fort Tut and the 125 is
102.6.
Wow, yeah. So they've completed their 100-miler and just have only a marathon left to get to the finish line. Only a marathon.
Oh, man.
I did see that sign, only a half marathon to go for Cocodona, climbing up the backside of that. So I was like, oh, that's great. Oh, good golly.
That would hurt. I don't know. I mean, yeah, compared to 256 miles, a half marathon's really short, but that still takes quite a while after 240 something miles.
You're like,
yeah, you're not running that in like 2 hours, you know?
No, definitely not. Do a quick thank you to all the volunteers who are out there, all the crews, pacers, live stream folks, our producers, Trevor, Zach from California, Jordan. Thank you guys for doing a great job as we are here. Yeah, day 4. You know, lots of people had lots of questions about the stats. I've seen lots of things in the chat. What do people eat at an aid station? How do you feel for an ultra? Got some great stats for you that I picked up from aid station lead Hannah earlier today. So if y'all imagine those black and yellow storage bins you might see at Costco, Lowe's, Home Depot, Wally World, anywhere else, there are 214, that's 214, black and yellow bins just for food and supplies to cook food. 61 lasagnas had been 61 lasagnas were packed. 53 of those had been consumed earlier today. Like,
do we know like size of lasagna? Like, is it one of those big?
That is a great question. I did not get.
I want dimensions.
Think so. Well, yeah, you do see those like standard foil things. I will have to ask Hannah, or if anyone, Airvape Aid is following the chat. Drop that in the chat. We can update it for you. But there were 8 left as of, we'll say, 10:45 this morning when I walked up here. 10 cases of eggs, 15 cartons per case gives us somewhere around 1,800 eggs.
Oh my God.
And the Costco 4-packs of bacon, there were 69 of those packed.
Nice. That's
plus,
a good number.
Very good number. Plus lots and lots more of all kinds of other foods. Snacks. I saw peanut butter cups. There is Tailwind out there. There are Knack bars out there. What else did I grab? Ruffles. Bryce gave me Pringles when I was getting aid from Bryce.
Okay, this is my soapbox about chips at Ultras. Pringles are not gluten-free.
Oh.
Regular potato chips are. And that is something that is extremely important to me. When I show up to an aid station and they say they have chips and it's Pringles, we got a problem.
Well, and we were looking at the box, and Bryce pointed this out to me. Pringles are technically crisps.
Yes, they can. I don't think they can legally call them chips.
Not enough potato.
Yeah. So the more you know.
The more you know. They need to go to Idaho and get some.
Yeah. I want real taters.
But yeah, what are your go-to foods for your big endurance endeavors?
Man. I'm not good at eating real food when I run, unfortunately. I've had pretty good success recently with mashed potatoes. You know, I'm on that beige food train with Rachel. It works for her. I'm going to make it work for me. And also Gushers. I buy Gushers from Costco in bulk.
They have them in bulk? I didn't know that.
But besides that, it's just gels and chews.
Gels and chews, okay.
The normal gross stuff.
Yeah, all the things like, oh, wow, I eat this in Ultra and don't want to see.
I look at like the quesadillas and stuff at aid stations, and I have a deep sense of longing, but
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
Oh, that's fine. That's my go-to.
I'm
Quesadillas.
so jealous.
Do you have quesadillas? Where are the quesadillas? There's no quesadillas. Oh, I guess potato chips and a peanut butter cup.
Yeah. It's not the same.
Not the same, no. And I did get some quesadillas earlier today, so thank you, Jordan, for the quesadillas. That was delicious.
So happy for you.
Oh, I am so happy for that. That really made my day. We've got a live view of the Trinity Heights aid station there. Is that a volunteer in the background that can wave at us? Are you listening? Hello. These are not the drones you're looking for.
Yeah, it's the last aid station before the finish. So
yes. So
pretty exciting spot to be, I would imagine.
Very nice spot. Lots of excitement coming into there, and 3.9 miles. There is an uphill. It was really muddy last night when I went up that. I was very grateful for the headlamp. I crowdsourced from a volunteer at that point, but it is not the most fun ascent to go up that hill, but then it is a very nice, pretty much flat stretch through Buffalo Park, and then you get a kind of slow descent. You come up the hill and then down into Beaver Street. So
we saw some pretty impressive running on some of those downhills at the end for some of the top guys, at least.
Yeah.
I was really impressed. I think I saw DJ Fox put his Strava up already.
Oh, wow.
He was hitting a 9:15 pace for the last third mile.
Wow.
Of 256, which is just, that's me on a good day.
Yeah.
For not 250 miles.
Yeah, the scale and, the difference in speed between people, holy cow. I mean, I haven't looked at this. Maybe I can do some quick math off the tracker, but I remember one or two times I looked at, there was a full 100-mile spread between the leaders and the back of the pack over this. We're here celebrating leaders. We're also here for the people in the middle and at the back. So if I can get this to come back, I'll give you a quick recap of who we have. We have a cutoff at Foxborough
In about
ranch.
4 hours?
4 hours or
bit
so.
over
Yeah.
4.
Now we did have all the people we looked at a little while ago. We're on pace to get there. So let's see who we've got where. Looks like Eric
Got some
McGee.
volunteers
hey,
waving.
is that
hey,
Brett?
guys.
I can't even see things. No, Brett had a green thing on yesterday, but thank you for playing along. Wave, dance, do something entertaining. Shelby will be there sometime soon.
Yes.
Looks like we got Eric McGee is around mile 170 and needs to be at mile 177 to make that cutoff. John Kilburn, keep going, John. Elizabeth Russ, keep going, Elizabeth. Tanya Carmona. Brent Knott. Who else can I see here? Oops. Aylin Davis. Aylin is our deaf runner. So
Yeah.
go Aylin. But it looks like most people, well, we hope they all make it as it approaches 5 o'clock here in
Just got to
Arizona.
keep moving forward. That's what it's all about, right? Relentless forward progress.
Yeah, and swimming back to the feed now, we've got our John G Skycam. Thank you, John G. Clothes are super comfortable, and you can see that is coming through Buffalo Park there. So it looks very different during the day. You'll notice the bright Arizona sunshine today, the giant pine trees. It was a little different in the cold and rain last night. But hopefully that snow that was up top of Eldon will be starting to melt, at least, if not completely melted off for the rest of our runners as they make that big, roughly 3,000 feet climb.
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood, yeah.
You never know.
You never know now. Anything can happen. It is Arizona. Who would have thought it's a cold, rainy, dreary start to the race? Wet Cocodona versus hot and dry Cocodona. Anything can happen. It's an ultra, being ready to pivot and adjust and change as necessary is super critical. Ooh,
We
and
got someone
someone
running
is moving with
real
poles.
good. Again, it's so humbling sometimes to see how well some of these runners are moving at this point in the race. And I go out for my normal 6 mile jog and I'm not moving that well.
Yeah, no. How was your run today?
It was really nice. I was definitely tired running off the residual Red Bull, but I got to, run out to one of the aid stations while no one was there, but kind of get a little peek at the course.
Yeah, no. Sometimes that's
So we have eyes on Ryan for everyone in the chat who has been asking.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a
Thank
lot
you
of
to John G for the Skycam here.
Yeah, so Ryan is an engineering student at the ripe old age of 42.
Never too late.
Way to go. And this is neat to see. This will be his fifth 200. He's completed 2. He dropped 2. So
Okay. Getting
looks
above that
looks
50%
like he's going
average.
to, even it out, take one off.
Nice.
And what have we got here? The furthest distance that he has run before is the Bigfoot 200, 209 miles. So he not just took that off, but
So we
is
think
setting a
that
new
might
thing.
be Cam behind Ryan in the red. So
yeah, they were
they
moving.
could really start battling it out now.
Yes, this could be a sprint to the finish for
I've been dying to
placement.
see a sprint finish like that. So
Yeah, okay, and let's pull this up. What would that sprint be for?
got to be in the top 20, I would imagine.
So that would be for 15th and 16th place in the men's field. I don't know if I can count high enough to get to what that would be overall. But they both are moving.
Yeah.
That would be really cool if they, I'm curious, maybe how many miles did they spend together? Have they been chatting with each other, ignoring each other, all these things that
Oh, yeah,
happen?
I do think, someone said, I think Cam is the one in the blue shorts and the red shoes, because that does look like what he was wearing earlier in the race. So
All right. Well, they're
Moving
both
pretty
moving
good.
well. Yeah, and you're seeing those shadows too. Once it has been a nice, warm, sunny day here in Flag, but as it gets to that transition into twilight, it cools down pretty good, and that's gonna be a cold climb up Eldon.
that is
for
one of those
anyone.
things that I always kind of forget. It's like that in Colorado too, where just the moment the sun disappears, you get that instant temp drop. Even sometimes the sun goes behind a big enough cloud.
Yes.
Suddenly you're freezing.
Yes, because it looks like we have an overnight low of 38 degrees with some 5 to 10 mile an hour winds here in Flag overnight. So that will be bone chilling for anyone
Yeah.
making the ascent or the.
Especially, 4 days in, you're exhausted, your body isn't working quite correctly, you're not kind of managing your body temperature quite as well, I imagine it's a lot easier to get a little too cold.
Yeah, there'll be lots of puffy coats at the finish and blankets and whatnot.
Multiple puffy coats.
Multiple puffy coats, as I quite enjoyed standing by the propane heater they had
For
at
sure.
Trinity Heights last night when we were out there. So thank you to all the volunteers for having that out there, keeping me warm, so keeping everybody else warm.
There was a volunteer I saw last night who had, all the puffies and then a big blanket. And I was like,
Yeah, that
Absolutely.
is the way to go. Thank you all. 2,100 of you watching the live stream in the chat right now.
For everyone saying that it's not a battle and looks like they're holding hands, that is actually what I would like. I've been asking since, I don't know, Wednesday, for someone to finish holding hands. And I think that would be great.
Talk of that. Too many conversations to run through my head right now. I have heard that, but was it you? Was it you and Tara?
I know
was
me
it
and
you
Tara were
Tomorrow?
talking about it for a
I don't
while.
even remember now. We'll shout out Johnji with our Sky Cam. Thank you, Johnji, for being a sponsor. We've also got Speedland, so pretty sure Cameron Haynes is wearing his signature shoe.
I would imagine.
Well, he's out there. We got the nice red Cocodona specials here on the table. We've got NAC as a sponsor. If you heard, we made that quick announcement earlier. There will be a fun area for people to hang out in Buffalo Park, 10 to 6. Ultraspire with their packs, which work fantastic for many people.
Can't forget the waist lights.
The waist lights,
The
yes.
waist lights they make are incredible.
Those are incredible. I got one, and you can cast a shadow on stuff 30 feet away.
You don't have to, I just get headaches so bad with headlamps. And sometimes I even get a neck ache because I have to kind of crane my head down. So the waist lamp has been an absolute game changer for me.
They are fun. We got Tailwind. I know that's what I was drinking when I was up there trying to keep up with Rachel yesterday. Catula, Squirrel's Nut Butter. That's our Fort Tuthill aid station sponsor. And then Satisfy. And we have passed the cutoff for Satisfy, the Fane Ranch aid station with their nice comfy couches.
That looked pretty sick.
I never made it out there to even see what was there beyond hearing about the comfy coaches. There was something food-wise.
I would just be in it for the couches. It looked really cozy.
It looked very inviting, and that's what we were passing on. Christopher Ropp was at the back of the pack at that point. We're like, dude, keep going, but do not sit in the couch. You got to keep going.
That would be for crew, maybe. You don't want your runner to sit in the couch like that. That's really dangerous.
No, so kudos to all of y'all. We also have Cooperative Coffee Roasters had provided some coffee that we were drinking. That came with Troy Meadows, so thank you. You have been keeping me caffeinated. I've still got some somewhere around here. Where's my coffee cup somewhere? We'll find it later. And then we had an interview with the Wander Project as well, so some great stuff that they're doing.
Yeah, if this is inspiring you to run the race next year, maybe look into getting a charity bib. Really add some extra impact with your race registration.
Yeah, and if you're looking at that cost of Cocodona 250 or something, another great way to make it more affordable or ease some of that financial is do some volunteering. There's some great opportunities to be part of this, making peanut butter sandwiches at aid stations, or following with some of those live stream cams or volunteers.
Yeah, if you need to get a long run in, I have it on pretty good authority that is one way. I mean, we had Cody get in 60, 70 miles doing the follow cams, so.
Yeah, course sweeps, lots of opportunities.
Get your training in and earn some race credits at the same time.
Yeah, and if Arizona's not in your cards, Coconuna's not in your cards, check out your local race organization as well. There are tons and tons of opportunities. Just join part of the community.
Yeah, do trail work.
Oh, trail work, yeah, that's a huge one as well. These trails unfortunately do not maintain themselves, and some of them have taken a pretty good beating after the rain and hail.
Yeah, especially with the rain and the mud, it's so easy to get all that extra erosion happening, and we got to fix that.
Yeah, well, even, we ran the same trail at different times today. You've definitely got the bike ruts and all that stuff on that Flagstaff Urban Trail, so even though it's, quote, flat, you still got to mind your ankles and eyeballs and keep yourself going. So Buffalo Park here, the runners left Cameron and Ryan left the aid station at Trinity Heights, 3.9 miles to the finish. So, yeah, want to say it's about 300-foot elevation. Oh, and what have we got? Somebody going up Eldon.
Oh.
I remember that from yesterday.
Yeah,
It
I don't
was
think I
muddier
would
than
be
that
running
yesterday.
climb.
Much muddier than that yesterday. Moving really well. Just looking for a bib number there. Oh, waving at us. Thank you. I don't see a bib number. Let's see if we can figure out who that is off the tracker. Where's Eldon on my map here?
Oh, we got Nathan Hanneman.
Nathan Hanneman. Nice work, Nathan.
Oh, I love Colorado. Hello. Parker, I have a friend who lives there.
Okay, Nathan Hanneman. What do we know? He loves that the course goes through so many different geographic areas, and his previous long distance, there we go. They,
wow, look at that
they
run.
hit the crest. Saw the fist bump, and now they're moving. His previous longest distance is 100 miles, so here he is.
Quite a jump. 1.5 times more.
1.5 times, pretty close to coming to the finish. That is the Eldon Lookout trail going down there. Got a really cool video of Rachel and Jake last night doing their hug there. Nathan was looking forward to Sedona, so I hope he saw Sedona in the daylight and didn't go through it in the dark and the rain. We heard there was some challenging navigation through there, not ideal conditions. And then at some point I saw someone butt scooting down. I don't remember what.
You know,
was that today?
I've been
I don't
there. We all have. I have no shame in my butt scoot game sometimes. I like to stay alive.
Anything you can do to keep yourself going forward is a pace.
I've broken enough bones going downhill.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I fell off.
How many? What and where?
I fell off Sanitas in Boulder. I was doing the Skyline Traverse, and I was trying to get around some hikers, so I kind of just blew right past them, ate shit, got up embarrassed, ran off, pretended I was fine, and then I noticed my hand was sticking in the wrong direction, so I popped it back into place because I thought it was dislocated, pulled Achilles and tucked it into my vest, and ran the last couple miles back to my car. And the guy I was dating was like, "We should probably go to urgent care." And the X-ray was broken.
Oh wow! So do you have pins and stuff? You got a cool scar?
No, I actually lucked
sign
out.
Of it down there.
I didn't break my scaphoid, which you usually break in that kind of fall. I only broke my radius, so it actually healed perfectly.
Wow. Well, that's the best
fun
possible
fact,
outcome you could have had.
Don't fall down Sanitas, I would say.
Yeah, please don't do that. And don't fall going down Eldon. It was pretty dicey yesterday when I came down it the second time.
Take the extra time and go a little slower versus...
Mind your footing, mind your eyeballs, mind your face, mind that giant, what did Jake and Rachel call it? The axe head rock?
Yeah.
That is, it looked unpleasant. So yeah, just be careful on the descent, and then if you're careful on that, you can see the last few miles here on the Skycam.
Someone's pulling ahead of Cam. I don't know if that's his pacer or if it's Ryan, but...
Yeah, it looks like we got some cameras out there too, kid out there, whole family affair. It'll be really cool to see them come into the finish line in next 15 minutes, half an hour.
Sometime soon. They're getting there, and it looks like they're moving pretty well, so...
So yeah, we're at day 4, hour 84. Runners of the 250 have 125 hours to finish this grand adventure. So we've still got 6, 16, and 25 would make 41 hours left of this Saturday morning at 10 a.m. And we've also got the Sedona Canyons 125 happening right now. So those runners also have until Saturday morning at 5 a.m. to finish their grand adventure. So we've had a handful of finishers of that race already. We have our female one was, our podium has finished of that race. So Andrea White in first overall, or first female, Brianna Boley and Christine Almond in third. And it looks like our fourth female is within, looks like 4 miles of the finish. For the 125 men, our top 3, Nick Allen, Kevin Dye, and Cole Crosby. So kudos and congratulations to all of them, as well as everyone who's on the start line, everyone who's still out in the field, and anyone who may have DNF'd. That's all right. Hopefully you can come back next year and give it another go.
Take all those lessons you learn. I feel like I learned more from my DNFs than my actual finishes, so.
Totally. What has been the cause of some of your DNFs?
Oh, God. Well, I DNF'd Run Rabbit Run last year because I stopped being able to breathe.
That sucks.
No, it's super sucked. Wouldn't I think I ran the whole course, but I finished about 45 minutes after the last cutoff. Yeah, I learned that I need to use my inhaler.
Yeah, breathing's important.
Yeah, breathing's super important. Also, as I discussed with Tara earlier, salt is actually important.
Yes.
It's not just a conspiracy theory. Electrolytes do help. So taking those forward with me.
Yeah, good lessons to have.
I've been doing this for too long to just be learning that now, but it's fine.
It happens, you know. We have good days, we have bad days.
Yeah. Okay, so it looks like the red hoodie's a pacer.
Okay.
Yellow bibs. So I think that is
yes,
Cam and Ryan together,
that looks
helping
like
each other get to the finish.
That looks like the Speedlands. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Speedland, our big sponsor for this. One of the big sponsors of this. Thank you very much.
Yep. I have a pair of Speedlands in my car. They're like my emergency trail shoes.
Oh yeah, I do like the grip. I have a pair that I didn't bring with me.
Mm-hmm.
I just brought one pair of other shoes, but I do like them for those muddy conditions. That would have been perfect. That I was not anticipating.
Yeah, finding the right shoe for mud, I feel like can be so hard because you need like a pretty big lug and just the ability to kind of kick all that mud off.
Yes. Yeah, definitely doing my best to get some shots going up Eldon of what this is Rachel, and then this is what's falling off of my feet, and you can see what I'm walking through. Here's the snow.
I have so many pictures of like all the muddy
fun
runs I've done where I take a picture of my shoe with just that 6 inches of mud caked onto the bottom before I kick it off. Just so everyone knows, that's why I was going so slow.
That's okay. You're out there doing it. That's the whole thing. Like anybody can do this. You know, 250 miles. You have a 125-hour cutoff. If you manage yourself, I guess in theory it's possible to walk.
Yeah.
The entirety of it. You would just
Especially
need to
if
be
you have,
very aware of the cutoffs.
I think through hiking experience would definitely help with that.
Yes. Yes. And on that note, we've got our through hiker, the Chisholm family. Let's do a check in and see where Jenny's at right now. That's the remaining hiking family member. Both Brody and Elliot unfortunately DNF'd this race, but Jenny is at, currently it looks like 246. That would put her somewhere beginning the Eldon climb.
Yeah.
And I know I was able to speak with some of her crew earlier who asked if I could refer to them by trail names. So we had...
I remember Pizza Boy.
Pizza Boy, yes.
That one I really liked.
Yes, good memory. Pizza Boy, Gasket, and Steggy have been crewing for the Chisholm family. So kudos to them. They probably are at the finish line at this point. So I may see them when I mosey down there shortly.
Yeah.
With bib. Jenny is 135. So off the tracker, it looks like she is on that long climb up the back side of Eldon. Super fun climb up the back side of Eldon.
It depends on your definition of fun. What type of fun, you know?
And it looks like we've got some audio coming in.
So we don't have to, what am I talking about? Whatever you want.
There he is, the man of the hour.
I just want to say thanks for all the support. Love and strength to all. We had a great time here. Thank you, Jamil, for an awesome event, sharing Arizona with us. And we saw a lot of great stuff.
Yeah.
This guy's a stud.
Aw.
But
I want to thank all the volunteers, man. All the ones that took care of me.
yeah, the great food.
Yeah, everything was good.
Great food.
Handled my feet.
Yeah, have to deal with us, which isn't good.
What was your favorite part
Of the course or the experience?
of the course?
Man, I like to suffer, obviously. That last climb, legit. That was legit.
You just pointed out everybody's least favorite part of the course.
Yeah, I mean, what I was saying earlier. No, a pastor of this church came and brought us a bottle of water, and we were coming right off the mountain, and he hiked up because he's following the live stream and the tracker, and so he brought us water. We were out of water, but I told him, I said, you know, because I knew just talking about God and stuff would resonate, but I said, you know, the more you suffer, the closer we are to God, because when we die, that's obviously when we're the closest. So the more you suffer, that you just feel that power. So we just had 80 some hours of just an amazing experience that we're going to remember for the rest of our lives. Remember who we were with, what we were doing, and how it made us feel. And I think that suffering and that relationship with God plays into that.
I love it. Beautiful experiences.
Yeah, it was incredible. It was like, when else would you experience this? Never.
I think I met God last night.
Did you?
Oh yeah, we came very close.
Yeah.
It was an experience.
So what was your best part?
Best part? Oh man, the chicken nuggets. The chicken nuggets.
He has brought
I
that
can't
up like
stop
3
thinking
times.
of them. They're the best thing that. Everything was really good,
I thought
except for
you
the
were-
2 nights.
I thought you were gonna say me, but
Oh,
it's fine. It's fine.
We got to get is that a Hank Williams
Yeah.
shirt there?
That's
Heck
right.
yeah.
Good job, buddy.
That's fashion.
Yeah.
We did have a question in the chat whether they're going to finish holding hands or go for a sprint finish.
Okay, so the question from the chat is, are you guys going to finish holding hands, or is someone going to out sprint the other?
He said he was gonna let me win just because I'm elderly now, and he thinks it'd be the right thing to do. Yeah, that's just the kind of person he is. So I'm gonna get the hard fought victory. It looks like.
my ultrasound was better anyway. So
Yeah, we're like
I think we're like neck and neck.
his ultra sign up is, well, mine's 0.001. I didn't
Get
get
that little boost.
I didn't get last place once. So, but no, great time.
Yo, should we just hang out to the side and get DFL?
We could. That's always fun.
Saturday, sometime around 10.
Yeah.
Just sit here, some lawn chairs.
No, but how amazing is the live stream? I mean, it's like an event for people.
Kind of crazy. I'm pretty sure it's not going down.
I mean, I don't know, but is there crazy stuff that happens in there?
Yeah, we capture a lot. We
Is it,
capture a lot.
Like live stream after dark?
We get a little wily. Chris Warden's known to get things a little spicy at night. Luckily this
There
year,
is a standing
AJW
invitation
is
for runners to
running
stop by the
race.
studio.
It's doing good. Doing
Yeah.
good.
Where's he at?
I have not checked in a minute.
Oh, okay.
Can we get a where's AJW?
Yeah.
Let's see what they say.
Where do we go this way?
Across the street.
Mile 195.8, so give me a sec here. Bib number 76.
AJW's ticket 196 roughly.
Oh, nice.
Looks like he's under I-17 right now
You think you're almost there.
Thank you.
as
You're
he's
not almost
approaching. What would that be? Moving towards Kelly Canyon.
There's another question.
Any other questions in the chat? Cam's feeling the vibes to answer some cues.
Cam's got the vibes. Let's see what we got. Will there be a piggyback ride across the finish line?
We're kind of on a really loud street, so it's hard for me to hear, but we'll see if we can't get any questions. Oh, you're getting the love from the fire department?
We've got questions about what sunglasses he's wearing.
The amount of love Cam is getting right now on the streets is pretty insane.
Second place in Arizona Monster 300 right here.
Ooh, shouting out his pacer, second place. The AZ Monster.
Wasn't first. Taylor's bike. Now would not be a good time to get packed while we're doing this publicity stuff.
Okay, question for Cam. What's his next race?
Rocking with those. We got the Dino shorts.
Yeah.
We got the GSCCD.
Yep.
Look at those. One pair the whole time, or did you change?
Oh, God. That rain softened up the feet. So we had rain and hail first, basically 2, maybe 3 days, and so the shoes got wet. Of course, that first Ground King section is pretty technical, so your feet move around and your shoes get wet and kind of get sloppier, and the feet took a beating. Did you not?
I changed it. I wanted to do it longer.
should have brought my headphones and just gave one to you so you could just talk right to the live stream.
Oh, good. Hey, guys.
Thanks, Mark. Keep it up.
Good job.
What a cool town, eh?
Yeah, it's awesome. This, we saw people like, this tracking. They know where you are at all times. So we had signs and, like I said, the water. Nice. But yeah, a lot of great people out there.
I have to say, as producing the live stream, I think I've been punished almost relentlessly for the last 2 days because I don't have a camera specifically on you at all times. So,
what are you thinking?
We need the cam. That's what we need.
Oh, there you go. See, it's even already got a little moniker.
Yeah, a little ring to it. I like it.
Are those the 005s?
No, these are the 001s. 005s are pretty sick.
You gotta try it.
It's worth it.
Bloody ankle.
So bad. Oh no.
Oh, this is turning into a van. Is it pretty fun to do?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work. A lot of work. We love it.
Yeah, no, but I tell you, people just love being dialed, locked in on something. I know when we did, the monster, it's like just refreshed a million times. So see what's going on.
It's been nonstop. People want to know how you're doing, where you're at, and it feels like as soon as someone pops in the chat and like, "How's Cam doing?" You get 50 people like, "He's at mile 142," and
He sucks.
They know of like just about your nutrition plan even.
Oh, nice.
How many elk did you kill though?
Okay.
We saw him take his bow out at mile 48.
Right.
Making some dinner.
Killed a javelina out there. We had to
See an elk
survive.
though, you said, right?
What?
You saw an elk?
I saw one elk. I saw
like
an elk this morning.
3 bunnies and 2
Are you sure you saw that elk?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and one thing, I bought one of those old Courtney shirts, the leopard in the hammock.
Yeah.
But it's so faded you can't see it. Thanks.
Cam's having some malfunctions here.
I'll take it. You don't want a violation.
Yeah. What was it?
I'll get busted, man. But yeah, I wish I had my leopard in the hammock shirt right now.
Shout out to Courtney D.
Yep. Man, crazy. That race was hard on people. I mean, just like, legends. Tough. I want to check in on Max. I heard he was hurting. And Jesse Gaines and Courtney, of course. It's a tough race.
Tough race.
Tough race. I was surprised at how hard it was.
Up over here.
Oh, bullshit.
There we go. Go that way. Yep.
Oh, look at this. Look at this artistic. Where do I go? I'm just like nonchalant, like a model. What? I had a good
Stay out of your shot as we're going. Let's make sure we shoot across in the chest.
Hey guys.
Rules. I can't remember. There was one.
Under a mile to go.
I thought we were done.
You were hoping to end at the hospital?
Yeah, right here.
I mean, maybe do a study
What
on
I do, I need a shower. I know that. Somebody was saying at one of the camps, they're like, oh, they have showers. No.
I don't think you can sew my feet way back on.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
It's not
Here's
there.
one question for the gin pop. I'll go back to my prison days. But in gin pop, have you ever felt a blister pop? Like just standing there, and it hurts so bad. But has anybody felt as they're just chilling, a blister actually pop? That's your question.
I've had one wake me up in my sleep.
Yeah. Freaking hurts.
Did you have a blister pop last night?
Yeah, I almost did that.
Over a blister.
Yeah. Nah. I mean, how it works is like usually it's a million little things that cause that, and a blister popping would have contributed to that feeling for sure. But it's also you got hundreds of miles to go, sleep deprived, maybe out of water. Yeah, probably has that. Yep.
I don't want to put any pressure on you, but your competition has just decided to take a little step forward.
Where?
Are you gonna let him beat you like this?
Oh, yeah. I'm good. What we're gonna do? Well, wait, we can't tell our secret. Yeah, no, it's fine.
So just stay tuned, is what you're saying.
Yeah, stay tuned.
Okay, well, stay tuned for this.
What we call it in the business is the big reveal. But yeah, what I need to do, shower now.
I think we can get that arranged here in a mile or so.
Yeah. But I don't know, great race. I don't know, it's one of those things where I always saw like the solidness, and it's like, oh man, that's cool, I'd love to do that. But don't forget how hard it is. That's why we loved it, but man, that is a brutal test. Now it's great. And, yeah, we'll take the confidence from this, but be ready. Have you done it?
I have not. I'm too busy on this side of the screen.
Yeah. Well, I got all the other distances too. That's pretty sick.
Yeah.
People doing the 80-miler and the 125, I think.
It's a whole week of Cocodona.
Yeah.
Pick your race and have fun.
Man, it's so cool. The organization is nuts. So good. Beautiful weather.
Did Courtney depart any terrible dad jokes for you?
No. No. She is like, okay. You remember Princess Diana?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, remember when she got married? Or would go anywhere? That's how it is with Courtney and trail running. So I didn't get the chance to just hang out and hear dad jokes because I saw her at the packet pickup. Man. Oh wait, I don't know if I did see her. I saw her at the race morning, but I heard at packet pickup she was, it was like paparazzi, so I didn't really have a chance. But she definitely has good dad jokes. Got any jokes, James? I know that's why you're looking.
After the live stream.
Yeah. I know. I can't edit that out.
Jokes are banned from the live stream for now.
Yeah. You got a runner coming. Long way. How's the finish line vibes?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good down there. It's fun. I think you're gonna be quite surprised with how many people are packed in that little town square.
And what are they doing? Just waiting for runners?
Wait for you, man. All for you.
Yeah.
They're bringing that Hank William vibes to the finish line.
Good. Yeah. I don't know. I feel really lucky to be here. very lucky. I hadn't done a 200 since, well, it was when me and Courtney did Moab. So, like, her coming out party was, I think it was 2018. And Rogan was following me because I'd done Bigfoot, and I was going to do Moab. And then Courtney, like I said, her first big race there. And Joe was like, yeah, you did good, but who's this girl? And then he had her on the show, and now she's a global icon. Kind of cool. But yeah, the point is, I hadn't done a 200 since Moab. So I didn't even know if I still could.
Well, look at you go.
Yeah.
Added 50 to it, huh?
57. Now, see, that's the dark secret nobody wants to talk about.
The bonus miles?
Cocodona 250, that is 250, not 257. And I'm at, well, my watch actually says 259.7. So we got we'll do some auditing on this course.
I'll let you take that up with Jamil at the finish.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. You're going to get right on that right here. I think it's just to share more love with runners. You got 7 extra miles for free.
See? You only paid for 250. You got 257.
So I actually should be thanking him. Yeah. I saw him out doing, he did the 80, right?
Yeah, I did Mingus.
Yeah. I saw him in the middle of the night one night. He's listening to, like, sports talk radio, something like that.
Did you listen to any music while you were out here?
I did David Goggins' Raw Dog the whole time. So listen, I had that's music reference. If that wasn't inside joke, not inside. I can't find them, but I had 2 fully charged AirPods. Had every intention of listening to music, never listened. So yeah, no music, just grinding. Stay hard.
Nice little Goggins throw there. I love that.
Yeah. I love Goggins. Did you get good views on the live stream?
Pretty dang solid.
Nice. So fun. Isn't technology, he's doing stuff too. Look at everybody with cameras. It's an event.
Well, Cam, I think the people have spoken. We got to get you in to do an interview sometime tomorrow or the next day in the studio to talk about how your day went.
Studio? Where do I go?
Right at the street here.
Really?
We already passed it. We could have just gone right in and done your interview and then let you finish.
Is there a green room?
I got a bedroom you can hang out in.
Yeah, I mean, like, real studios have green rooms.
We're not that professional,
like
Cam.
Seriously, Zach.
Gummy bears.
He can be so cheesy sometimes.
All right, guys, you heard it. He wants some M&Ms and gummy bears.
Yeah, you can hear me, Zach. You're being cheesy.
But yeah, it's going to happen. Got a lot of good stories from out there. 80 hours on the course.
Think we can condense those 80 hours down into like a short 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Probably.
Well,
you know how important it is. Yes.
I've been following you. Well
Yeah?
done. Yeah, I'm
Thank
so
you. I appreciate
inspired.
it.
Yeah.
Thank you. What's your name?
Susan.
All right.
Yeah, I've been running since cross country in high school, but I'm just so impressed by the grit you guys have.
Well, I was feeling that love, and that got me right here.
Girl, you are so close.
So thank you. Yeah. So just let me know whenever it works.
we need to get you a shower and a burger and maybe a little nap.
A nap. Yeah. I did 45 minutes first night, none the second, and then about like 50 last night. It does wake up the legs though.
Little naps?
Yep.
Were you able to fully sleep or did you just rest?
Hey, buddy. Thank you. No, I fell asleep. Yeah, so I did it back at where my crew was. Hey, you can't sit, no loitering. sitting was awesome. Can't wait to see you try sitting. Be nice. All I can do is walk. If I do anything other than this,
Start running.
sitting I do.
Zach, if you can hear me, tell him Bronco Billy says run.
Okay. Good job. Thank you. Hey, Jamil.
Hey, Zach, it's Jeff Browning.
What's up, Jeff?
We worked through something. I was almost complaining about.
Tell Cam he's supposed to run.
3 miles.
This is a running race?
Tell him to quit talking to everybody. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice work, man.
It's great.
Glad you made it.
Yeah.
Oh, Jamil.
Oh, it's
We keep moving. No one stop you.
Let's get that finished.
Yeah.
I could have something happen between here and there.
I think the chat's telling you to keep hammering.
Oh, what?
Keep hammering. You
There
gotta.
have been a lot of hammer
gotta run to that
emojis for
finish line.
sure.
I know. Look at. See, that's one place right there.
There you go.
He's looking back over his shoulder.
He's scared.
This is a downhill.
You got him where you want him.
Run.
Watch this.
There we go. Giddy up.
Just having fun. Look how well he's running. He could have been running the whole time.
Dude, look at him go.
Uh-oh. I got ahead of Steve.
Oh, he had to catch Ryan.
I got ahead of Steve.
That's my sprint finish that I wanted. Here we go.
I don't think I can hold that up.
Yeah. Is this it? What do you hit that car?
In Florida.
What now?
I said, don't get hit by a car.
Oh.
Oh man, why'd you do that?
I'm like feeling so good.
Almost got over Ryan. I'm sorry I didn't. Oh, whoa.
You gotta sign a book, brother. I'm giving you.
What's he doing? Signing a book.
Oh my god. How can you say no to that face, though? Yeah. Okay, now drop it. Start running.
You ran 2 miles with me. About. What? This guy did it. In Munch Park. Or wait, is that what it is?
Munch Park is kind of neat.
Yeah.
Oh, you were going at Munch Park?
Yeah.
You ran alongside Dan in the middle of the night? Saw you out there sprinting past him.
Good to go.
Thank you. How have you been? Was that yesterday I saw you? Okay. It's all blending together. So you got your book? Yeah. That's sick.
That was pretty
I'll hook you up. I'll hook you up. Just because you're a trail BFF. Oh, your book? You got a book? Hey guys.
Yeah! Get it, brother.
Thank you. How you doing? Yeah, hey, work it.
He's gonna have a whole posse by the time he hits the finish line.
Dude, that lit my legs up. That's kind of felt good. You do a lap around the block, and then.
I thought we were doing 40-yard dash.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey guys. 40-yard dash touchdown.
Make it 257 miles and you were broke. You know? That's not.
Because I need to get behind Scott.
Chris, let's pull out.
We can get that. I don't know what you think I'm going to be like, but we'll do something. Okay?
Make it happen.
Oh, yeah, Cam. Let's go, baby.
Sprint finish.
Go get him. They were singing.
Sorry, we had to cut the audio, guys. We have to not get copyright strikes on YouTube with the music.
Here's our next finisher in the 125, Sean Rogers of Silver City, New Mexico. 5th place in the men's race right here. Way to go, Sean. Chris. You can't leave yet. Yeah, you can do it after. Oh, yeah. We can do that now. Oh, that was hard, man. That was hard. Yeah. I think it's like, just stick to the water. You still have to. I got it. Oh, yeah. He's a great
I do like how Ryan said that he was going to let Cam finish first, and he definitely didn't.
There you go. Yeah, and I'm also. Oh, thank you. Okay. That's all right. Hey, good stuff? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good. Oh. that was so fun.
Yeah, for those in the chat talking about Dante, it does look like he's about a mile out of the finish. So hopefully we will see him coming through fairly soon.
Cam had the same bib I had in the last year. Lucky 13.
Was that
Mine
that
was
good
kind
luck
of
or bad luck?
Mine was kind of unlucky.
Yeah. You finished.
I did. Dang it. I walked it. I walked that last 2 miles. Once I got past, I was like, actually, Kevin, the guy that was facing me, I was like, where's Arlen? He goes, oh, he hasn't got to the top of Eldon yet. I'm like, we can walk. I don't have to run at all.
No motivation to run.
No, once you get past, you're like, I've been in the lead for 165 miles.
Yeah, God.
Yeah. Yeah, a little unfinished business. Yeah, well, it's a cool course. I think there's definitely some advantage at the finish.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing what's coming. And that's like my training ground there. I park at Sandy Seep Trailhead all the time, right where the AZT goes under the tunnel at 89.
Mm-hmm.
It's like half a mile from there, through the trailhead.
He's got no excuse.
Yeah, exactly. Man, I almost need some coffee. I've been
We
like,
had some.
what?
We had some, but it was like 2 days old.
I've been running my butt off on the course.
Yeah.
I ran 17 today. I ran 25 yesterday.
Okay.
Over
You're not
Eldon.
quite up to the point of the guy who was videoing who ran 60. But
Oh my gosh! Over Eldon twice.
ugh.
It was fun though.
I felt good about my 8 miles this morning after the 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. shift here.
Oh god!
So.
Did you go right out?
Yeah, I
You're
had,
like,
I had
otherwise I'm
2
not gonna
Red
get it.
Bulls in 6 hours, so I was like, I can't sleep right now. So
Yeah,
I
you gotta
just-
go run it off.
Yeah.
Smart.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of opinions on the switch for going up and down Eldon. It seemed like most people prefer it the other way.
Well, yeah, because that downhill's heinous. Are we back on?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, I've heard that the change with the uphill just kind of makes it longer because most people aren't, even though it's kind of runnable, and most people aren't running it at that point.
Yeah,
And
no
then
one's
the
running
downhill
it.
is super slow.
Yeah, I mean it's over an 8-mile climb from the tunnel at 89 to get to the summit of Eldon now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a really, really long climb. So all those extra miles basically are in that long climb. It's a huge climb. I mean, you have a traverse a bit, but it's not. It's very slightly uphill runnable.
Mm-hmm.
Coming out of the tunnel for maybe a mile or two, a mile and a half, and then another mile and a half of really punchy, kind of rocky section of the AZT. And then when you turn on Hart, you have a 5.5 mile climb to the high point of Sunset Trail, which is basically the highest point. Oh, looks like we got another finisher here.
This is probably Dante, I would imagine. Or maybe not. That might be a 125.
Stay tuned. We're figuring that out real quick.
Yeah.
Claire's on it.
Got the laptop up. I believe that was 404 perhaps, Sean Rogers.
Oh, is it the
Maybe.
125?
Yeah, I think so, because it looks like Dante's still about a mile out.
Yeah.
He also jumped really high, which I think for 257 miles.
Yeah, you don't see too many people doing that at the end of the 250.
We saw Dan Green give a tiny little jump on camera as he was, I think, coming down Eldon, but it was not very high.
Yeah, the new climb is really pretty. I've gone backwards on the course twice. Yesterday and today. Started and went up Eldon, down what they come down now, and then went across on top and then went down Hart. and just to cheer people on and see everybody. And I had some runners in the race too. And I was out at Wildcat at like midnight last night and ran with Mike McKnight for a couple of miles.
Nice.
In the dark, because he went solo this year. No pacer.
God.
I mean, he had a crew, but he didn't have a pacer.
Yeah.
But yeah, the new course is really, actually, I think aesthetically is really cool. That climb. That is a gnarly downhill, though.
Yeah. Every time I saw a video of the people going down, it just had gingerly they're going down these massive. I was like, oh.
And you almost have to get like psyched up to go through a few sections because there are some big stair-steppy drops on that downhill. It's hard to do when you're fresh to run it.
Yeah.
You really have to be on it. It's super technical.
I would not be, I would say, up for that at mile 250, whatever.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the more challenging sections of the whole course. I'd say probably the most challenging 2 miles of the entire course. But pretty, especially today with the sun out. And yesterday was really cool because there was clouds in that bowl. So it's kind of like a U-shaped kind of ridge line with Eldon kind of on the south end of it, and then another rock formation on the north end of it. And so you can see your entire route as you start to climb, maybe a half a mile from turning onto Hart Trail. It opens up and you can see the entire route. You can see like where you're going to go up to the ridge, and the ridge they go all the way across. If you know where the route is, you can pretty much see the whole thing. It's pretty cool.
I also heard mixed reviews on the addition of like the Hangover Trail. I think depending on mostly if you got to it with the light or if you were there in the dark. Apparently it was a little scary in the dark.
I'm sure it was a little scary in the dark. It is hard to follow in a couple spots, and there's a little bit of exposure, and I'm sure it was a little slippery on the sandstone when it was raining, so that wouldn't have been really very fun. But in most years it's going to be dry, Yeah. 1 out of 15 years it's going to be dry. This
Probably an outlier.
This is literally a 1 in 15 year storm for this time of year. Maybe a day, 24 hours, blows out. We might have one day where we had this kind of rain. But to have 3 in a row where it just kind of rained pretty consistently, that's pretty rare for this time of year. It's usually our fire season, so it's usually bluebird every day like today. So...
Do you think they would have run faster or slower if it had been normal weather?
Dan and I actually were talking about that, and I think it just evens out.
With the mud?
Yeah, mud slows you down. You're faster on day 1 because you don't have to carry as much water in sections. And on day 2, at least for the lead pack, we're going through the desert on day 2, and it's very exposed, just like day 1, and it's hot, typically. So you have to carry more water for those sections, which you don't have to when it's cooler. So there is the weight factor, but there's the mud factor.
Yeah.
And it's really hard on, ankles, shins, stabilizer muscles, hip flexors, all those kind of things. And I think...
It can add up too after,
And you're dealing with gear constantly. You're like on, off. Whereas when it's warm and sunny and clear, it's amazing. It was really hard as a crew. My runner...
everyone looks so cold.
Yeah, my runner dropped at 148, so that's why I'm here the last 2 days, been back up on the course and came back home. But it was really hard the first 2 days as a crew, just dealing with the rain. You're just sitting, trying to get it stay out of the rain the whole time, and normally you're just hanging out, in the sun during the day, and it's pretty nice. It's very social. It wasn't very social this year because everyone's like in their car.
Miserable.
Yeah, everybody's trying to huddle and stay out of the rain, and runners, had more gear changes this year too. I'm sure just to stay warm and not get hypothermic.
So we've got video on Shelby right now. Shelby Farrell. She's our 4th female coming into the finish. Moving pretty well.
Yeah, I saw her on the AZT today when I was out running. When she had just come out of the tunnel, probably maybe a mile out of the tunnel, at 89, before a Hart climb. She was in good spirits. She looked tired too, but everybody does.
Yeah, if someone doesn't look tired at this point, I have a lot of questions about what on earth they're doing.
I have a dream of like running hard every day and then sleeping for like 6 hours in a hotel.
Yeah.
And then running hard the next day and running 6 hours and sleeping.
I do wonder how
much. I wonder if you could how it would pan out because you'd be so much more fresh and you would run faster.
Like I can almost see it being a viable strategy.
Right.
You should just try that.
I'm gonna try it when I'm older.
You're not gonna do that like next year. Or
no, I'm not old enough to do that yet.
How old is old enough? To
I
do
don't
that?
know. Whatever. I'll have to cross that bridge when I get
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm getting pretty old.
Old
Cam and I were talking
sustainability.
about our age at one climbing up Hart.
It's so funny, like the difference between I think trail runners and road runners, what they consider old. Because
Yeah.
I do have some like road marathon friends who are like, "Oh, I'm in my late 30s. I'm like too old for the marathon and stuff." And I'm like, "You need to switch sports if you think late 30s is too old."
Yeah, you can still be really fast in your 50s
Mm-hmm.
in trail running, especially the longer the distance.
Yeah. That's why 6 days exist.
Yeah, exactly. There's something to be said for experience and 20 plus years of like dealing with mental things in
That's
ultras.
what we were talking with Rachel about a bit earlier. Just like when someone in the chat asked what her training for this race looked like, and she was just like, "Oh, the past 10 years, like that's all the training for this race," you know?
Oh yeah, exactly. It all comes together to create a good performance.
Mm-hmm.
Because there is a lot of, one of the things we always kind of joke about is that there's so many puzzle pieces in ultras, but longer the distance. And so when you get to the 200 plus distance, you never find every puzzle piece when you're trying to make your picture. There's always like a bunch of loose puzzle pieces. You're like, those didn't fit anywhere, or they didn't go together.
I love finding new exciting things that can go wrong. So cool.
And then you have a new tool in your toolbox.
Yeah.
So I definitely have more tools in my toolbox after Cocodona last year.
I would hope so.
Yeah. And even more after crewing this year. Mm-hmm. Crewing's a good way to see the course too.
Yeah.
From a strategy perspective. And because when you're in it, you kind of have tunnel vision, you have fatigue. But when you're in the crew, you get to kind of see it with fresh eyes, and see the runner and how tired they get and where they get tired, and see different strategies of the front. It was interesting perspective as a runner who wants to run it again, but also as a coach.
Yeah. Okay, it does look like the chat has decided that was Dante who jumped to finish, which is, again, impressive. 257 miles in.
Yeah, he was
jumped
probably
that
the most
high.
excited to see me when I ran on the course today. He was just in a really good mood. He was like super stoked. It was awesome. I was giving him my farm boy whistle today.
Nice. Oh yeah, we did get some people asking if you're going to run next year. So.
Oh yes, I am.
Good.
I am going to run next year.
Do you want the regular weather, or would you take this?
I want regular weather. Yeah, I'd rather have heat.
Ugh.
Not mud. Ugh.
Yeah, I'd rather neither, personally, if I could make that choice. But
I don't know. Could it rain? Okay, here's ideal conditions.
Mm-hmm.
It rains like 2 days out hard for like 24 to 36 hours. But then it's just overcast
yeah, getting not no
for
direct
day one
sunlight.
and day two.
Yeah.
So maybe it rains on Saturday pretty hard. We have overcast Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and then it could blow out. That would be the ideal fast conditions, because then it would be
We'll
hard
work on
pack
getting
and
that
not
for
muddy.
next year, yeah.
Yeah, because the clay does dry. I mean, everything dries out fast, but during rain and right after the rain, it's so sloppy.
Yeah.
And there's so much clay deposits in both the desert and up here that there's just a lot of slimy peanut butter mud.
Not a fan of that.
No, and
I
it
would
sticks to your
say.
shoes.
Yeah, I hate when you get like fucking 5-pound weights on each
Yeah,
shoe.
5 pound weight. I mean, it was bad. I paced Fane to Mingus, and we couldn't even run. And I had the perspective last year where it was dry, and I couldn't believe like all we would try to run, and it was like so much effort, and we were running the same exact pace as we could hike it, and we're like, okay, just like we just gotta walk. There's nothing you could do. It was just like 5-pound weights on your shoes. It was hard, and I was fresh.
Yeah.
I was trying to keep a good attitude.
It's hard sometimes.
Yeah, as the pacer when you're suffering in rain and mud.
Yeah,
and,
but you can't have a bad attitude.
You can't have bad attitude at all. Yeah. But if I was on a training run, I'd probably be complaining a little bit.
So yeah, we've got Shelby cruising up here still. She broke her foot at Black Canyon last year, finished the race, and now is back here for this.
Wow.
Which is a pretty impressive, little bit over a year.
Yeah.
I'm just so impressed by how well everyone is still running.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's pretty stoked to be out of the rain, too.
Yeah.
Today was really nice.
It got hot. At least down here.
Yeah, well, and I think, too, it's like so much moisture because it rained for so long that everything's really saturated now, which was really good because we had a pretty dry winter. So we needed this moisture. But, yeah, when the sun comes out and hits all that moisture, it really kind of like steams and like makes it a little more humid coming out the ground.
Oh yeah, when I ran this morning, there was just like so much, not steam, like fog just coming off of everything. Which was really, I was like, oh, am I in the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah,
what's going on?
Kind of crazy. Well, that's what the rain felt like.
Yeah.
We used to live in the Pacific Northwest for a long time, and it reminded me more of the western slope of the Cascades the first 3 days of the race.
Yeah. We've got camera on Jenny Chisholm. I think that's probably one of her sons pacing her right now.
That's cool.
I heard a rumor that when the two of them dropped out, they now are pacing her, which is pretty cool.
Cool. How old were they?
I think 17 and 18.
Wow.
Again, if my parents tried to get me to do something like this when I was 17 or 18, that would not have gone over well. I'll say that.
It didn't go. That would not go over well in my house either.
Yeah, I walked the mile in gym class. I was not running 250 miles.
This is a great view from right here where she is.
Mm-hmm.
She looks to her right. Look to your right. It's like the really pretty view.
Wow.
Of Flagstaff.
I feel like I almost wouldn't want to look down and see Flagstaff. Because this time I'd be like, oh my God, it's so far away. That's where I have to go still.
They're going to wind you all the way around the mountain.
Like,
you're going to go up the north side, down the east side, and then back around to the south side.
Oh, man.
This is the high point of the course.
Mm-hmm.
92. Oh, I can't pull. I'm not gonna be able to pull that out of my archives. It's just under 9,300 feet. 92.59. Is that right? Somebody Google that. Google Eldon.
Trying to see on
maybe it's 92.
It looks about 92. No, 9301.
9301? That's the official. I thought it was just under 93 for some reason. Man, I'm really bad. My archives suck. They got a lot of cobwebs in them.
You are getting old.
I am totally getting old. I turned 54 this year, and I was just thinking the other day, it hit me that I could, in another year, I can buy in a 55 plus community.
How does that feel?
Pickleball courts, probably
just
pool,
totally transition. I'm a
happy hour every day. I'm thinking I'm moving there so I don't have to do yard work anymore.
That's not the worst.
I don't think they let you take kids there, though.
No.
I think you have to be empty nesters in those communities.
Oh, photo op.
We're not there yet.
I should ask my mom to pace me for a race. She might.
She an ultra runner?
She runs. She doesn't run ultras, but she's run a couple marathons.
Oh, cool.
So she came and crewed me at Western States and Run Rabbit Run.
Cool.
So. She's transitioned away from the trying to get me to stop mid-race when I look bad to now she does encourage me to finish. So that's
good.
Because she used to be like, "Oh, this looks scary and bad. I don't want you to keep going."
I can relate to that as a parent.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think this is a good idea.
I'm like, "No, I'm fine."
Your friends
I'm
are like,
crying,
you're
but I'm
fine. But your kids, you're like, are you okay?
Yeah. So that knee-jerk reaction.
Well, and you spend your whole life trying to keep you alive.
Yeah.
Right.
Hard to
And once you're an
resist.
adult, you're like, okay, I want them to stay alive.
Yeah. For those in the chat who are asking for Shelby's finish, we will get her there. She's about 2 miles away from the finish, so we will definitely get her finish.
I heard some crews got stuck this year.
I did. I think I heard that too. I think I saw it. I think it was maybe Maggie Forsero, who had like a flat tire on their van. I definitely heard about some people getting caught in mud.
Well, there's two routes you'll get taken on when you go to Walnut Canyon,
Mm-hmm.
and you want to come in from the Walnut Canyon monument side. So from the east side of that aid station, not the west side. Don't get sucked in. There's a seepy, low spot with a lot of ruts, and the four-wheel drive trucks like to go through there. It's one of the worst spots in that whole section. It has to be dry to go through it. So I think that's where someone got stuck. They came
Probably.
in. They came in from the country club side. Don't come in from the country club side. Public service announcement.
See, I think this is maybe the PSA before the race.
Yeah,
maybe
we should.
Not at hour 85.
Yeah, when everybody's trying to drive there, but it's still going to be muddy right now.
Yeah.
So don't go that way. If Google tries to take you that way, don't go that way.
So we never listen to Google.
I heard that was kind of the snafu with the Crown King aid station and drop bags
yeah.
on day one.
That would make sense.
Because they were doing construction on I-17, and Google kept trying to reroute everyone, like on the Senator Highway, like so four-wheel drive roads, to Crown King. But I-17 was actually open. It was just down to one lane until like 6 a.m. or something, and then they opened it back up to 2 lanes. But Google was saying it was closed, even though it wasn't closed. I didn't believe it, and I went that way, and I was fine.
That's why you never listen to Google.
Yeah, well,
Maybe sometimes.
it's
but
okay to listen to Google, but you still should use your
own brain.
your own brain. Don't just use your Google brain.
Using my brain is hard, though. I will say all of the drone footage.
Yeah,
has been
who's
the one
this? We
thing
got
that
a
made me
number
wanna
on-
do that. I think that's still Jenny and her son.
Oh, she put her hood up. Okay, got
I
it.
recognize a tattoo on her leg. That's what that is. Yeah, people are asking about the runners. Jenny is, I believe, from a thru hike family, so her and her sons are really into thru hiking. Her oldest son finished the race last year, I believe, at age 17 as like the youngest finisher, and him and his brother were also running this year. Did end up having a DNF, and now they're helping their mom finish, which is pretty cool. I feel like as a family event, kind of doing this together. Yeah, this would be gnarly to go down just when you're not feeling great.
It is so gnarly to go down. This is like the nice part right here.
Yeah, no, this looks like it'd be really fun, like for me today.
Oh, it's fun
Well,
when
maybe not
it's
for
fun
me
when you're
at 2
fresh,
miles,
but you
250.
definitely have to. I mean, even running it fresh, you have to like really pay attention. There's like about 3 or 4 big sections that are super stair-steppy and really rocky.
Yeah. This is why I say ultra running discriminates against people with short legs. It's not fair when the rocks are like taller than my hips.
Actually, there are a few sections like that.
Yeah, it's like there's so much stuff in Boulder like that where the rocks are just up to my hip. I'm like, well, that's just not fair.
Right. This is a really pretty section, though. I guess you're coming down. She's going to be coming up to a section where actually Sunset Trail intersects. The course the first year, or the first 2 years, did not quite go to the summit of Eldon. It traversed on the north side and on Sunset Trail, which held a lot of snow. So it became an issue because it's a very steep slope in the Aspens, and it doesn't get any sun. So most Cocodona years had a bunch of snow in there still, which was really hard to traverse. And then they finally started going to the summit, I think in year 3 maybe.
This is really gorgeous. The drone footage especially has been so
yeah, and if
pretty
you can
from
see
all
the
this
ridge
course.
line in her in the background, that's where she came up and ran that whole ridge line that's beyond the pines. That's Sunset Trail on top of that. It's a beautiful route. It's definitely much more fun to come up Eldon on what she's going down right now and come down Hart.
Yeah, that I love downhill running. So that direction I feel like I would have a lot more fun on.
Yeah, that direction is so fun because it's a long downhill. It's like a 5.5, 6 mile downhill. And it's very runnable. It's rocky in spots, but it's very, very runnable.
She's still moving pretty good though, all things considered. Do you think the course record will get broken again next year?
I don't know. I mean, we'll try.
Yeah.
String Bean and I said we're coming back, so we're going to try.
Hell yeah.
I don't know wonder if Dan will come back to try to defend.
That would be nice. We were discussing, I think yesterday, like what the dream team would be of women to come to the race. We want, Courtney to come again, Rachel. I'm going to get Tara to do it. Megan Eckert, who just set the 6-day world record. I think it'd be cool to see what she could do here.
Yeah, I would love to see a really deep women's field. Yeah, we'll see if we can get everybody to come.
Yeah.
The hardest part is with all the fast folks is that a lot of people qualify for Western States and they don't want Cocodona to ruin their Western State.
It's a little close. Yeah, what Dan was talking about, if he gets in off the wait list, how he's just gonna take a couple weeks off, do some speed work and then taper.
Yep. Well, and I think too, this year, that's one of the reasons I didn't come back, because I got into Western States. And so did String Bean, and we were chatting at the Chase premiere in Seattle. And we went out for dinner afterwards, and we were kind of chatting through that. And both of us were kind of in agreement that we both wanted to come back to Cocodona this year, but because of Western States, it was 10 years for him to get back in. I had a sponsor that got me back in to go after the 50-plus record. And so we both were like, okay, we run hard this year no matter what, even if we got in the top 10 at Western States and we are coming back to States next year, we would still do Cocodona.
Yeah.
So Cocodona's the focus, and then you just show up at Western States and see what happens.
It's just a long run.
But yeah, I'm excited to run it next year. I got a lot of fine-tuning in my head that's happened after crewing and watching it this year and then sitting on it for a year.
Yeah. Got a lot of time to think.
I definitely had some FOMO this year.
It'd be hard not to.
Yeah. But then once I pasted in the peanut butter mud on the Fain Ranch, I was like,
I'm actually okay.
FOMO's not that strong anymore.
That does help. I feel like half the time when I come and crew and pace at races and stuff, I either leave I need to do this next year, or I go, I'm so happy I experienced that, and I'll come back to this race, but I do not want to run it.
Yeah. Well, I think the hardest thing too about the weather this year is that everybody didn't get the views that you normally get. Like when you run off of Mingus, during the day, if you hit that at all in the daylight, or if you get around Sedona in the daylight, it's such a beautiful piece of the course. And this part where you can see the San Franciscos in the distance when you get up higher, then you have to go to those and go over them. It's pretty cool to be able to see all that. I mean, it was really moody and everything with the weather, but everything was, the views are definitely covered up. And that is a gem of this course. It's pretty. And very diverse, too. It's a bunch of different looks.
Yeah.
With the Bradshaws and then Mingus. And even, all the granite around Prescott. And then you get the sandstone of Sedona and the pines. It's really a pretty cool course.
Yeah, you get to see kind of everything they have in the state.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool tour of ecosystems in northern Arizona.
Yeah, we're getting asked in the chat for some backstory on Shelby because she's getting close to finish. It looks like she ran the inaugural version of the race in 2021. And had an amazing time. This is not the longest she's ever run. She's done 290 miles at the Speed Project solo, which is something I really want to do. I did the team version, but I really like to do the solo. And now this has been her main race she's been building to since she broke her foot at Black Canyon last year. So it sounded like she was targeting, I think she said a 40-hour course PR. So I don't know what her previous course PR was. She didn't put that in the survey, but it does. I mean, she's fourth female, so I would imagine she's crushing it quite a bit.
Yeah, the first year was tough with the Bradshaw water situation. They definitely changed that policy in year 2, even though the fires ended up changing the course. But I think I've coached at least 1 or 2 people every single year for this course, so I'm very familiar with every year's situation. And we moved here the year it started to Flagstaff, so it was it's always been part of our spring tradition now since we've lived here. So pretty fun. I have quite a few athletes in it this year, though.
Nice.
I think we have 13 between all the distances.
Do you train differently for a 250 miler versus 100? Or is it just more volume?
It's similar volume. If they're really experienced, just a little more volume, but it's more bigger days where you're going to hike more. So, and so you might be just on your feet longer and training with the pack. I think the key is training with the pack. That's such a big one because it's so heavy. All I say is, if you're thinking about running this race, go fill up a pack with the required gear and then put 4 liters, and really you need 5. God. Most people in the pack in a warm year when we didn't have weather like this year, you have to carry 5 liters out of the first aid station. You should, even though it's required to only carry 4. And put 5 liters in a pack and then put it on. And you'll be like, what? So heavy.
That I think is the main thing that I would rather do a fixed time short loop course to do 200 miles because I hate wearing a pack.
Yeah.
So I'm I don't know if I could handle
that. But it's only that first 30 miles that you have to carry that weight. And the rest of the time you can kind of get by on 3 liters or 2 liters in a lot of sections. And at night you're not going to have to carry as much. It's just in the day sections where it's hot in the desert. The first few days, depending on how, where you are in the pack. She looks like she maybe put on a layer or something. Yeah, once the sun goes away on that east side, and you can see the shadow of Eldon there, casting out into Doney Park. And that is right where Wildcat is, actually, aid station, just down below there in the shade. You can kind of see a little bit of a cinder butte. It's on the other side of that cinder butte. That's right at the middle of the screen. And now
I
we've
think
switched.
This is Shelby.
Because Shelby's
coming to the finish.
No.
Maybe.
This
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, it is, I
Yeah,
think.
there she is.
Crushed it. 85 hours.
Is that what place woman is that?
Fourth.
Fourth
Fourth
Yes,
place
fourth.
female. And
Yes.
she moved up in the field. I think I remember yesterday she was in like the lower top 10. So she has just been steadily picking people off all day.
Cool. Oh, it feels so good when you're done.
I love the look on everyone's face when they finish and they just go blank sometimes. Because I don't know, I haven't done the race you have, but I feel like if you're out there for days just doing on one thing and it's finally over, it's just like,
It is a little weird and like trippy and surreal because
Yeah.
you're like, you've been in perpetual motion for days.
Yeah, and then you finally stop.
And then you finally get to sit down and stop. And it's like, what? Really? I get to stop? This is awesome. Yeah, it's pretty cool feeling.
Yeah.
It's such a big route. It's such a big route.
I feel like I can't conceptually even wrap my head around it, you know?
I don't think I can either,
And you've
to be
done
honest.
it.
I mean, every time, like, just crewing it and driving it, and I was just like, wow, this is such a big route.
Yeah, I feel like crewing it is a whole ultra in and of itself.
Oh, well, I think that what's really hard is, as a crew, you're really excited on day one, fresh, happy.
You don't know what's ahead of you.
You're stoked to hang out with your crewmates.
Yeah.
And it's like a reunion with friends, hopefully. And then, but you only get to see your runner like 2 times,
Yeah.
right? And then you just start crewing them constantly from like, Iron King on, or from Whiskey Row on, from mile like 78 on, you're just on the rest of the race.
Yeah.
Because the crew spots are close enough together that you can't, if you have a small crew, they can't sleep.
Yeah.
We've kind of found that 3 crew people is ideal, because then you always have someone who can drive a pacer vehicle forward for the pacer. And then you have 2 people can crew, and 1 person can rotate out and sleep.
Yeah.
And you have to be
Sleeping's
kind of disciplined
important.
to do it. And it's kind of hard sometimes because you're excited and you want to worry about your runner, but you don't always need 3 people's hands. You really only need 2. So that's my coaching tip to everyone out there. 3 people, 1 person to rotate out, be disciplined and get naps. And even skip an aid station or 2, like one of the aid stations, that crew person that's sleeping. You don't have to see your runner every single time. And they're not even going to remember if you helped or not, because they're in tunnel vision.
That'll all blend together, I would imagine.
Especially by day 2. They're in
Yeah.
such tunnel vision that they won't even going to remember having the conversation with you. So they won't even notice you're out sleeping. So take the sleep.
Yeah. You need to sleep so you can actually help your runner. Like you're going to make their race probably worse if you're not sleeping.
See, I have a story for that you don't want to do. This is a public service announcement, what you shouldn't do when you're crewing. My wife's an awesome crew person, but she loves coffee like I do. And they would always make like a pour over of good coffee with a little bit of cream in it. And that's how my wife and I both drink our coffee. And so she would make coffee and a full cup. And then I would drink like 3 drinks. And then she would have a 2/3 of a cup every single time.
That's not good.
And so she would go, I guess I'm just drinking this.
Yeah,
again.
you can't waste it.
I don't waste the good coffee. It's bulletproof. It's like expensive. So anyway, yeah. And then she just couldn't sleep. She would just like
Yeah.
try
Way
to
too
doze
wired.
off, but not be able to doze off. So you do have to watch the caffeine intake.
So pro tip, don't finish your runner's coffee or energy drink, whatever.
Only if you need to finish it.
Yeah, just maybe not every
Not
every aid station.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm probably going to get in trouble for selling her down the river. Sorry, Jennifer. I have to admit, I drank quite a bit of coffee when I was crewing.
I mean, it's good stuff.
Yeah, my runner's a coffee drinker too, and we would make a pour over every single time we saw him, and I always made one for myself as well.
Sure. I mean, while you're there, if you're doing it, you might as well.
Yeah.
So it looks like our 5th female, Melissa, is about 3 or 4 miles out from the finish. This is definitely a distance PR before. She's done 200 milers, and this is her first 200 plus miler. So she's absolutely also crushing it. From the Pacific Northwest, so I wonder if she, felt at home in these conditions.
Yeah, I have an athlete from London, and when he saw the forecast, he goes like, "This is what I train in all the time." Mm-hmm. So, yeah, right at home. Similar to the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, Melissa, as someone in the chat has said, she's gone from 18th to 5th in the past couple of days, which is also just absolutely incredible.
Well, I think it's also like what's interesting about this race, if you really watch kind of the majority of the field, you see the people who sleep more and start out easier move up later.
Yeah.
And the people who kind of go on fumes and push it early end up fading a ton, and they're really out of it. Mm-hmm. And I kind of describe it as your brain starts to fracture when you really need sleep. And you think you can keep going, and you think I need to keep pushing, but you actually need the sleep because you'll run so much faster and be clear-headed. Mm-hmm. So taking naps definitely help a lot. And in those who try to push through that stuff,
yeah,
you end up like hallucinating really bad. And I do know like one of our, the women's 3rd place runner, Sarah Osazuski, she is, I coach her, and I'm also one of our Giddy Up Ultra coaches. And she helped one of the runners who ended up dropping. They left Fort Tuthill together, but I think she had trouble. She started getting all scared and didn't know where she was and how she even got on the trail.
That's not good.
So Sarah went backwards on the trail and helped her get back to a place where the road crossing was, so her crew could pick her up. So Sarah did a little extra credit.
Yeah.
As a good Samaritan. So. But that's the kind of stuff that can happen when you haven't had enough sleep, or if you've pushed it early with not enough sleep and then try to sleep, the sleep doesn't really bring you back.
Yeah.
So you have to be proactive with sleep, I feel like, in these races, especially for the middle of the back of the pack, and even the front of the pack has to have some naps. Mm-hmm. If you have trouble sleeping, you're going to be way more strung out, and chances of hallucinations go way up. But if you can just get short naps, you can it'll bring you back.
Yeah.
Especially if you can nap on night one. I think most runners, I recommend sleeping at least a little bit on night one. Mm-hmm. Don't over caffeinate on day one, and sleep a little bit.
I know. I think it was DJ Fox who said he was planning on not sleeping, but then at the finish he did say he had about an hour and a half of sleeping here and there. So. Yeah,
I don't think I think pushing all the way through with no sleep is. I actually talked to Eder Ramirez, and he said he was planning on not sleeping, and he was forced to finally. Yeah. He had to sleep. I'm trying to think where he didn't sleep till Wildcat, but he said he said everything on the way to. This is kind of talk about the hallucinations.
Yeah.
He said every stump and every rock started to become like an animal. Mm-hmm. And then the sand was rippling, moving.
Okay. Huh.
So, yeah, proactive sleep. And then that doesn't happen. Unless you want it to happen, then don't sleep.
Yeah, unless that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, if that's the trip you're looking for.
Legal hallucinations.
Exactly. But it's funny, the hallucination factor is real, if you don't sleep. I feel like it's usually the 48-hour plus window is when it really hits you bad.
Yeah.
If you haven't slept.
That I feel like I've done a couple 48 hours, and that I feel like is kind of the limit of like, oh, you can get away without sleeping. After that, it's kind of like, no.
Yeah, and that's what you see when if anyone in this race, if they try to push it, they usually in the last 50 miles they have to sleep somewhere. But also, I mean, some people, one of the things that our experience is coaching this, you know, because we have Sarah as a coach, we have Remo Spagnol, and myself, and we've all run multiple 200s. And I think one of the things we're seeing, at least our experience, is that you run so much faster if you sleep.
Yeah.
Because your pace is actually really fast after you sleep for a while, compared to like the zombie march, you know, when you're so tired and you think you're moving well, but you're not.
Yeah.
You're like creeping and stumbling, and as soon as your coordination goes, you need to sleep. You know.
There's Shelby posing with her crew and her pacers after her 4th place finish. She looks pretty happy with that. So she put on a really great race out there.
Water or bourbon? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's fine. I just did 2 long runs in a row. I'm like so thirsty. I should have brought a bottle.
Rookie move.
Yeah, I know, rookie move. Exactly. Thank you.
Someone asked how common is hypothermia after they DNF'd their first 100-miler with shakes and cold after about 60 miles.
Oh, sorry. What was the beginning of the question?
They asked how common hypothermia is.
It's pretty common in this. Well, one of the things that happens is after about, maybe the first day, you really have trouble with temperature regulation. Mm-hmm. So let's say you're outside in the cold at night and you go into a warm, heated tent, or you go around a campfire. As soon as you leave that heat source, you're going to have the jackhammers. Mm-hmm. You look like I'm going to dig a hole right here.
Yep.
So you have to kind of like prepare for that. One is either to avoid the warm and layer back up. So like whether it's crew having a down coat for you when you stop and sit in a chair. That's what we do personally. We try to have like a warm coat. But if you're by yourself and you're self-supported, say, off drop bags, then you just need to have those layers in your pack, and you need to layer up at that aid station immediately as soon as you come in before you cool down, and it'll help avoid those things. I think the other thing that people kind of don't really plan for here is there's so much talk of the heat in the desert that we really you don't realize how cold it is up on the rim once you climb out of Sedona. Once you're up above 6,000 feet and you're going to be on your way to up in the pines on your way to Flagstaff for that last 80 or so miles. Nighttime, if it's clear, this year it was actually warm at night. I was really surprised. It was still like in the 40s last night at like midnight because of the cloud cover. But in a clear year, it's like in the 20s. And there's usually a pretty consistent breeze. So there's a wind chill factor. So it could be wind chill factor in the teens. So you need a lot more layers than you think.
Yeah.
Especially by night, two for the front of the pack, night 3 for the rest of the pack. It really gets really cold at night. So I think that's a huge challenge once you're up on this course. You need a little more than you think you do.
Yeah.
I couldn't even dirt nap last year. It was so cold at night. I would lay down and like within a minute I'd be like jackhammering.
Oh.
And so I'd jump up and be like to my pacer, we got to run. I got to warm up.
Got to warm back up.
And I just didn't have enough layers. I had the required kit, but I just didn't have enough layers. And this year I was prepared. I went out last night, and I went out the night 1 as well and paced in like early morning, so the coldest time of the day. And pants and
Pants are good.
heavy wool layer with a waterproof jacket. I was a lot warmer this year. So pants up on the rim at night,
Yeah.
I recommend.
It sounds like in the chat, Melissa Brown, who's currently sitting in the 5th female place a couple miles out of the finish, all of her students are watching the live stream cheering her on right now.
Oh, cool.
So that's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Again, this is, I guess, her 3rd distance over 100 miles. She's done 200 milers, and this is her first 200. So 5th place in your first 200. I mean,
Not too bad.
That's not too shabby at all. And then for the rest of the women's top 10, as of right now, we have Catherine Edwards Anderson in 6th. Jenny Chisholm, who we saw pretty recently with her son, is in 6th. Carrie Setian is in 7th. Emily Flynn in 8th. Rachel Buzzard in 9th. And Alexa Hasman in 10th so far. It looks like Catherine is about a mile behind Melissa, so she's also coming down Eldon.
Nice sky cam of Foxborough Ranch. My runner dropped out before then, so I didn't get to see this new aid station, but I heard it was a cool aid station.
Yeah, we got some static cam footage of that last night, so it looked like they had a pretty good spread from what I could see.
There we go.
Yeah. And it does sound like Catherine Edwards' cat, who's sitting in 6th place, is the runner that Sarah turned back to help. So she didn't DNF. She continued on, and she's in 6th. So that's pretty awesome. And also some people asking about cutoffs. I believe the next cutoff is at 9 p.m. tonight at Foxborough Ranch, which is the aid station the camera is on right now. So we still have, a couple hours left before that cutoff. Let me go see who's nearby. Looks like we've got pack of people pretty close to Foxborough. Bob Ankeny, Deanna Adams, Melissa Donovan, Richard Gleave, Winona Fulgham, all within a couple, 1 mile of Foxborough, so they are getting there pretty soon. We got Brent Knott, Luke Miller, David Toms, about 1.5 miles out of the next cutoff aid station. Alan Davis, who is the deaf runner, trying to be the first deaf finisher. She is about 2 miles from Foxborough, so I feel like she will be making that cutoff at 9, moving on, which is pretty cool. She's got Wade White and Joseph Heist right about running with her, perhaps. Yeah, we still have a couple hours for plenty of runners to get to that aid station and move on to the next. Someone asked how many women. I believe the last time I looked at the entrance list, it was not quite 100, around 94 to 96 women and around 200 men. Yeah, we've got a lot of questions about Melissa. I am just working off of what she put in the runner survey. We don't have a ton of details on her because she's kind of not like a dark horse, perhaps, in this kind of race. So if you guys know anything about her, her friends with her students in the chat, if you guys want to throw in any info that we can learn a bit more about her, because, again, she is absolutely crushing this race. It does sound like, this is kind of what she loves to do, explore long distances on her own feet in the outdoors, and this kind of seems like the perfect race for that.
And some of the things to consider too, as we talk about the cutoffs at Foxborough Ranch, that the runners have to go from Foxborough Ranch to Munns Park without a pacer. Part of that's due to the
The owls,
endangered spotted owl. It's one of their habitat sections. So they have to go solo. So if anybody's really struggling, going into the night, this can be a kind of it's mostly double track, dirt roads, gravel roads, some four-wheel drive roads that are rutted a little bit. So it can be it's not that hard of a section, but it is, it'll get cold and it can be a little bit challenging if you're really fighting sleep.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see if anyone has any opinions on the pacerless sections on how that, is affecting their race, whether good or bad.
The only person I've asked about it so far is Dan Green. And he said he actually enjoyed those sections because he said he just kind of put his head down and ran. Yeah. And it was like, get to my crew, get to my crew, get to my crew.
Yeah, I feel like it could be kind of motivating for the right person.
Yeah, and Mike McKnight, a veteran here, he's getting his 1,000 year,
oh
wow,
boy.
Gosh, sorry. That his 1,000-mile buckle. He decided to go solo this year. Like he has crew, but he decided no pacer. Yeah. And I asked him last night when I ran with him, like 2 miles. I just was trying to get some extra running in. We went and checked on Max, and Versteeg and I went and checked on Max. So we saw him come into Wildcat, and then Mike was like not too far behind him, and we were there long enough that Mike showed up, and I was going there to check out Mike, and Versteeg was checking on Max. And I came with my running gear, and I wanted to go out and get a run in the night.
Absolutely.
So I went and ran with him a couple miles and asked him like how was it? And he was like, actually, I really enjoyed it. I think he's a veteran too. He's done 14 200s, so or this is his 14th 200.
Yeah.
So I think that helps. Because he did do a lot of solo in his early days of doing them, and then over the years it started using pacers. And one of the things I've kind of noticed is sometimes with a pacer you can kind of mentally check out.
Yes, I've had,
and it makes you more tired.
I've used a pacer for hundreds, and I've done them without them, and I think sometimes I do better without a pacer.
I do better without a pacer
because it forces me to actually pay attention. Like I'm better at fueling without one. I'm better at keeping a good attitude most of the time. Like,
well, when someone's there,
even
if you don't complain to them verbally, you do little things like sigh.
Yep. And I wait for
them
to acknowledge how bad this is for me. But if I'm by myself, I'm like, well, there's
you just suck it up and do it.
Having a temper tantrum, there's no one here to appreciate it, so I'll just move on.
Just move on. So and the other section you have to do without a pacer is the 16 and change mile section from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon. So both of the sections are in the last 80 miles. So when people are tired, people are cold, people are out of it a little bit, especially the people in the back of the pack who are chasing cutoffs. Sometimes they have to they don't get as much sleep towards the end because they're really on the cutoffs.
Keep moving.
You have to keep moving. So that can be really frustrating for them too.
Yeah.
Those sections could be a little challenging, but
we got some intel from the chat from some friends of Melissa, who again is sitting in 5th place for the women, coming to the finish pretty soon. We did mention that she has done Javelina and Cascade Crest, but Melissa did not mention in the survey that she finished 10th female at Javelina. So pretty good. That's a competitive race.
Yeah, solid.
Okay, we are going to go to a quick ad break now, and then we will back and hopefully see Melissa come in for her finish.
Wilderness Volunteers is the official nonprofit partner of Cocodona. The mission of Wilderness Volunteers is to engage people in meaningful service that conserves and protects America's wildlands. Spend a week in the great outdoors on one of their 30-plus annual projects in wilderness areas across the country. Give back to the wild places you love by removing invasive plants, building and maintaining trails, rehabilitating wildlife habitats, and much more. Learn more at wildernessvolunteers.org.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Big race coming up? And finding a hotel feels like a job. Halo makes it easy for event organizers to level up their out-of-town attendees' travel experience. Book vetted hotels close to your event, enjoy special perks, and stay with other like-minded athletes. Tailored for athletes and supporters, with discounted room rates, donations to local nonprofits, and on property activations.
It's a whole nother level.
Stay where the action is. Celebrate like you trained for it. Learn more at poweredbyhalo.com.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushioned trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then.
And we're back. It's Cocodona After Dark. Chris Warden here. Jeff Browning stepped away from the desk for a moment, but he'll be back shortly. We've got a couple of guests coming up here this evening as we watch these next few runners come in to the finish line area. We'll be following that action as well. I believe we're looking for F5 through F10, and the next runners coming in from the men's field, we'll keep an eye on them. We'll do a rundown on the race to this point, as well as keep an eye on the cutoffs at the back of the pack once I have a moment to compose myself. Apologies. I was out on the course doing a little bit of filming, trying to help out. So, we wanted to do our best to cover the Haynes and Coons finishes. So I made my way out there to try and help. And we will basically keep things going through the night. I've got a couple of guests tonight. We've got Mike from Jonji, who is going to talk about some of the gear that they have available, one of our sponsors here at the Cocodona 250. And I'm going to also have Kelly Teesling from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. If you were part of our Cocodona broadcast last year, you'll remember that Kelly came in and we talked about what Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona does. And I think that it's very important to encourage athletes, both boys and girls, to get out there, but Girls on the Run specifically tries to help girls become involved and become more active. And frankly, I think that Kelly will do a much better job of explaining it, and she'll be here probably in just a few minutes. I believe we're also expecting Lindsay Dwyer to come in as well, and when we have Lindsay, we will into the studio. Sorry, Trevor, our producer. No, we're expecting Lindsay Dwyer to come into the studio to let us know about her race experience. And we'll basically do whatever we feel like because it's an Air Vipe After Dark. That's how we roll. I did speak with Kevin Goldberg at the finish line, and it's entirely possible that he wanders over here. I mistakenly gave him the address. But I know that there is an appetite for big Goldberg energy out there, so we will potentially see him tonight, if not tomorrow night. So stick around. We've got our finish line cam here. Trevor, can we do a quick little wrap around and show people what we've got available out there? Awesome. Who we got here? They're about to take that left on Birch. That much I do know. I didn't catch eyes on that bib number. I am scrambling furiously to try and identify who that is. Melissa Brown, bib number 94. We're going to pivot to the finish line cam as she's going to be coming around that right turn off Birch onto Cocodona Alley. Momentarily, it looks like we kind of caught our runner cam by surprise. Is that her coming in, Melissa Brown? Okay, it looks like maybe one of her crew or supporters was coming back to see her at the finish line, but she should be coming around the corner here any second. And here she comes, Melissa Brown. You're next, Cocodona 250 finisher. She is F5. That is a 5th place finish for Melissa Brown. I believe that was her inaugural Cocodona finish. And I'm super stoked to be joined by somebody who has a finish of their own, one we've gotten to see in great detail over the last few weeks. Bronco Billy Jeff Browning, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good.
Good to hang out, Chris.
Absolutely. Of course, we've hung out a few times over the past few weeks as the chase has been making the rounds in the theaters. And, with that said, I know that you've got big things on your plate this summer. Of course, Western States and
High Lonesome 19 days later.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be Fast and Furious for you this summer. But as you've been around, and I've seen you all over the course. I've seen you at
I'm training for Western States.
Yeah. But are you, do you have that FOMO at all? Like, do you wish that you were active and out there with pinning?
Oh, of course. Weekend? I mean, I definitely had it the first day. Not so much the second day after pacing in the peanut butter mud and Fain Ranch. I was like, and it raining constantly. I thought the rain would be more like one day and then kind of isolated, but it just seemed to be like 3 days of like Pacific Northwest drizzle. So I don't really. I'd rather run in a hot, dry year.
Of course, you're also a PNW guy, so like it's like maybe like feels like home a little bit.
Yeah, but I lived on the dry side. I lived on the desert side of the Cascades, so more high desert. We only got like 13 inches of rain a year or something.
I came up here on Saturday, and immediately I was freezing and was not very comfortable at all. But we are going to see Nathan Hanneman, bib number 171, coming in for his finish. Let's see if we can. Nathan Hanneman running the Cocodona 250 for the first time. Shout out to his wife Lauren and their 2 kids. Former collegiate football player turned runner when he was active duty Army. When he's not running, he works as a radiologist and enjoys chasing his kids around. And now he is a Cocodona 250 finisher. It's one of the cool things about this event, getting to see all these people, coming in for the first time that are. I wonder how familiar they are with the terrain and what they're getting into, but.
Yeah, and this year was really challenging. We thought, going into it philosophically that it was faster as a cool year, cool weather, but it ended up like probably evening out with the mud.
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. Like there were a few people that seemed to thrive because they moved fast early on.
Yeah, but you had to change more base layers. There's a little more time at aid stations dealing with like trying to stay warm and dry.
I felt like Dan Green probably changed his shoes a half dozen times on camera. Like it seemed like every time he came into a crew aid station, that was part of his strategy. So, I can totally see where that comes in. And obviously, if you're carrying, 3 pounds of mud on each foot, you definitely want to shed that as quickly as possible. So.
Yeah, that was really hard. There's a lot of sections that you would normally be running that you had to hike because it's too muddy, especially through like the clay deposits of different parts of the course.
Zach, we're going to bring in our guest in here in just a moment.
Yes, we will.
Okay. We'll keep an eye on the finisher cam. And again, as I said, I will start to make my way around the course on the back end to see if we've got people that are chasing cutoffs that we can introduce you to. And of course, over the next 39 hours yet to come, we will get to know some of these runners quite personally, quite intimately, as the race still has a long way yet to go. So you can see Mike Hanneman celebrating his Cocodona 250 finish. Jeff, has there been anything that's absolutely blown your mind so far as you followed the race yourself around the course?
How fast they went out the first day?
You know what? That was pretty blistering when I actually heard their paces after the fact, hearing that Dan Green was running about an 19-hour 100-miler. I was taken aback, really.
Yeah, I mean, to put that in perspective, I went through in like around 20 hours the first 100 last year. Yeah, so he definitely went through pretty fast, chasing Courtney. And then checked it a little bit, I think, after that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think, yeah, you don't win this thing in the first 100. You win it in the second 100, or the last 100, I should say.
Well, one of the things I've wondered about, simply because I'm kind of curious. I mean, I've watched Dan run multiple times at Heaven 100. He has run that race in 12:58 rather, and 13:18. So he's got that knockdown, drag out speed, and he is number 5 on the wait list for Western States. And so, as far as I'm concerned, that's in at this point.
Yeah, there's a really good shot.
Yeah. Do you think that there's enough time to turn around between here and June 28th where he can actually do what he has the potential to do on that course, or is it just too quick, too tight of a turnaround?
I mean, that remains to be seen, but
keep in mind he's 28.
Yeah, I mean that definitely helps. I do know he went for an easy jog today. Mm-hmm. His crew invited me to go, but I was out on the course. But they went for a short, easy run. He actually ran today.
Yeah, he's a streaker. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. So he had to run today. So I think sometimes, it depends on the person, and obviously, whether they're going to be ready or not. I don't think I would be 100% personally. Stringbean and I chatted about this at the Chase premiere in Seattle, and we're both in Western States this year. Decided not to come to Cocodona because of Western States. And we both want to come back next year, even if we were in the top 10 for, that's a pretty long shot for me these days. But just now that it's so fast.
Yeah.
But, even if I happen to sneak into the top 10, I would still, I would focus on Cocodona and just run Western States. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know how Dan's going to approach that. But he said he's going to run easy for a few weeks, and then we just have someone finish?
Yeah, we have Catherine Edwards-Anderson, our 6th place women's finisher, coming in to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. Catherine Edwards-Anderson, the course record holder of the Sedona Canyons 125, getting it done here in 6th place. Congratulations to her. Basically now 2 excellent finishes here at Cocodona. 85 hours, 52 minutes, maybe about 40 seconds. Very well done. Congratulations to her, and we are 6 down in the women's race. I know we've got the potential to see several other women coming in here shortly. I think that one that really kind of I'm intrigued to find out about is Jenny Chisholm, the matriarch of the Chisholm family. Of course, her sons ran at the race last year with her, and then also ended up, they didn't have the day they hoped, or the week they hoped this year, but they ended up, running the first basically half of the race. But Jenny, after an 18th place finish this year, has snuck into the top 10 for much of the second half of the race.
Yeah.
And at the age of 48,
and her sons are helping her.
Yeah, and that's so cool.
Yeah.
So cool to see them pace out there. So I think our studio is filling up. We're going to figure out what we can do. We're going to hop and get to a commercial here really quick and get those set. And we are going to be meeting up with a handful of guests here. And we'll Introduce you to Mike from Janji. I think we've got Lindsay Dwyer here, as well as Kelly Teesling from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, here on the Cocodona 250 broadcast, presented by Air Viper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm in.
And welcome back to the coverage of the Cocodona 250. I'm Zach Marion, joined with
Chris Warden.
And we also have a special guest, Mike from Janji. How's it going, Mike?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, no, we're really excited to have you, actually, because we want to hear your perspective as someone who's a little bit more fresh into the trail space. You've been here with a lot of your athletes. Your athlete manager is out there doing the thing as well. What's Cocodona been like? Is it everything that Kyla hyped up for you?
It's just like one of those things. It's kind of like visiting the Grand Canyon, where like you can see the pictures and you can see it from the top, but it's not until you hike down that you understand like the depths of everything that goes into it. I watched the live stream last year. We had a handful of athletes running it, and Kyla, our athlete manager, crewed last year, and I heard all about it. But just being here this year, I think it's just sunk in just how tremendous and unique of an event it is, and everything that goes into it. The logistics, the crews, and then just like just the intensity of people making their way through 250 miles in crazy weather. So it's been really special.
You got a special year with the weather out there. What was your thoughts on, kind of everybody's kind of prepared for the heat, and then they get this rain, this mud? Like, what were your athletes? You said you were able to bounce around and see some aid stations. What was that like?
I mean, it seems like the one thing you can predict in a 250 miler is that it's going to be unpredictable, and everyone planned on heat because that's the kind of one thing you usually can count on here. And things changed, and we got not just like it was going to be like one day of rain, and then the storm kind of just like followed the runners for a few days there, which was really tough. Especially it seems like the front of the pack was able to kind of like get out in front of it a little bit, but other people just got stuck in cold, rainy weather for a while, and there's mud, and there's a lot of discussion with the athletes about what to do with gear. Like a lot of, we overnight shipped out one of our rain runner jackets for that kind of water protection for an athlete that didn't bring it. And I don't know.
I'm going to guess Garmeyer. It was Garmeyer.
Garmeyer, he's shockingly prepared for these things.
Fair. I mean, went for his 12,000? He went for the 5-year today.
First person doing 5, right?
That's insane.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah, we need to get him a special like John G. Cocodona 250 like jacket that we make for him.
Yeah, they gave him the 1,000-mile belt buckle, and it was like, well, he's like, I kind of got this last year, right?
I already got this, maybe. Well, speaking of gear, most people don't know, and for our audience at home, you are the founder of John G.
Yeah, I'm founder and president, and I have a awesome co-founder back in Boston named Dave.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about this story, because I know John G has been around for a couple of years. We've seen it kind of grow. I mean, I've been in the sport for a number of years, and I've seen it kind of come along. You guys had your crazy patterns that really popped in the beginning, and it told like cool stories. What was like your inspiration in getting into a space in the sport that is already so crowded and it's got so many barriers to entry, going up against the Nikes and the Under Armours? What drove you to do that?
Yeah, so we started John G about 12 years ago. Dave and I were college teammates. We ran track and field, Division III in St. Louis, and just kind of were bouncing around ideas, and just felt like there wasn't a running apparel brand that kind of spoke to us and inspired us, especially back at that time. It was like just the shoe companies just put out like very basic apparel lines, and it didn't capture what we loved about running, which was like not just how fast we could go, but kind of the places that it could take us and the people we could meet through the sport, and also the ability to kind of give back through the sport, where you look at like a London Marathon or Boston Marathon. These are like some of the biggest charitable events in the world, and like running being an individual sport, when you're running for something bigger, it kind of helps you go farther. And so we wanted to kind of capture that essence and put it into a brand of our own. And, you know, starting it so young and working on it over the last 12 years, it's really evolved over the years, and we still keep a lot of those elements as a key part of the brand. But a handful of years ago, I think we just started to really be inspired by this like ultra long distance space, and it provided a lot of clarity for how we wanted to do things, like making gear for the longest possible distance. And Cocodona is such a perfect example of what we want to be designing for.
That's for sure.
And it's like, yeah, you can't really have a running apparel brand if you're only selling to 250 milers. But if you make stuff that performs in this kind of event, in these conditions, then it kind of trickles down. And like, look at this live stream. Like, there's so many people tuning in, and I think people who are out there, you know, regular runners or people who are aspiring to run their first marathon or first 50K, they want gear that can perform, you know, for the toughest situations. And that's what we kind of keep in mind as our gold standard.
Well, I mean, I can't say that I was doing anything super tough out there, but the hat has been perfect. I've absolutely loved it. So thank you guys for that. It's been a great piece of apparel. Is there anything that like excites you in the apparel space that you're like, we're excited to go here or to push this boundary?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. I think one thing that we're excited about is, like, obviously, especially for a bunch of sections of Cocodona, you need a pack. But as runners, you know, I think we know like the freedom we feel when we don't have to wear one, but sometimes you just need that storage and that capacity. And so just finding really creative solutions for how to integrate storage into different other parts that maybe don't burden you as much. So like, you know, soft flasks into shorts, belts, things like that. We're really excited about helping runners feel freer so they can go longer without anything weighing them down.
I'm not going to predict anything, but I'm willing to put some money on the fact that your guys' tights with the pockets on the side have to be your number one seller.
They are, yeah. The half tights are their big seller for sure, and we saw a bunch of them out there this week, which was really cool.
I have seen so many of those in the last year, and I'm like always blown away when I see someone finishing a race and they just got those like ballooned saddlebags on the side, and I'm like, what is holding so much of that? You guys have knocked it out of the park with that. More on to kind of like your guys' athletes out there. You guys have a really diverse team. One of your athletes, one of my favorite people in the world, Callie Vincent, was out there crushing it, pushing her boundaries yet again. You put this amazing inspirational team together. What does that mean to John G to have so many incredible athletes? And it sounds like, I mean, you've got Corey, Garmeyer, I mean, too many athletes to name right now, like out there, and a lot of people not athletes, but out there wearing your guys' gear.
Yeah. Well, we have an amazing athlete manager who's out there right around mile 200, Kyla. So shout out Kyla. She's put together a really special athlete team, and yeah, it's been a really fun part of the business that's evolved over the last couple of years. And we look to them for so much. Like they, you know, in the modern day, athletes are also like content creators, right? But we also look to them for like product direction, product testing. We want to meet their needs with what we're making so that they can go out and perform their best at something like Cocodona. And yeah, we do like athlete summits, get people together, and they've all become, you know, friends. And I think much more than just like just athletes for John G at this point. It's a really, really special thing.
Yeah, you guys are doing something awesome with the team out there. I think you're really representing the sport super well. And obviously providing us with amazing gear that allows us to push our own limits. So, Mike, thank you so much for joining us. Chris, did you have anything you wanted to ask? Anything you want to say?
No, I guess I did have one question. The fact that you have so many athletes out there, has it been, do you think, to their advantage to be able to pull ideas from all their different crews and everything? I mean, you're not just dealing with a couple of runners. You're dealing with what, like 6 or 7 at least? And, you know, figure each of them, in most cases, have a handful of people there. So there's got to be a great ability to collaborate and have a bit of hive mind working together together to make sure that everybody's geared up properly, and also maybe a little bit of scouting in advance to let people know what they need.
Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely a text thread going on with all the crews and the athletes, picking ideas around and giving moral support. And we actually brought like a much bigger team out this year too. So we have our athletes, we got Kyla racing, and then we brought out like 5 or 6 other team members from different parts of the company. Like
I saw Ryan out here.
Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, some of our other athletes came out and helped pace, and then we have like our accountant, our e-commerce person, our life cycle marketer, graphic designer out here, just kind of like soaking in the culture and like learning more about this part of the world. We're based in Boston, which is like a great running city, but it just doesn't have this like trail ultra long scene, and so it's just so valuable to be able to kind of come here and like see it for yourself, because I don't think it really hits home unless you're actually here and seeing people go through those aid stations.
So far, what's your favorite part of the weekend, Ben?
Oh man, it's a good question. I think it was really special seeing Harry come in. Harry's just like such a special guy, and he won it last year, set the course record, went out super fast this year, and then hit some challenges, as tends to happen at a race like this, and then to just like gut it out and still finish so strong and have such like a positive mindset with what he does. I think we could all learn a lot from a guy like Harry.
Yeah, absolutely awesome. I'm glad you guys were inspired. You continue to inspire us, and you let us look really good while doing it.
Thanks. We love working with Aravaipa and the Cocodona crew. It's actually like, it's really incredible the work that goes into it. I think that's one of the most crazy takeaways is like the live stream team, the people out on the ground, the logistics, like Steve and Erica. I cannot imagine the workload that goes into putting this on, and I'm really amazed by what you guys do. So thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well, we'll let you get out there and go support your people, your crew. Mike, thank you so much. Go enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thanks for having me.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike. Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Aravaipa Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Jeff Browning.
And we are joined now by one of the fantastic athletes out there, had yourself a heck of a week. Lindsay Dwyer, our F2 here at the Cocodona 250. Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So, Lindsay, first off, you had yourself an amazing race. Obviously, Rachel made it a pretty big, deficit to overcome. With all that considered, are you pretty satisfied with how things went with your, biggest race to date?
Honestly, no. I trained really hard prepping for this race, and what I wasn't anticipating was sand in your lungs. So that happened, and I've never had that before. So on Tuesday, I was starting to have problems. I was like, oh, maybe I'm just sick, or I couldn't figure it out. Maybe I'm dehydrated. To go through all those questions, and just got progressively worse to the point where I could just no longer run. So on race day, you're in a race to run. You wish you can run, but that's okay. I did my best with the situation, but it could have been a little better. But I'm still overall, I've never run that distance, so I am proud. I made it to the finish line still decently fast, but I had the help from an amazing crew, and the pacers were fantastic. So team effort for sure.
And when did you start having the breathing issues?
Yeah, so
do you remember what mile?
Yeah, 110. And I was like, oh, I've just never run this distance before. Maybe everyone feels like this. This is just common. But no, because I actually had to call a med. My pacer called the medics, because I think it's 6 miles to go, and I just walking was struggling. It was something is wrong here, to get them out to see me, just check in with me. And thankfully, he was first off, I can't give you an inhaler or else you'll be DQ'd. I'm like, oh, thank you. I'm going to stand over here now so you can't even accidentally touch me. But it was nice to get really quick response. This race definitely offers, all the fun things, but then all the necessary things too. So we're in good hands here.
Well, actually, to be honest, that this kind of is.
I know.
Oh yeah.
I'm kind of weirded out here, the fact that both of you, have had your races, affected somewhat by breathing issues on this course. And, I guess it's just something I never really took into consideration when you're talking about this kind of distance.
Yeah.
So, but you had talked earlier about how hard you had trained. Those of us that were following you on Strava saw those numbers. I mean, putting in an average, I believe I calculated it out, it was 125 miles a week on average to this point of the year. And capping it out with 160 plus a couple of weeks ago, and a taper of 85, 90. I mean, you were hammering those miles out there, and the vert too. It wasn't just flat miles.
Yeah, so I like running. Surprise, surprise. And actually, it's funny. All these people know this data. I don't really look at my Strava, so oftentimes someone will be like, "Oh wow, you had a huge week. You did 150 miles." I was like, "News to me." I was just send me in the woods, let me run, and then I'll come back when I feel like it. And I guess I run a lot, but yeah, I also incorporated different things for this race. Strength was huge. I think that was really helpful just to be durable, and it is fascinating. I thought it'd be so. I'm tired because I haven't slept much, but body wise. My crew had a little spontaneous dance party afterwards. I was like, okay, this is where the training pulls in. The fact that we can just be dancing on the sidewalk after such a big effort speaks volumes to, I guess, the preparation.
Yeah,
and I think strength is huge for that.
Yeah, you're a huge advocate of that.
I am a big advocate.
Yeah. And just some other random little things, I think, can make a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
with regard to, previous races, what was it like to jump up to this level? Obviously, I think that we can all agree that your training base was definitely where it should have been. But even beyond that, and even beyond any sort of issues that you had that arose through the race, with regards to, unexpected, health issues, do you think that your legs were ready by and large in terms of, what you would put into them leading up? I mean, you did have, some high volume. Obviously, those of us that paid attention, pretty closely realized that. I mean, did you feel like you had your legs ready to go?
Definitely. In fact, if someone, if I get my breathing back, if I needed to go run the course again, I probably could. So yeah, I'm feeling really fresh. And also, maybe it's not stated, but this high volume, I've been doing this for a while. I think it just has gone unnoticed, which is totally fine. So it wasn't just this huge big volume just for Cocodona. I think that helps to having, gradually increase your miles and then continue that like training load after training load for different races. So it wasn't, for me, it was like, oh, this is just normal. Like this is what I do now, I guess. Yeah.
So a quick question. You had mentioned sand in your lungs. What happened? I didn't hear that.
Oh, that's what the medic said. I need to research this again. And I should also just like state again, I haven't slept much. So like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know.
But from what I understood, I guess I was inhaling a lot of sand or dust, and it was irritating my lungs, and then it was blocking like oxygen absorption. And they took my oxygen
saturation
percentage,
level.
Yeah, it was a 60%, which like explains why I was struggling like so bad. But also was really reassuring because I put in this huge training block. It was like it's not matching. So that, in a weird way, did comfort me, though I wish it could be different.
The breathing issue, I mean, I've experienced it very intimately, and I can only nose breathe the last 60 miles last year up over Eldon. So, because I had reactive airway, so it was like swollen throat. So my airway was restricted. But when your O2 sat level is really low like that, you're kind of a little out of it. It's a little like dreamland.
Yeah.
And you're already fatigued and sleep deprived.
All the things.
Speaking of sleep deprived, what was your sleeping plan? Did you have a sleeping plan coming into it? And
Yes.
did you execute on it, or did you have to like switch?
Yeah, so that was one of the huge things that come from like 100-mile races, and this is the first time I needed a sleeping plan.
Yeah.
So I talked to a bunch of different people who've done these things, and I decided I was going to take 90 minutes door to door, like from trail back to trail, to like get situated, change my clothes, get like food and stuff, and then however long I could sleep after that. And I was going to do 90 minutes each night around the 2 or 3, because that's just my personal body gets the most tired at that time. So kind of capitalize on when I'm naturally going to want to like really need sleep. And the first night, it's weird because I swear I did not sleep, but my pacer said I did fall asleep. But I was like, no, I just tossed and turned, and then you guys woke me up. And I told them I switched. I was like, you guys, I'm too amped up. We need to switch the training or the sleep plan. And I just need 25 minutes. Just give me 25 minutes. And they said I slept for like 45. It's just weird how time is so different out there. And then the next night, we kind of went back to the original training plan. And sleeping
plan. Oh, yeah.
I am tired.
Yeah.
Sleeping plan. And I was
You get a lot of grace here.
Great. I'm not a napper, like in my normal life. I don't have time really, but so I, without really napping in my normal life, so just small amounts of sleep, it takes me a while to fall asleep. I'm like, I don't know how I'm going to be able to do this, knowing that you're on the clock. And your competitors, like, this is the time they could be passing you, and the gap's widening. Like, how in the world am I supposed to just be like, okay, let's go to bed now?
Right.
But I fell asleep the second night within, like, a minute. And it was, like, the best night of sleep. Like, I guess when your body really needs it, it knows what to do. Yeah. And I woke up and I felt like, so I slept for about 45 minutes. I felt like I had 4 hours of sleep. It was fascinating. I was like, that
and
felt like 4 hours.
you can run really fast after that, too.
And I had my best, after that, I think I had my best little segment. So,
but you were still dealing with the breathing thing, so that's restricting you, too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. But I do think sleep, for me, at least for my first one, is necessary. Because I know some people do just little power naps and it works for them. It's very person dependent.
Yeah, it's very individual. And some people can't sleep, and it can really ruin your race.
Yeah. Here's something. On the third night, because I was expecting to finish on Thursday, so I had 3 nights out there. There was a section where pacers weren't allowed, and I really struggled with that because that specific section was in the dark for me, and the flags are probably once every half a mile. And we were really spoiled because the beginning of the race, great markings, like tons of flags everywhere. So you get kind of like used to like, oh, there's flags everywhere. I was like, okay, my pacer's not here. This is like completely, it should always be on you, but it's number one, it's always on you. Pacers are
good.
Nice
As a coach,
backup.
that's a motto.
Yes, exactly.
Extreme accountability.
Yes. But it's like, okay, like there's no backup system here.
Yeah.
But I found myself, this was a rocky section too, like I could not figure out how to like look for flags and run and not fall on rocks. and breathe. That was happening.
Yeah, right.
So I just barely could run that section. So I got into my crew, and I was supposed to sleep, and I was so amped up. I'm like, I didn't run at all. That took me 90 extra minutes. I'm running now. And they just like went with it. And then at that next aid station, they told
Fox, or that would be no, sorry,
Munns
not
Park was after the.
Oh no, we're talking.
it was
Walnut Canyon.
Yeah,
probably
you
Walnut
had like a
Canyon.
7 miles.
Walnut Canyon section.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right. She was there at night. That's right.
Yeah. Walnut Canyon was night 3. That would have been Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon with no pacer,
so
right? So then you're going to Wildcat.
Okay, and then we decided at this point, since we're already off plan, because the sleep was so helpful for me the second night, that we should push the sleep to be right before the Eldon climb.
Smart.
Because then you like feel refreshed, go just up, and up, feeling at your best in a way.
Yeah.
And so I get into the Eldon climb, and I see my crew, and I was so ready to sleep at that point. I was counting down like 4 hours until sleep, 3 hours until sleep, like so ready. And they're like, so team huddle real quick. I'm like, uh-oh. They're like, you're not actually going to sleep right now? I was like, no, what, no. And they're like, so I actually did not get my third night's sleep because we got a little competitive. And they're like, hey, if you leave right now, you could possibly chase number 10, like overall. And you have a good chance at maybe like sneaking your way into top 10. So we just like, the plan went out the window. And it was fun to like try to like external motivation to get up that mountain, take whatever you can get. Needless to say, without being able to breathe, that did not happen. But it was fun, just motivation.
Yeah, because you're going up to 9,300 feet.
Yeah, so that. So it was interesting. So it's kind of on plan, very much not on plan, and somewhere in between.
Well, that's usually what ultras end up being, is problem solving and adjusting your plans. We're here with the women's runner-up Lindsay Dwyer here at the Cocodona 250. I want to give a shout out to our most recent Sedona Canyons finishers: Kelly Plass, our F4; Josh Kenworthy, our M9; and Keith Astorga, most recently crossing the finish line, our M10. Lindsay, I have a couple of questions for you that have come in from the chat. I sourced to them to see if they had things that they wanted to ask. One, and I'm going to save here in a little bit, but. Chris wanted to ask, when did your breathing get better enough to continue, or were you running the rest of the race either way diminished lung capacity?
It just got progressively worse. So I had to, at first it's just, okay, uphills are really hard, but then like flats became hard, and then downhills got hard, and you're like, uh-oh, this isn't good. And so then I had to go into a combination of walk running, and then eventually it turned into just walking. And then I was at mile 250, and I was like, I cannot DNF at mile 250 with 6 miles to go. Like if I'm crawling my way to the finish line, that's going to happen. And so it was pretty emotional because my finish, I spent, like 3 days envisioning this finish, like finishing, looking strong across the finish line. And instead, like I can't really run. So it was just but that's how it goes, you have good days, you have bad days, and everything in between. But I was also very emotional because I was very lucky to have an amazing crew and pacing team, and they all put their little jerseys on and ran in with me, and it was very special.
Cool.
Yeah.
Shout out to Benjamin Clayton, our most recent finisher of the Sedona Canyons 125. Lindsay, so there's been somebody in the chat all race. Their name is Lindsay Dwyer's #1 fan. Now we'll get to that in just a moment, but they had a legitimate question that I found intriguing. Did you wear a watch because your other races you take your watch off and you don't want to know the time or what mile you're at?
Okay, yeah. Shout out to my twin sister Audrey.
That's what I was guessing.
Yes, she is. She told me she did nothing productive all week, and that she's a teacher. We're twins. It's twinning. We're both teachers. She's like, for the first time ever, I just gave them like independent projects, and I just was staring at my phone, being a bad teacher. And I was like, I think you're excused. She's great. She is my #1 fan. Biggest cheerleader. She's doing her first ultra this year, so that's pretty exciting.
Nice.
But yeah, I train kind of like the Strava thing. I don't look at numbers. I'm very just like intuitive. How am I feeling? So like the watch tells you numbers, which only tells part of the story. And so I did not use my watch for the race, but it's just kind of like it's familiar. And so I just you want to stay in your calm state. And I think if I took my watch off and ran, it's like a sense of like something's different. Well, a lot of things were different, but like, just
you just didn't
know
check
what you know.
the watch much.
The watch was not on GPS. I didn't look at the time of day because I think that would mess me up, because sometimes you're so tired and you're like, oh wait, but it's this hour. Oh boy.
Right.
It was just there, just familiar object. Security blanket.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got our next Cocodona 250 finisher coming in here shortly. I think that was bib number 136. We're here with Lindsay Dwyer, our second place Cocodona finisher in the women's race. We're going to just, we'll cut you loose here in just a few moments. You can rest up and relax. This is Daniel Bishop here. Daniel Bishop from Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania. Made that left on Birch just a moment ago.
He is a Giddy Up Ultra athlete.
Oh, nice. Shout out Daniel.
Yeah.
Is this where you expected him to be?
He coaches with Remo.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew he was going to come in around 7 or 8, so I knew I was going to miss his finish. So if his family's out there listening to this, I got a hat for him.
Awesome.
Giddy Up Ultra hat.
Of course, he's going to cross LaRue right here. Going to make those last few steps before he hits Cocodona Alley, the alley that we have commandeered and named for ourselves here at the Cocodona
It needs
250.
a permanent sign.
I think, I would say why not? Absolutely.
All right, I got to talk to somebody at City Council.
Yeah, you
Make it
live
a-
here. You might know people.
Maybe
Pretty mural, super colorful.
Hit me up on
Want to enjoy
Instagram, anybody in Flagstaff that knows somebody at the city that we can get a little sign that says Cocodona Alley.
I think we'll pivot to our finish line cam here. We're getting a little bit dark. We might have to have one of our Ace Tech people down there to adjust that. But we are going to catch Daniel Bishop's finish here. Congratulations to him, finishing 86 hours, 25 minutes, and about 21 seconds. Daniel Bishop. Did you have another question for Lindsay? Or did you want to? Because I only have one more, and you can go ahead first.
No, go ahead.
Okay, well, this comes from Jeff. Who would you miss more, Rito or Melly?
Jeff Thompson, a wonderful question. I can't answer that. You know that, and you're trying to take advantage that I'm tired. So no, I'm not answering that question. Good
Shut
try.
down.
Yeah, no.
Rito and Melly are her cats.
Yes, they're my fur babies. In fact, my friend Dante, who just finished like an hour ago, he made little like cat tags to put in my vest. So if I was when I was feeling low, which time I could just think about happy memories.
Cool.
So it was really sweet. Yeah.
Well, Lindsay, we won't keep you any longer. Congratulations, but go get some rest. You've well deserved it. So.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank
This
you.
is fun.
Yeah, good job.
Thanks.
Lindsay Dwyer, folks, the runner-up in the Cocodona 250 here in 2025. We're going to take a very short break to, get the studio set for our next guest, Kelly Tiesling from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. And we're going to offer you the opportunity to support the organization, and we'll have a donation link at the top of the chat here at the Cocodona 250, presented by Aero Viper Running.
You got wise blood to come when somewhere coming out long on the brink of self-implosion, alone in a crowd on the corner, going nowhere slow.
Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX-CCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate, made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona race director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janji. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by AeroViper Running. Chris Warden.
Jeff Browning.
And before we introduce our next guest, I want to give a shout out to our most recent finishers of the Sedona Canyons 125. It looks like Devin Wilson, Benjamin Clayton. I'm not sure if I gave him credit before, but we'll do it again. Benjamin Clayton and Eric Mall. Congratulations to them. And now our guest here in the studio is somebody that we had a great conversation last year, and I'm super stoked to have this again. Kelly T. Slink with Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. Welcome back.
Thanks. Happy to be back.
And you guys have known each other way longer than I've known either of you. So first, let's lead with that, actually. How do you guys know each other?
Yeah, so I think it was 2016. I was living in Iowa at the time, and I signed up for an ultra running camp and part of it was we circumnavigated Mount Hood, and Chrissy Mail and Jeff Browning were two of like the celebrity
coaches.
Leaders. Yeah.
We were the coaches.
Let's go with celebrities too.
Yeah. And so, yeah, we spent a weekend running in the mountains. Yeah. And that was, I can't believe it was almost 9 years ago.
Yeah, we went around Mount Hood in one day.
Yeah.
It's awesome route. Classic.
Yeah. It was pretty epic, especially for someone who lived in Iowa at the time.
And now we live in Flagstaff in the same neighborhood.
Yeah.
We ran into each other like, hey, hey, whoa.
Yeah, and we didn't even just run into each other in the neighborhood. I think we ran into each other in like a random trail in Sedona once, and then in the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, that's right.
And
that's
then
right. When I first moved here. Because you moved here before me.
Yeah, just a little bit, I think. Yeah. And now we're here.
Yeah. And we're here to have a discussion about Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona. I thought we had such a great discussion last year, and I kind of wanted to introduce it to potentially a new audience. So first of all, tell us about Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, or maybe the organization as a whole to start with, what it is, what you do, and how people can help.
Yeah. So Girls on the Run, while it sounds like a running club for girls, that's a lot deeper than that and a lot more important than that. Obviously, we're here because we love running and we think running is important, but really we use running and movement and physical activity as an avenue for self-confidence and teaching young girls that they can do anything that they set their mind to. So over the course of our 10-week program, our girls are not only training to complete a 5K at the end of the 10 weeks, but they're also learning lessons from our evidence-based curriculum. And that curriculum teaches girls life lessons that are really critical at this age group. So it's 3rd through 8th grade. And during this time, girls are getting a lot of messages. They are, first of all, they're deciding what kind of person they want to be, and they've got messages telling them what that should be. And those are all usually a lot of things that don't actually matter, like what you look like, your weight, what pant size you wear, makeup, clothes, that type of thing. Not saying those are bad things, but you get a lot of negative messages, from the media and from society about what girls should be like and what they should do. And so at Girls on the Run, we try to give them tools to help make those decisions based on what actually matters. So some of those lessons are recognizing negative self-talk and turning it into positive self-talk, how to build positive friendships, how to cooperate, things that are really, really important for pretty much all humans, but really critical for this age group. So over that 10 weeks, they're learning those lessons, and then they're also learning that they can, again, do anything that they set their mind to. And that's, we do that through hosting a 5K for all of the girls at the end of the season, where they get to not only, a lot of times we tell girls you can do hard things, but this 5K actually proves that to themselves, that they can do the hard thing. And it opens up this world of possibility. What else can I do? And we know that that is where running can be super powerful for girls and all of us too.
We've got some footage from the descent on Eldon. I know that's something the two of you have probably both done. I know you've done it many times, and I have no doubt that you've done it many times as well.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things we're trying to do with Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona is we're trying to help them raise funds for the organization. First of all, I think we raised about $350 last year when you came on, just hanging out. And
Yep.
Whatever you're willing to share, please do via the link at the top of the chat. I would like to improve upon that, so let's shoot for like $500 tonight.
Let's do it.
I think that's very reasonable. So if 50 of you want to forego maybe a couple days of coffee at a local spot, then that covers that right there.
Perfect.
With that money, what would that go towards? Like, are there certain assistance programs that you provide for girls that might be at risk or maybe have lesser means, or does that help set with events that take place? What would that kind of donation provide for Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona?
So one of the things that we do at Girls on the Run, not only of Northern Arizona, but every single chapter in the country, which there are chapters in every single state. So I'm hoping that a lot of the folks tuning in to Cocodona are familiar with Girls on the Run because it is a national organization. The thing that we all do is we do not turn any girl away if they cannot afford the registration fee. No questions asked. I mean, we're all different organizations or 501c3, so we do things differently. But what we always do is ensure that there is no barrier to participation when it comes to financial need. So those funds would ensure that we can always continue to say yes to girls who need that assistance. In our council, we have a pretty high scholarship rate. It's about 50%, sometimes higher. It kind of depends on where we're serving. And the other thing we always do is provide free shoes and free sports bras to any girl who also needs those. Because we know gear is important. And especially at this age when bodies are changing and they might need gear that they don't have, we want to ensure that we can also remove that barrier as well. So typically for our council, we are providing, around $30,000 in financial assistance to girls that we serve. And then, another like $5,000 to $7,000 in shoes and sports bras as well. So that is where that very important money will go towards.
Cool. If people wanted to actively participate in helping put on events, for instance, you talked about the 5K, 10K. First of all, we mentioned that there is need-based assistance. Second of all, is there any sort of entry fee for people that actually do have the means? Second of all, if people want to get involved with the local chapter here in Flagstaff or maybe wherever they happen to be headquartered, how would they go about that?
Yeah, so Girls on the Run relies on donations, and the other big part of what we rely on is volunteers. So we facilitate our program using volunteer coaches. And these are coaches that they don't have to be runners. They don't have to be female. We are looking for adults who are passionate about empowering the next generation of women. We provide the training, we provide the curriculum. You're never just showing up to practice and being like, I guess we'll play tag today. Like, we have a very important structure to our curriculum to ensure, the best outcomes for the girls that we serve. And we do everything we can to support those coaches to make sure they have what they need to feel successful in that role as well. So coaching and volunteering is definitely one of the biggest ways that you can give back to the Girls in the Run community. The other thing is that we are always looking for places that we can host our program. And so schools is like the number one by far, right? Because the kids are already there, the facility is there. We partner with a lot of schools. We can host Girls in the Run at pretty much anywhere where there is indoor and outdoor running space. So if you're interested, if you want this at your school, reach out to your local Girls in the Run council. Pretty easy to find on the Girls in the Run website. Just pop in that zip code and it'll show if there already is a program, and if not, you'll be able to figure out how to bring the program to the area as long as a council is in that vicinity.
How many participants do you have at Girls on the Run in Northern Arizona on an annual basis?
Yeah, so I will say COVID kind of dropped that significantly. We're still kind of building our way back from that. But last fall, we served about 350 girls. And I think the really cool thing is that we serve every single community that Cocodona goes through. So we're based out of Flagstaff, but we actually we're in Sedona, we're in Cottonwood, we're in Camp Verde, which I don't think it goes through. We're in Prescott Valley. So that is a pretty unique part of what we do. So we don't just serve Flagstaff, we serve all of Northern Arizona. And as we all know, it's huge. We also serve the reservation. So we're on Navajo Nation and the Hopi Reservation as too, and other communities within Coconino and Yavapai County.
When you developed, I'm sorry, Jeff, if you have any questions, feel
Nope,
free to jump
you
in.
got it. You got it, Chris.
I
just along for the ride.
when I hear that you're involved with the reservations, I think that's absolutely fantastic. That you want to talk about underserved areas of the state. Was there a process you had to go through, or was that something that they were immediately receptive to? Was it something that immediately they're like, okay, how can we make this work? How can we collaborate?
Yeah, I think so much about Girls in the Run and getting our program and communities is about relationship building. And so we have developed, a pretty intensive plan to build those relationships on the reservation. And if you aren't familiar, Navajo Nation is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it is a really large area.
It's enormous.
Yeah, so we try to build relationships with folks that are passionate about Girls in the Run who can help us build relationships with schools that are on Navajo and on Hopi. And we've been able to do a really good job of doing that, and also raising funds specifically for those communities to ensure that it's just free registration for all of those schools, free shoes, free sports bras. And we also try to provide stipends to those volunteer coaches as they're trying to remove every single barrier we possibly can. So yeah, it's just kind of like the right people in the right place to make that happen. It's really the people that do that.
And that's really important. As we mentioned, if you're interested in donating to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, feel free to do so in the chat of your own accord. We really appreciate it. And as you mentioned, and I guess I didn't realize, or I completely spaced it, the fact that you basically cover the entire Cocodona course nearly. Basically once you get into Yavapai County, that's all your area.
Yep, it absolutely is.
So, and I know that one of the things that we've talked about is the fact that while it is called Girls on the Run, it's more of a holistic approach to prepare young girls for life and develop skills that are going to serve them well beyond the idea of just throwing on shoes and running. However, have you begun to see, you've been with the organization for several years. Mm-hmm. Have you begun to see maybe some of the girls that you worked with when they were much younger become maybe high school runners or trail runners? Have you started to see that kind of generation, develop into competitive running just, of their own volition?
Absolutely. And I can speak from my experience personally. I started coaching in 2012. And so some of those girls now are in college, mm-hmm. right? So I've been able to follow along with there's social media is good for those types of things where I can stay connected to some of those girls that I coached. And, I'm just give one example of, I'm sure many, many, many. But there was one girl in particular that I coached, her name was Kaisa. And I think she was more of a book type, right? She wasn't really super into sports, and she joined Girls in the Run, and she ended up going into middle school and joining the track team. Not something I don't think she nor her parents ever expected her to do, because it wasn't really something that she ever had interest in. And her mom has told me that Girls in the Run is the reason why she pursued this. in middle school and then in high school. And I can't remember if it was her mom or she told me that that's where she found her people in high school, which I think is so important, right? To find the people that make you feel good and make you a better person. So that again, that's just one story, but I do know that it happens.
That's awesome to hear. Of course, Kelly, before we let you go, you're an avid runner yourself and have had quite a bit of success at races here in Arizona. You ever going to run Cocodona?
That isn't really, I mean, for those who don't know, I had a baby about a year ago.
Yeah.
So that is definitely something that has reeled back in my running quite significantly. Thankfully, I'm still running, but things look a lot different now. So who knows? Maybe when he turns 10 or something, Cocodona 250 will be my way to celebrate, I don't know, surviving 10 years of parenthood.
Whether it be Cocodona, whether it be something else, Kelly, it is great to see you and great to hang out here this evening. And once again, we're going to leave that link in the chat for a little while longer. Like we said, last year we were able to raise about $350. Like to up that a little bit. Like I said, $500. I think it's very reasonable of a target. If we go past that, that's fine. And, tell you what, if I can't promise anything, but if we have any big donations, like say of $100 or more, if you're a fan of the chase, we'll see what we can do for you. How's
Heck
that
yeah.
sound?
Absolutely. Thank
All
you.
right. Kelly T-Slink from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, thank you for joining us. It looks like we've got, I think that's Eli Waby heading down the mountain. We'll just, can we pop Eli to the big screen and we'll just take a quiet break here on the Cocodona 250 live stream here on Mountain Outpost. And we're back here in studio. Thank you to Kelly Teeslink with Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona for joining us and talking about their organization. If you are interested in making a donation, you can do so at the link at the top of the chat. Like I said, if you have been following, we had Kelly in last year, and we raised $350, which is used towards helping girls participate in activities that are going to help them grow both personally and athletically, and I think it's a cause that we definitely can all get behind. I would like to better that $350 tonight, and if we can get up to say $500, that would be great. And I'm going to put Jamil and Dylan on the spot from the chase, and maybe Bronco Billy as well, because I see some posters over there that we might have to do something with. But if we can get maybe if you donate $100 to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona through that link, and you let me know about it via social media, we'll see what we can do about getting you a signed poster of the chase. How's that sound?
Giddy up.
You cool with that?
Yeah.
Awesome. That would be so fantastic. So, I'll mail it out myself, so it'll arrive next year. What I'm going to do, first of all, I want to congratulate our most recent finishers in the Sedona Canyons 125. That would be Hayden Burge, I think, is the only one that we have seen cross the finish line since then. We are watching Eli Waby on the descent here at Mount Eldon. This was something that you, Jeff, had to go up last year, and this section has caused a lot of consternation for people. Previously, you went up this section and down the access road, and now it is completely different.
It is different, and it is all in the climb. The extra mileage is all in this big climb coming off the Arizona Trail, up Hart Trail, up to Sunset Trail, and then over to Eldon, and then down what we used to come up. And to put it in perspective, it's very, very similar in vert to a VK, so a vertical kilometer, as far as the amount per kilometer. And so it's a really steep, really rugged, really rocky. It's hard enough coming up it. It's even more heinous going down it. It is super rocky. It's stair-steppy. It's loose in spots. There's a little bit of exposure in places. On blown quads, or anything, if ankles aren't flexible like they normally are, it makes it a lot harder to go down. So it is tough. And the climb now it's a beautiful climb. It's a beautiful route. If you can hit it during the day, it's absolutely stunning. That entire section going up Hart is one of the prettiest trails in the San Francisco Peaks. But it is a long climb. It's I think when you turn off the AZT, it's about a 5.5 mile climb and about almost 2,000 feet up to the high point of Sunset, and then you have a little dip and another 250-foot climb up to the summit of Mount Eldon before you drop off. And what we're seeing on the screen right now with Eli taking some layers off, he's getting down to low, he's dropping down off the climb, so it's going to be warming up for him. It's always really cold and windy up on top. Usually about 10 degrees, at least 10 degrees cooler up on top, up on the ridge compared to Flagstaff. So sometimes 15 degrees, and usually a little stronger wind as well. So which always has a little bite to it. Mm-hmm. So he shed his down coat, getting his pack back on, and getting moving again.
Yeah, I had never actually been back on that Hart Trail. That was gorgeous when we saw Dan out there.
It's absolutely lovely. It's one of my favorite trails. I live kind of on the east side of town, and that trailhead is really close to my house. And so the one that goes to Hart. So I love that running over there. It's one of my favorite spots.
And then, of course, coming down off of this, Eli and his pacer will be hitting the Fat Man's Loop briefly over to a connecting trail. What is that trail that connects them to Buffalo Park from there?
It is Force of Nature, but it's Pipeline Trail at first.
Pipeline, yeah.
You turn right on Pipeline off of Fat Man's, and then you eventually go on to Force of Nature and over to Trinity Heights Aid Station. And then you get back on Pipeline, which is an actual pipeline trail at that point. Mm-hmm. It's more of a double track and the trail gets really easy from Trinity Heights in.
Yeah.
It's not very technical. There's still some little punchy, rolly ups and downs in there. But this section that they're on is it's tough. It just doesn't really let up. Now he's getting ready to go into a switchback here. I know this stair step section well. He's going to have a switchback coming up right here, and there is a lot of big rocky bouldery stair steppy. They have done a lot of work in the last year on this trail. Trail building crews have really improved this trail with some rocky stair steps that you just saw, but it still has a lot of really gnarly sections.
As we watch Eli descend from the Mount Eldon summit, I just want to give you a heads up that our next expected cutoff is at Foxborough Ranch at 9 p.m. tonight, so just over an hour. We've just got a handful of runners that are not quite there. I am going to audit that list and figure out who they are. We'll give them a shout out, and we will be following them as they attempt to keep going so they can continue their story here at the Cocodona 250. I think that our next runners that we expect to see off of Eldon, let me see. It looks like maybe Derek Anthony, Adam Williams, Jenny Chisholm, Nicholas Steinbrunner, and I think Kyle Cameron. And at that point, Eli is right there. And Jeff, I can't imagine going down this at night because watching Dan head down this trail yesterday afternoon, legit scared me with how there was a thin layer of snow out there. Obviously, it was a warm day today, so a lot of that's gone. But
yeah, it's pretty much gone now.
But at the same time, a freeze up in the night turns, like some of those muddy patches into ankle-breaking clumps.
I went up there today. I went up this trail and then across backwards on the course and back over to where they come out underneath on Arizona Trail, come under Highway 89 through the tunnel. Most of the snow was pretty much melted by midday.
Okay.
And by about 1:30 in the afternoon, most of the clay deposits were dried up and tacky again, so they weren't sticky anymore. So when I was there when Cameron Haynes was climbing up Hart, and it was in pretty good condition. And there really wasn't much snow. There's a little bit of snow on up on the trail, on Sunset Trail in the trees. It's kind of a north aspect. In the trees, there was a little bit of but most of the snow was gone on the trail from enough foot traffic that there wasn't much left. So it was just in the trees a little bit. So there shouldn't be any ice on the trail tonight. It should be in really good shape. Now that it's clear, we'll get a colder night. It'll be colder tonight than it was last night. It was pretty warm last night. I went out and ran with Mike McKnight out of Wildcat for just a couple miles. He didn't have a pacer, and so went and ran with him just a couple miles. I was getting extra mileage in for Western States and running at midnight last night with my headlamp. It was pretty warm last night.
So what if you had to eyeball it, or maybe you know this off the top of your head because you're a regular up on this hill? What is the temperature delta compared to downtown or down in Flagstaff? Like, for instance, this morning when I woke up, I was freezing. It was 37 degrees. What kind of difference on a typical day would you have at the top of Eldon versus down here in town?
10 to 15 degrees colder.
Oh, that's I think
and a little stronger wind.
Okay. Yeah,
so if it's a windy day, if it's 15, 20 mile an hour winds in town, it's going to be like 25 to 35 mile an hour winds up there.
Yeah, I think
with
I'll
50
stay
mile
down
an
in
hour
town.
guess.
I'm going to stay down in town then, for sure.
It is cold. It's cold at night up there. It'll get chilly tonight with it being clear.
I wanted to give an update on the back of the pack. The back of the pack has until 9 p.m. to get to Foxborough Ranch. We still have a cam at Foxborough Ranch, correct, Trevor? We don't need to go there just now. I just want to confirm that we have one. Okay,
yes,
cool. Thank you. The good news is that we've only got like one or two runners that haven't quite hit that aid station as of yet that are still on the course. Or three, actually. So John Kilburn is at mile 177.3, so basically like less than a half mile out. Eric McGee at 175.4, so about 2 miles out. And Tanya Carmona, who is about 6 miles out. That's going to be tight with just under an hour. And, having, been moving, pretty deliberately to this point to try and cover that, maybe 5.96 miles is going to be pretty tough to do. Getting to that aid station, Foxborough Ranch. The lead up to Foxborough, Jeff, is that a technical station if somebody's like coming from Sedona, or like getting there maybe the last 6 miles, or is that something that if they've got legs, they can get it done in an hour?
Oh, that's gonna be a tough one.
Okay,
I have to be honest with you. It's almost all uphill.
Oh,
once you get to the water only, it's gravel road, but it's mostly climbing. There is some little roller downs, but it's mostly climbing up to that point until you get really close to the ranch. There's a little bit of a down, but the climb up to that water only. I don't know how far the water only is from Foxborough. Do we know that number?
Let me look at I can pull it up here really quick on my end.
How far is that?
Let me zoom out, then zoom back in. Let's see, Foxborough. The water to Foxborough is water station at mile 173.8. So you're talking 176.5. So about 3 miles, give or take, just a little bit short of that.
That means she's still down below. That is a big climb. She's coming up that last 3 miles on Hangover. That's a really sustained climb. Once you drop off the Hangover section, you kind of drop a downhill, and then you start climbing back up to the water only. That's a solid single track rocky climb that eventually drops onto the double track 4-wheel drive road up to the water only, and then it turns into nicer gravel. That's going to be a really hard pull. That would be a hard pull for me.
All right. Well, Tanya, we're rooting for you. But her time is getting pretty tight here as we have just hit the 8 o'clock hour here in Arizona. It is hour 87 of the Cocodona 250 presented by Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running. That means at 87, we've got 38 hours left in our broadcast and in this race. So we are still a long way away from finishing the storytelling here at the Cocodona 250, the Sedona Canyons 125, the the Flagstaff Crest 39 is tomorrow. It has been changed due to significant course changes. But as we can see, Eli Wiebe heading down the Mount Eldon Trail, the Lookout Trail, probably fairly close. Well, it seems a little bit up.
This just gives you a really good feel for some of these stair-steppy sections that you see them coming down. It's so rocky. And there's some big steps in there.
Yeah, the temperatures actually tonight weren't too bad, at least when I was coming here. It was definitely warmer tonight than the last couple of days. So, but you said it was clearer, so it could potentially up higher get colder. So
yeah, I was going to look at the forecast for tonight, hourly.
Well, let's see if we can get eyes on the Sedona Canyon race as well. I'm trying to track those results. And while we don't have follow cams on that course, because unlike years past, the Sedona Canyons race does not follow the Cocodona course exactly. So with our limited resources in the field, we're obviously focusing on the 250. But I'll keep an eye out on the next runners expected to come in. As we mentioned, Hayden Burge finished just a little bit ago. Congratulations to him. We could be seeing Matt Lowe, bib number 457, coming in before too long. Paul Harold and our next woman, Shani Bozen. We'll be keeping an eye out on them. On a personal level, one runner that I was looking forward to following here is one of many that have just recently gotten to the aid station at Foxborough. And those runners will actually we can run them down. We've got some time here at Air Viper After Dark. So there's it looks like about a dozen runners that are either at or just departing Foxborough. You're talking about these individuals here that are able to continue their journey. They would include Diane Cena, Elizabeth Russ. Elizabeth was the final finisher in 2023, back for more. Trinity Buckley, Robbie Cheney, Winona Fulgham, Kyle Schutten, Rachel Millman, David Van Stroh, Scott Reed, Luke Miller, Matthew McCarthy, Justine Hewitt, David Toms, John Kilburn, who actually just got to that aid station. One of the runners I've been following is Aylin Davis. Aylin is currently at mile 179, 180. Aylin, a Flagstaff local, an employee with Air Viper Running, and attempting to become the first deaf runner to finish Cocodona 250.
Cool.
Aylin is the kind of person, the way that I put it is that once she meets you, she'll hug you every time she sees you. She's definitely a positive source of energy in this trail running community. One of the things that makes me love it so much.
Okay. Here's forecast for tonight. Flagstaff, about 42 degrees. Fairly calm winds. And on top of Eldon and the ridge line, it's supposed to be clear with a low around freezing, right around 32, 33 degrees, with pretty calm winds out of the north at about 6 to 8 miles an hour. 6 to 8 mile an hour is really calm here. We have a lot, this time of year especially, we usually tend to have 10 to 15 mile an hour winds as kind of a norm with gusts. So it looks pretty good. And then tomorrow up on top of Eldon, sunny with a high near 62 and east winds at 7 to 14 with gusts up to 22. So that kind of gives you a feel for tomorrow's forecast on top of Eldon. So we have another nice day in Flagstaff tomorrow. And I think Saturday, at least through midday, and at least till the finish at 10 a.m., we're good on weather. So no more moisture in the forecast through the finish line. But it could be a little chilly tonight.
Yeah, but I gotta say,
not bad.
I was gonna say I don't think that's bad at all based on where we've been.
Oh, the wind can be brutal up there.
Oh, it looks like the pacer lost his footing there for a moment. It shows you again, this is no joke. The pacer's probably fairly fresh at this point.
Yeah,
still.
I don't know how long he's been pacing. If he paced since Walnut Canyon, that's a pretty long pace.
That's true. I keep on forgetting that the lead up to Eldon is much longer than it used to be.
Yeah. It's a good haul.
But about that weather, I think that, based on what we've seen in the last 24 hours, or actually since, even Monday, I think that is much more enjoyable. I went out to dinner with Pete Mortimer that night, and we're sitting at a restaurant on Route 66, and we're looking up at the mountain with a nice, heavy dusting, and we're just like, glad we're not going up there this year.
Right.
He was especially glad setting up the meat spread, Pete's Meats at Wildcat this year, because it's much closer to his house. I mean, it's like basically right around the corner.
Yeah,
for
he
him.
lives really close to that aid station.
So this is definitely a much punchier course at the end, which is kind of.
I guess Pete's Meats got overrun pretty quickly.
Really?
Yeah. I talked to. Who did I talk to today? One of the pacers for someone in the 250 when I was up on the course today was like, they didn't have any Pete's Meats.
Oh no,
they were out.
I'm sure that
he was bummed.
Knowing them, they're probably like doing what they can to resupply. I mean, he and Julian definitely take pride in being able to handle everybody out there. But the demand might have been pretty heavy out there, knowing full well that. I guess, think about that this year. Like, when you got to Wildcat, you still got that climb up Eldon and the descent. Like, when you got there in years past, up to the top of Eldon, you just worked hard, climbing up to the high point of the course. But you also know that it's all downhill from there. And
I don't think people took as much.
Yeah.
I would say people took more this year. To go even, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's one of the things Pete always insisted upon was basically like if
take some to go.
Yeah, he would stuff a sandwich in your pocket and send you on your way.
Yeah.
I want to shout out to our sponsors here at the Cocodona 250, Speedland Shoes, Janji. Thanks to Mike from Janji for joining us here in the studio a little bit ago. Ultra Aspire, Tailwind, Catula, Squirrel's Nut Butter, and Satisfy. I actually saw Chris Thornley out at Fort Tuthill a little bit ago. He was supposed to join us here earlier this week, but he couldn't because normally they are setting up the aid station there on Wednesday morning, I believe, or maybe it was Tuesday morning, but he was supposed to join us and couldn't because they had to spring into action earlier because everybody was running so damn fast.
Yeah, that's the new Cocodona.
Of course,
last year we were beating aid stations.
Yeah, and so this year everybody did their best to try and get out there sooner. So my guest here, my co-host tonight rather, is Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning. Of course, Jeff ran this race last year, finished runner-up. And the story of your run last year was very thoroughly documented in a film that I think we've both become so enamored of, not just because we're in it, but because it just tells a great story.
It is a good film.
That is The Chase. The Chase is the most recent film by Dylan Harris, who worked with Aravaipa and the Cocodona 50 crew to profile 5 athletes: Jeff Browning, Arlen Glick, Joe McConaughey, Michael McKnight, and Mike Versteeg, and the battle that the 5 of you had at last year's race. Jeff, I was privileged enough to be hanging out with you at the very first showing here in Flagstaff at the Orpheum on March 15th. What was it like to see that story come to life on the big screen?
It was amazing. I have to say, as a former graphic designer and marketing person and branding person, and I love media and I love video and I love print and I love everything when it comes to this stuff. And I love art too, and I feel like films are an expression of art. And it's a really good story. I love it that it just followed whatever the story unfolded for the men up front last year. And yeah, I mean, I was just stoked to be part of that. I loved, as I went to probably 6 of the showings, and I got to the point where in the second half of the tour, I really was just there to like witness when people laugh, when they don't. You really start to watch, and then also like to analyze. I'm a coach, so
yeah,
to analyze each of the characters and get, as you watch them over and over and over again, and you're like thinking about mindset, and you're thinking about strategy, and you're thinking about nutrition, and all the things that you deal with your athletes as a coach. And so I was definitely looking at it through that lens as well, which was really fun.
I will say one of the things that I loved, because I attended multiple screenings as well, was I was like, as much as I'd watched the screen, because I'd seen the film multiple times, had been witness to early cuts, and I got chills as I watched it for the very first time. But being in the theater, one of the things I couldn't help but do is kind of like pan myself to the left to see what everybody's reaction was like around me, or pan to the right to see what people were seeing, and if they got as enthusiastic and excited about things as I did, or as emotional. I mean, let's be honest, you laid it all out there in that film. I mean, you can see the raw emotion, and in that trailer, I think that your reaction and your breaking down of what happened to you out there, and how your race came to a close. I mean, I think that really was one of the draws into the film, the fact that somebody who has achieved the highest of highs in this sport, one of the great careers in American ultra running, somebody who had been faced with a situation that just where you learned a hell of a lesson.
I had never dealt with that before, so
yeah.
I didn't have a tool in my toolbox for it. It was really and he also interviewed me. In that scene, he interviewed me the day after the race, so
yeah,
I definitely was a little emotionally raw, but that makes for a good story too, right? Yeah. He's good at asking questions and digging, and pulling out stuff that you normally wouldn't say on camera. So shout out to Dylan Harris as well for being a good interviewer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Dylan Harris did a great job of that, and for those of us who have been following that story. We're so proud to have witnessed it. I want to shout out our most recent finishers. We've been having some issues with our finish line cam. The lighting has been pretty complicated, but I want to give a shout out to Daniel Bishop, Mary Jane Schultz, Jonathan Dawson, and Janet Bain, our most recent finishers of the 250. As soon as we have that finish cam back up, we will go to that as well. While we've got Eli Waby out here on the descent from Eldon. We'll see if we can do a little bit of a spin around. We'll check with Jordan and Trevor on the other side of the glass here in the studio to see if they can maybe show us what else is going on out there. Do we have a finish line cam up and running again yet? We'll show you the destination that Eli and the other runners are making out there. Okay, cool. We have the color back up and running. So this is the target for all of these runners. They're going to basically, no matter which course they're coming off of, Sedona Canyons or Cocodona, they're going to make their way through the streets of Flagstaff to Heritage Square. That right there is Foxborough Ranch. That is where the last of the runners are making their way. The back of the pack has until the top of the hour, about 45 minutes from now, maybe a little bit less, 43 minutes rather. Again, only a couple of runners still chasing that cutoff. We're moving really well. And then that is for Tuthill, manned by Kim Casey, ably run by her and her partner Joe, and ably assisted by Chris Thornley. As you can see, people hanging out and checking out. Do we have an Andy Jones Wilkins sighting?
He is there, I know of.
Okay.
It looks like him in that orange, but I can't really tell.
No, that's not AJW.
Well, I know he's there.
Well, Andy Jones Wilkins is...
If we had the sound on, we could find him.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, the one, the only, the incomparable Andy Jones Wilkins, of course. So, he came into this race pretty confident that he could be a part of the broadcast team even after his race. So
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, so his rationale was that he would be able to finish early enough on Friday that he could get a good amount of sleep and then come in and help call the final finishers with me on Saturday morning.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. But the aid station here at Fort Tuthill is going to be a very busy place for the next, about 15 hours. I believe that aid station closes down just after noon tomorrow. I was out there a little bit ago, and that is it was for packet pickup at for the Flagstaff Crest 39, and was able to talk to some runners, some people out there, and that race will be starting tomorrow morning, and we'll be filming the start of that event. The Flagstaff Crest has a new course this year. Unfortunately, it doesn't go up and over Eldon like it used to, but that's just simply because we had to make accommodations for the migration of the endangered Mexican spotted owl. And so basically creating a whole new course out there. Hey, Jeff, have you seen what the Flagstaff 39 course looks like or at all? It's significantly different.
Yeah, it's significantly different. I'm familiar with some of those trails, but I don't run on that side of town very often. We have trails on all sides of town.
That's true.
So,
that is true. This is a trail running mecca. Make no joke about it.
So I run a lot. I live on the southeast side, so I run a lot out on the Arizona Trail, out towards the Walnut Canyon section.
Oh, yeah.
Of the course, and then from Walnut Canyon over to Wildcat. Some of that area I run as well quite a bit, and then I run in obviously up Eldon and Hart and all that. That's kind of a go-to for my longer runs or big vert runs. So I don't go over to the west side very often, like Fort Tuthill area. Every once in a while I do, but not very often. I have trails way closer.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's one of the things that I've learned. I mean, I've been coming up to Flagstaff for years. I've participated in the Big Pine and Blackout trail runs up here. Of course, with Cocodona, I've come up here to be a part of that for the last few years. But ever since I really started associating more with Flagstaff runners, of course, my coach is Pete Mortimer, who lives fairly close to you.
Yep.
And
he lives right across from the Eldon climb.
Yeah, and we've actually gone and done Fat Man Loop from his house, where I was actually shocked at how close it was.
It's really close.
But yeah, this is a place where if you're interested in having world-class trails very close to you, or even one-of-a-kind experiences. I mean, the canyon's only 90 minutes away.
90 minutes away. It's our backyard, pretty much.
Yeah. So
I can go run it in a day. I mean, go run in the canyon and come back for a long run in the same day and be back by happy hour.
Well, that's what I'm supposed to do on Saturday with Pete. We're supposed to go and do, I guess, a rim to river even after the Cocodona live stream. So,
oh, yeah.
I have a feeling it's going to be a very rough afternoon.
Yes, it will.
But, that's what we all do in the name of training. So,
yep.
This is the Squirrel's Nut Butter. You can see adorned Fort Tuthill aid station. Chris Warden, Jeff Browning, hanging out with you here. Jeff is going to hang out with us here for a little while longer, however long he feels like, I guess.
Until the cutoff at 9.
Okay, until
at
the cutoff.
Foxborough.
Perfect.
Yep.
And we will make sure to keep track of everybody who makes it into Foxborough and out. Thanks for everybody who's tuning in. We've actually, compared to last year's viewership, had astronomical numbers. I know that we had some big names in the field this year, both from an ultra running and from a social media standpoint. But I think that even beyond that, our numbers have been much higher than in years past, and we thank you for that. And hopefully for those of you that are tuning in, maybe missed our interview with Kelly Teesling from Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, you can let's keep this link on until the top of the hour. So I'm writing checks that my butt can't cash, but what I'm doing is I'm basically calling our shot. If you donate $100 to Girls on the Run of Northern Arizona, and I can find out from Kelly, or you can show it to me on social media, then I will make sure that you get a gift, a chase related gift from the Cocodona 50 live stream, and we'll maybe put Jeff Browning's pen to work along the way. Maybe have him sign something for you. So hopefully we can best our donation tally of $350 from last year. And I don't know, Jeff, I'm kind of looking at this aid station at Foxborough Ranch, and I'm thinking that it almost looks like they're getting close to breakdown time.
Yeah, you can tell they're starting to clean up a little bit and starting to organize. Which is, I mean, I've worked a lot of aid stations, and usually when you get closer to the cutoff, you've been there a while, and you're trying to like just go through and clean things up and have just everything still ready for the runners when they come in and to get them in and out. But there's not a lot of time when you're pushing the cutoffs like they are now. We have 38 minutes left. Most of these runners need to get in there, get a little food, and get out, and probably take something to go.
Yeah. I think that we've only got, like I said, just a handful. I think that maybe 2 or 3 runners that haven't yet gotten to Foxborough. And as we mentioned, we're going to be keeping eyes on the very back of the pack, because it's going to be a tight shot here. Tanya Carmona really not moving very quickly. Still closer to Sedona than to Foxborough. Gonna have to pull out some magic here to get there. We can still root for her. Beyond that, it looks like everybody is within a stone's throw. John Kilburn about a quarter of a mile out. Eric McGee even closer than that. So I think that we are at the point where Foxborough Ranch is going to be closing up shop here at the top of the hour. Right here, Trinity Heights. This is an aid station that is new to me. Jeff, what can you tell me about where Trinity Heights is located?
It's right at the back of the Methodist Church. There's a big parking lot, and there's a trailhead right adjacent along their property line.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're coming on Force of Nature, and there's a spider web of trails in there.
Okay.
Right on the edge of that property. So the back of the Methodist Church is basically National Forest.
Okay.
Right against Eldon. And so they'll come in there. It's a little short out and back, and then they'll be back up on the trail. You'll maybe be on the trail for a quarter of a mile of like a little bit of rocky trail, and then you get on the pipeline. The pipeline trail turns into the actual. It's a natural gas pipeline.
Okay.
And there's a double track road that it is still like rolly because it's crossing drainages, but it's way better footing than what you've been experiencing coming into Trinity. It's still really rocky. Most of that trail is. So And then they run, maybe a few little rollers. What are they saying? They're putting it up to the camera. I can't tell.
Yeah, it's so dark there. I don't know if we can.
I can't.
I can only tell a donut, need, and want.
Okay, Cocodona. Everything you. Oh.
It's not something
you need. It's something you want. I feel like that's kind of shots fired there. Yeah. I see our crew out there having some fun out there. When it comes to Cocodona, it's Jeff. You've done the Sedona Canyons. You've done Cocodona. Of course, this year, as we mentioned, you are focused on Western States and High Lonesome. Do you see yourself coming back to this next year or maybe in future years? And,
yes, next year for sure.
Oh, really? Calling his shot, Jeff Browning.
Oh yeah, I'm coming back.
Awesome. And
I just have to get through Western States and get the 50+ record, and then I can check that box, and then I come back to Cocodona and check that box.
Nice. Well, with Cocodona, how much do you think you're going to have to change in terms of strategy from the first time around?
There's some strategy change.
Okay. Is there anything that you've witnessed this year watching the live stream that you're like, okay, I need to do this completely differently? I know I don't want you to peel the onion back too far.
Yeah. I'm not gonna give you all my secrets out there to the public. I definitely looked at strategy, and that's definitely going to change a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Pacing strategy won't change on day one.
And you said that you thought that the runners this year went out really hot on day
too
one.
hot, and that showed.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the only person that actually held on was Dan.
Yeah,
and part of that was because he's got really, really good runner, but he was also pretty relaxed at Crown King. He wasn't in the lead, but he was like kind of aping the lead.
Mm-hmm.
But he was calm. He and Ryan Sands were both calm and collected and under control and not racing. You could tell they were just cruising, and I think that speaks volumes to where they finished.
Yeah, I think one of the things about watching Dan, I mean, I've watched Dan now, I guess, for at least 450 miles off the top of my head, having watched him at Javelina twice and here at Cocodona. Just the fact that he seemed under control at all times. Like he was just in this little band of emotion. Like he wasn't ever too high, wasn't ever too low. He seemed to have his wits about him. We were able to hear a little bit of his banter.
He was able to sleep.
Yeah, he was. He was actually able to every single aid station get some sleep and do a shoe change. Like that seemed like every single time and very quickly. It wasn't like he was down for a long time.
He told me he got about three naps.
Uh-huh.
So he did, I think 15 or 20 minute, 3 different naps. I think that's smart.
Mm-hmm.
You run way faster after you nap. So, I that just backs up that the nap works.
Mm-hmm.
And I do know that Ryan, he and I talked. I owe him a double espresso from Single Speed tomorrow. We've been already chatting on WhatsApp. So we're connecting because I asked him, yesterday when I was on the course, like, what are you? Okay, you've been on the course for 3 days. Like, what are you thinking about? What are you missing? What do you want when you're done? And he goes, a double espresso from Single Speed. I introduced him to that shop, and they have a great presentation of the double espresso. If you like a double espresso, they give it to you on a wooden platter with two glasses, the double espresso in one. You have to get it for there. You can't get it to go. and then in the other one, they give a water back, like a bubbly water back. So, which is like a really high-end way to give you
an Americano.
Espresso.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just give you the double espresso shot, and they give you a bubbly water. It's quite a.
That sounds very European.
Yeah, it's so European, and it's so amazing. So he was dreaming about that, so I'm buying him one tomorrow. So, yeah, I think Ryan definitely struggled with sleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that makes it tough that last 100 miles.
Yeah, I'm sure,
and especially the last 60, the last 100K.
Of course, you mentioning sleep strategy. One of my favorite stories of last year's race that was highlighted in the chase was the sleep strategy on night one. Of course, there was a little bit of gamesmanship there. Can we talk about that?
There was a little bit. My plan was 30 minutes at Fane Ranch, and I came in, after String Bean's mishap of navigation. I got there first. I slept 30 minutes. He tried to sleep 20. I got up before him, and I snuck out of there with my light off. And I didn't have a pacer through that section, so I just snuck out by myself. And then, and I felt really good there going up Mingus after a nap. So it seemed to serve me well last year.
Yeah, absolutely did. But it was just kind of funny, like hearing the story in the chase, and also having discussions with you since then. Just the notion that, like, basically creeping out of Fane Ranch to, basically just maybe not wake up or alert the competition. So I think that was one of the more entertaining.
That was my crew. that was all my crew. They woke me up and they said, Joe's sleeping, and they were whispering. So we did everything under a whisper and quietly,
That's just so cool. Like, I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall for that. Obviously the race had a long way to go, but you definitely set out with a strategy. And from there, you were definitely in control of things for a long time. We've got a few runners that have come off Eldon that are making their way on those connecting trails. Fat Man Loop, Pipeline, Force of Nature, as Jeff was describing. Adam Williams is almost to Buffalo Park. Derek Anthony and Nicholas Steinbrunner are on Pipeline. Jenny Chisholm, our expected next women's finisher, the matriarch of the Chisholm through hiking family, coming in fairly soon as well. Kyle Cameron, and we had Eli Waby on the Eldon descent, and we were getting some great shots of his descent. People were asking in the chat who that was filming that. Do we know off the top of our heads? Producers? Well, whoever it was, we appreciate you very much. As is this Jenny right here? Awesome. It's not. You know what? That would track. If Jenny Chisholm. If she's moved about 2 miles in the last 25 minutes, that would make sense. Jenny Chisholm started the race with a couple of her children, Brody and Elliot. Brody last year. Jeff, I'm sure you were impressed with it as we were. 17-year-old last year, 18-year-old Brody Chisholm finishing, I believe, 11th overall last year.
Yes.
That was
solid time. I talked to him at the finish line.
Yeah, and younger brother Elliot, 17 years of age. Unfortunately, Brody, I believe, withdrew at I think it was at Mingus perhaps, and Elliot had to pull out at Crown King, but their mom is still moving forward. And as you mentioned, the boys have all stepped in to help her move.
Yep. They've been pacing.
So anything else that you've noticed in this race that, maybe that the casual observer might not have noticed, but you as somebody who's competed at the highest levels and as a coach, using some observations or anything that you've noticed that, maybe runners are doing well, making mistakes on, this is a completely different race in a lot of ways because of the elements. Yeah.
The weather was a totally kind of throwing a wrench in everyone's plan type of year. So I think, those that could pivot and came prepared with gear.
Mm-hmm.
So you always come prepared with more gear than you think you're going to need. So I think those who came with more changes of clothes,
mm-hmm.
just to get back in your base layers dry again, because it just was raining constantly. Those who had good rain gear, good gear. Those that carried that gear. I heard of a few people who didn't quite carry enough in certain sections, and that affected them. So I think that was one thing I noticed is as one is being prepped with gear.
Mm-hmm.
The other one that was really threw me for a loop, we normally would coach people to kind of use drop bags in case your crew couldn't make it there, like got flat tire, got lost, something happened where you need your basic stuff like nutrition and lights, for example. Well, with the construction and the snafu with the aid station at Crown King, I had a couple athletes who didn't get their drop bags, and that was, I really saw it either really get in people's heads or people just went with the flow, asked people, and there was tons of people with like, oh, I have some stuff. Oh, I have some stuff. Like pair of socks from this person, gloves from this person, emergency light from another person, and then like 3 different people throwing nutrition at them, gels and other things. So, I think, just being able to stay calm in those situations when they don't go according to plan, I think is a really important aspect of ultra running, because things never go according to plan all the time, especially in 250 miles.
Of course, Jeff, as we mentioned, you are not only an athlete, you're also a coach. If people are interested in working with you, how do they get about contacting you?
Just go to our coaching website, giddyupultra.com, and you can also get there through my Instagram at GoBroncoBilly, and there's a link there as well. We have 5 coaches, including me. So we have 4 other coaches. We have two women, 2 men, and plus me as the head coach. So, and all our coaches right now have availability. Unfortunately, I am full at the moment. I do maintain a wait list. If people are willing to be a little patient, it's kind of one-off, one-on scenario with me. It has been for a few seasons, but we'd love to help you out.
And you have several athletes, you and your organization, that are racing this week. How are they doing so far?
Pretty good. We've had a couple people time out. One person get injured with a fall. We had 3 brand new people. Out of the 3 new people, we have 1 person still on the course that's new to 200s.
We saw a finisher a little bit ago?
Yep, we saw a finisher a little bit ago, one of Remo's athletes from Pennsylvania, Daniel Bishop. And then we've got 3, I think I've got 3 athletes still on the course. 2 men, 1 woman. And, they're still plugging away. And Mike McKnight finished, so... I was just thinking about this before you asked me that. How many do I have total? We have 9 between Remo has 1, I have 8 in the 250. We had 2 in the 125, and one of our coaches ran the Mingus Traverse.
Okay. I don't know.
He's a local Flagstaff guy.
Oh, nice. How'd they do?
Tyler Welch. I haven't even looked. To be honest, I don't even know how he did. He was up front. He was up in the front.
Looks like Tyler Welch finished 3rd with a time of 15:46.
So there you go. He was on the
podium. Let's see. Hey, Jordan, are we able to flip to the finish line here? Okay, because it looks like we either... I think we have another Sedona Canyons runner coming in here. Looks like Matt Lowe just came in. Shout out to Matt Lowe for his finish in Sedona Canyons 125. I'll see if I can get a final finish time for him here. This is the Fort Tuthill aid station. It's just across town, but it's quite a ways away on the course. So, it's about maybe a 12-minute drive from here at most, but as the course dictates, it's about 57 miles, and that's not 57 easy miles. So,
no, yeah, you have like a really good roll. It's actually pretty. Well, there's some rocky sections, but it's pretty rolly 16 over to Walnut Canyon. That's one of the solo sections. You can't take a pacer with you, so all runners have to go without a pacer in that section, and then it's about a little over 6 miles to Wildcat, and then I don't remember the mileage from Wildcat to Trinity Heights.
Yeah, Wildcat is
it 20?
Something. It's fairly close to that. Let me confirm.
And it's up over the San Francisco peaks, up over Eldon.
Yeah, Wildcat is at mile 237, and then you have to go up and over, and Trinity Heights is 253. So about 16 miles.
Yeah,
but again, it's 16 hard miles.
16 hard miles.
Because,
so I guess it's 20 total to the finish line about.
Yeah, because the ascent, the ascent is obviously pretty tough, but then the descent as well. Like
it's even worse. The descent is worse. It's short, but it's worse.
Yeah.
It's only about 2.4 miles of the really gnarliest stuff coming off the top of that thing, but it's about 2,000 feet of downhill.
I see Patrick Kavanaugh in the
2.4 miles.
Patrick Kavanaugh in the chat, who was here with us last night, mentioning that this one is so hard since you see the city of Flagstaff, but you look down at your watch and realize you still have a ways to go. So, like when you're at Fort Tuthill, yeah, from Fort Tuthill, it is a good haul. It goes way to the east and kind of to the north, and then up and over. It's a very meandering route. But go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say somebody was asking about Andy Glaze, and I was going to get an update on that. But yeah, please continue.
Yeah, I think it is a really challenging climb. I think it's way harder this year, just because it's a long, slow climb and it's very sustained. There is a nice little Aravaipa wooden sign that says half marathon to go on the climb
I saw
apart.
That.
So, that's that. I was just thinking, man, that's a little almost like
passive aggressive.
Yeah, exactly. yeah. Because you're not even close to the top of the ridge at that point. You're like looking up, going, "Oh, I still have to go way up there."
Somebody, for the person in the chat that was asking about Andy Glaze, I know Andy is one of the most popular runners still on the course. It sounds like he's about mile 216, so you're still talking about 40 miles to go. And as we mentioned, those are not flat and fast miles. So Andy, actually, that would mean he's just departed Fort Tuthill, basically. So.
Yeah. So coming up on the Fort Tuthill section, actually, you have some pretty nice towny trails that are on the edge of town, very well traveled, pretty smooth, very like rolly, runnable, with just only little rocky sections. And then as you get down on towards the AZT and Fisher Point, about halfway through that route over to Walnut Canyon, there gets some really rock. You go down into a canyon. It's pretty rocky. You have a big rocky climb up to Fisher Point, and then you're on the Walnut Canyon rim for a while in the AZT, and that is a pretty. You go through two different side canyons that are rocky. There's quite a bit of rocky terrain, but there's some nice buff single track in there too on the AZT. So it's kind of a mix. It's actually pretty fast if you've got legs. If you're hurting, it's going to take a long time. And then there's a pretty smooth running after Walnut Canyon. Pretty much all the running over to Wildcat is pretty smooth trail, and going out of Wildcat's pretty smooth trail until probably 3 or 4 miles out of there, and then it starts getting rockier again, and then you eventually start climbing hard.
Con with a follow-up asking if Glaze will finish in the next 12 hours. I would say that it's not very likely if he's got 40 miles to go. I mean, like we said, the ascent up Eldon and then down the Lookout Trail. I mean, down the Lookout Trail, you're probably talking at this point in the race, 30-minute miles typically for that 2-mile stretch right there.
We're seeing I think from Wildcat to the finish for Dan was like 6 hours.
Yeah, and Dan was flying.
Yeah, and he was still running.
I think
he wasn't running the uphill, but he was hiking well.
Yeah,
still.
Yeah, he was moving really well. I think that for those of you that were asking whether or not you needed to stay up to watch Andy Glaze, I think you've got time for a nap. But that's just our prognostication. Looks like we've got a runner here on the screen getting ready to depart at Foxborough Ranch. Probably going to be about the final runner to depart Foxborough, as that aid station closes in 14 minutes. And everyone but one, I believe, has made it to that aid station. Still keeping an eye out for Tanya Carmona, although it doesn't look like her tracker is moving very well at all. And I don't think she's going to make that stretch. So, but we will confirm that here rather than speculate further. There, actually, I didn't realize how much attrition there was in the race this year. I think
the weather, and that messes feet up.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to answer that. The ballpark for Andy Glaze, I would guess, is probably another 16 or 17 hours.
Okay, and that just goes to tell you. I mean, you're talking like that's 2.5 miles an hour, and that would be
that was at 3 miles an hour.
Or 3 miles an hour. Yeah. So I mean, that's
and 3 miles an hour at this point in the race is moving pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he'll hit the Streets of Flagstaff and maybe pick up a shuffle and maybe come in at if he's moving well like a 12, 13 minute pace. But there are going to be some.
That's probably
really,
it might be even longer than that.
Yeah, there's going to be some long, hard, slow miles for Andy Glaze and everybody else as well. Of course, this is the destination that all these runners are trying to reach, the Cocodona 250 finish line. They all have until 10 a.m. local time Saturday, until the clock strikes 1:25 on the right-hand side of the screen. So about 37 hours, 13 minutes, give or take. So, of course, looks like somebody is pulling into the alley here. Hopefully, if it's not official business, hopefully they move pretty soon. Of course, one of the things that we've discovered is that alley is also a place where they do prisoner transports.
Yes.
And we've had a couple of runners that have had to take the, quote, alternate course through the Streets of Flagstaff.
There's a side alley to the left of what you're looking at on the screen right now that they have to do a half a block, a right turn, and then a left turn down into that alley to come to the finish line when they do that. So
definitely not enough of an altered course to make a difference in the grand scheme of things.
If you can kind of see where the vehicle lights are, there's a big iron barred gate.
Yeah.
They close those gates when they do prison transfers in the alley.
It's pretty fascinating, to be honest. The first time I saw it, I was really confused, and then somebody explained to me what was going on. So, that's something. I think we had like two. I think Garmeyer actually was one who had to go around the side finish path. So, what do you need?
I was going to say, is there anything else? Any other thing we can answer in the chat?
Bronco Billy's going to be here with us till the top of the hour. And so if you've got any last-minute questions for Jeff Browning, feel free to drop them in the chat. We've got about 1,300 of you hanging out here in the live stream. So, if you've got some questions for Bronco Billy, this is an opportunity to pick his brain. You're talking about a guy who has run just about everything there is to run here in America for sure. How many wins are you at this point?
3,200 mile wins.
3,200
plus mile wins. So that
wins.
counts a 200 win.
So Bronco Billy hanging out here with us till the top of the hour. So if you want to pick his brain, feel free to fire off some questions. As we mentioned, so that's where they transfer the people who didn't thank aid station volunteers.
So make sure you thank your aid station volunteers.
Actually, this is a question I know you've witnessed. So, or like something to this degree. SS Tillman Esquire asking, are there, or I'm not, actually, no, that was not the right. Greg Matthews asks, rather, is it possible to run a 100-miler while water fasting?
No.
Yeah. But I didn't actually see water fasting at first. I just thought I saw fasting. I was witness to one of our Cocodona 250 regulars doing something absolutely insane to me a few years ago. And I believe you were out there when it happened.
Yeah, at Across the Years.
Yes.
24 hours with no calories. Only electrolytes and water. Mike McKnight. And he more did it because he wanted to get the data and see if it could be done.
Yeah.
And
he did like 120 miles, didn't he?
Yeah.
That's wild.
And he was running sub 7 minute pace the last couple laps. So it just goes to show you that if you have manipulated your diet enough and you can get fat adapted, you actually can run 100 miles with no calories, but we don't recommend it. And he's never done it again. So we did it more for like this, and obviously it's not ideal.
It was an experiment, basically.
It was an experiment, and we just he wanted to do it more than anything, and he had done it during COVID, but we didn't get any data because we couldn't get anybody to like give us any equipment to get any kind of, any kind of, we had like a continuous glucose monitor on him. So yeah, we kind of worked on that, and tried to grab a little bit of data, but it was just a one and done thing to see if it could be done.
All right. Let's see. Spencer asks, good first 100-mile race / course.
Sorry. Oh, my last 100?
No. What's a good first one?
Oh, first 100. Depends on what your strengths are. Are you a good flat runner? Are you a good heat runner? Are you a good mountain runner? It depends on the course, I guess, on what your strengths are, what your weaknesses are, what speaks to you. That's what I say to do as your first. I did Western States 100 as my first 100.
Was it really?
Yeah, 2002.
I didn't. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
it's a couple years ago.
That was a few years ago.
Well, with this year, when you finish Western States, what number will that be for you?
I have 5 finishes, 6 starts.
Okay,
it's one of my 4 DNFs.
Okay, so are you gonna go for the 10 and get that?
No, I just wanted to get the 50+ record, and then I'm okay with being done with that race.
Okay.
I'd rather run Cocodona every year than Western States personally.
Love to hear it.
My wife was probably freaking out right now because I just said that.
J-Lore asks was your FKT harder mentally and physically than going for the win here last year?
Absolutely. I went to the well, and if you don't mind if I shout this out,
absolutely.
Tomorrow night, run Flagstaff, 6 p.m. We are showing a film by Juniper Labs, Derek Lytle, on Colorado Trail FKT that I did last August, and it's to benefit Warrior Trail Foundation, helping veterans with PTSD with scholarships for coaching. Mm-hmm. And our coaching organization partners with Warrior Trail Foundation to help with that. And we'd love to see you out there. We'll have a Q&A afterwards. It's about a 70-minute documentary following my experience on the Colorado Trail last year. And so 6 p.m. in downtown Flagstaff, 3 blocks from the Cocodona finish line.
Nice. Yeah,
come
it's right
hang
down
out
there. Yeah, you can hit it all.
Yeah.
Val asks how you compare Hard Rock with Cocodona from a training perspective.
You need to be able to be a good runner here. Mm-hmm. There's so much running in this course, and then there's a lot of everybody talks about the first day and all the big climbing. But you have 50% of the climbing done in the first 60 miles, 70 miles. So you really and then there's a lot of running. You need to be able to run. And run in the heat. And I think that's an important aspect of this course. Mm-hmm. You need to have some vert training so you're ready to go up these big climbs with hiking, but you really need to be run trained, and Hard Rock's. There's a reason they call it the hard hike.
That is,
or hard walk.
Even just doing segments up there. I remember last year, my son and I were getting ready to do Cunningham Gulch to the finish, and we saw you and Derek Lytle out there, and my son and I, we get up to the top of that ridge as we can see our next 250-mile finisher coming in. That is Adam Williams. We'll keep tabs on Adam. And I'd also like to keep an eye on the finish line to see if we can catch Paul Harold Cross as well. So we'll see if we can multitask here. But as I was saying, getting up to the top of that Cunningham Gulch to Silverton climb and that scree descent on the other side, I was actually having am I a bad parent moment for bringing my son up there. He loved it, but I was a little bit nervous.
Yeah, there are some gnarly sections there.
Somebody asked, why hasn't Brock ran Hemis 50?
It should never fit in my schedule, I guess.
That's a pretty straightforward question.
Yeah.
We'll see if Jeff, do you have any recovery tips, especially after something like a 200?
Well, what I do personally, this is what because I am more of a low carb athlete, meaning strategic carbohydrates. I still eat carbohydrates have a place. Mm-hmm. It's not ketogenic. I go a little lower carb, high protein afterwards for about 48 to 72 hours through the inflammatory window afterwards. That gets my inflammation out really, really quickly. I try to move. I try to walk. Those are my big ones. If I had like something like Normatec boots, I'd use those. I usually get a massage about after the soreness is gone, say 4 or 5 days out afterwards. I would already have it scheduled with the masseuse. And foam roll, get in the weight room, mobility, light strength to get range of motion back the first week. Sleep a lot after 200.
Yeah.
I think the sleep is a big one. Just trying to, not, if you can afford to like not have to work for 3 or 4 days after you're done, that's ideal. So you can just take naps and sleep and eat and put your feet up.
Yeah.
And then walk a little bit to like, get your movement back and a little bit of mobility and strength. That's kind of what I do personally.
Nathaniel Lee in the chat asking, says he's not a good runner, probably being humble, but because he just said he did Cocodona. Does that mean I could do Hard Rock? A highlight of Bronco Billy giving me a fist bump at the top of Eldon.
Oh yeah, right on. Yes, you can. If you've done Cocodona, you can do Hard Rock. Biggest thing with Hard Rock is the altitude.
Yeah.
So ideally, you want to go early. Preferably 2 weeks early. Minimum a week early to acclimate. And if you have any other strategies you could do, you could do heat training to help with like blood plasma. It's a similar pathway to altitude. So you could do a lot of like sauna sessions as well, and then go early and get on the course and hike for, that last week or so or last 10 days, ideally. Hard Rock, the hardest part is just the altitude because it's hard to get calories down at high altitude. Your pace is really slow.
The exposure up top, man, is just absolutely wild. I mean, I've hiked Handies in a storm where it got to the point where, like right before the rain really started pouring down buckets, we were only able to see, like everybody talks about the views of Handies, and all we could see was gray all around us. We couldn't see anything below us.
I got chased. Well, we got chased off of. We got pinned down in American Basin before Handies in 2014, and I almost got struck by lightning on the top of Handies. About 40 yards away, put me on my hands and knees immediately. Scaredest I've ever been. I still have a little bit of, I think I have a little PTSD from that experience when it comes to lightning storms and stuff blowing in. But yeah, that race can be really gnarly weather-wise. Lots of lightning. It's very electric. It can have very extreme storms blow in really quickly. But so gear matters there for sure. I think the other aspect of Hard Rock is just, I recommend going ahead of time. If you've been entering it, go show up, go train on the course, see what you're getting into. Go over to Grant Swamp Pass and go over it and down it and see what that's like because it is legit. It is not a trail.
Yeah, no.
And it's very steep.
And also, speaking from personal experience, obviously we've been live streaming the last couple of Hard Rocks, but I've been going up to Hard Rock like the last 4 or 5 years, basically since 2021. And when I went there for the first time, I was just so captivated by the magic of Silverton. Like you see the race take over the town and the region, the San Juan County, and you're walking the streets with all of these competitors and all of these fans and so many people. Like it's like, what is it, like 10 volunteers for every runner or something like that, or 15 volunteers?
It's like the town is tiny.
Yeah.
And so it becomes like an ultra running village for about 2 weeks.
Yeah.
So I love it. It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite races.
It's wonderful. I mean, I'll never run it, but I love being there. And right now we're seeing Adam Williams and made that left turn on Birch there right now. And we are going to follow Adam in. And after that, we will relieve Jeff Browning of his duties here. Seems like perfect timing. Most recent finishers, let's see, Matt Lowe and Paul Harold in the Sedona Canyons 125. We are going to watch Adam cross LaRue here, make his way down to Cocodona Alley. I thought he was really slowing down there. It looks like our feed just kind of did for a moment, but we'll have the finish line cam here on Adam in just a few moments, regardless. So as you can see down the chute, and actually we'll close with one more question if that's okay with you.
Yes, that's totally fine.
Awesome. Once again, Jeff Browning, Bronco Billy himself. If you want to talk about a guy who's done it all, he's right here with us, and we appreciate his time. As Adam Williams, taking his time nice and easy at this point. He knows he's got it done.
Savor it.
About 88 hours, 1 minute, 26 seconds, perhaps. Get that tracker off. And as we watch Adam finish, celebrate, probably take some photo ops. Let's see. The question that I was going to ask, Casey Doran asked one more question for you. Speaking of altitude, Jeff, has Leadville fallen off as an important race for the top athletes? If so, why?
Ooh, do we want to say this in public?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that it's
I don't want to badmouth
perspectives.
anyone, but I do think that they have they've pushed a lot of numbers and lost a little bit of their mystique in taking care of athletes versus just trying to get numbers in the race. And I feel like the runners I've coached that have gone there, and I have quite a few that are still hardcore about it, going back every year.
Yeah.
But they walk away a little frustrated every year.
And I felt like it recaptured some magic this year with everything that went on there with David Roche having an amazing run. But yeah, I mean, it definitely is teetering in terms of its place in the pantheon of great American 100-milers for sure.
And I do think that it is a challenging race for. It's easier to get into, even though it's a lottery. There's a lot of numbers in that race, but I do think that part of the challenge there is the cutoff. It's a 30-hour cutoff like Western States. They followed suit with Western States, but it's a higher altitude race. You're going to go slower, and they really keep the cutoffs really tight to 100K. They want you up and over Hope Pass. The runners in a really fast time. So you kind of have to race. If you're a mid to back of the packer, you kind of have to race as a strategy. You have to race 100K and then whatever you got left. You just got to get back to Twin Lakes and get out of there by the cutoff. And it's really tight for the back of the pack.
Well, Jeff, I think we'll let you head on out here this evening. Thank you so much for joining us. Obviously, it's always a pleasure to hang out and talk with you. We've gotten the opportunity to hang out quite a bit over the last few weeks, going to screenings of the Chase. And obviously, we've been talking about a few times what's coming up for both of us. We're both running Western States this year. And you seem much more excited, and I seem much more nervous.
Yeah, you seem a little nervous.
Oh, I'm terrified. Yeah. I'm absolutely terrified. But
I've run this race a few times, so I'm excited to go back.
Yeah, and honestly, I might not see you except for the very start and hopefully the very finish. But Jeff, it's been a pleasure. Are we gonna go to a quick break here, Jordan, and give our sponsors their moment? All right, we're going to go to a quick break here in just a few moments. You are on the Aravaipa YouTube, the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, rather, on the Cocodona 250, sponsored by Aravaipa Running.
Giddy up.
Hey, Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new GSCCD from Speedland. Our GS franchise originally started and was proven out on the Cocodona trails, so we made a commission specific for this amazing 250-mile course. All the elements you've come to know and love about Speedland, the HTPU beaded midsole, the double BOA fit system, the removable Carbitex carbon plate, but now with specific design elements to celebrate this incredible race. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 presented by Aeroviper Running on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. I am Chris Warden. We are just after the 9 o'clock hour here in Flagstaff, Arizona. I'm about a stone's throw, maybe about a par 9 from the finish line of the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Canyons 125. And we have had our most recent cutoff at Foxborough Ranch. And let's see what I can find out. Foxborough Ranch is about mile 177, and runners had until 9 p.m. to get there. And let's take a look. And this next section from Foxborough Ranch to Munns Park is a no pacer section to adhere with our permitting. And as I can tell, it looks like the runners that we were wondering about at the very back of the pack still moving. I'm assuming that Tanya Carmona was unable to make it in. I'll get confirmation on that, though. I cannot say with 100% certainty, but it looks like the remainder of the runners that made it there have made it out, and that would include your current, quote, back of the pack. That would include Justine Hewitt, Rachel Milliman, Matthew McCarthy, Scott Reed, Kyle Shooten, David Van Stroh, John Kilburn, and the 2023 DFL Elizabeth Russ. Back for what is hoping to be her third finish at the Cocodona 250. We've had about 25 finishers, give or take, here so far at the Cocodona 250. And our most recent one was Nicholas Steinbrunner. Sorry, actually strike that. It was not Nicholas Steinbrenner. It was the individual we just saw crossing the finish line. That was Adam Williams. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Actually, that is Steinbrenner right there. I apologize. Of course, also one of the runners that I am personally having a vested interest in is Aylin Davis. Aylin Davis is an employee for Air Viper Running who is putting on the Cocodona 250, and Aylin is a deaf runner, and she was unable to complete the race last year, but has come back for a second try and attempting to become the first deaf runner to complete the Cocodona 250. So on a personal level, I am rooting very hard for her. I know that everybody in the Aravaipa family, both runners and racers alike, are super stoked for Aylin. I know that when AJW and I did our preview show, we were really excited about the prospect of her getting that finish in. She is such a positive part of this community, and we're hoping for the best for her for this race. I also want to shout out to somebody, Matt Feldake, the marketing director for Air Viper Running. Matt has been doing the heavy lifting here at the Cocodona 250, working hard to get content for Aravaipa's social media channels and the Cocodona social media channels. Matt had to fly in from a very long distance to get here to the race on time, and has to fly immediately out again this weekend. But Matt is one of the truly amazing, innovative people in this sport, and as we can see, runners celebrating a 250-mile finish here. But yeah, Matt Feldake, one of the people behind the Cocodona engine at Air Viper Running. Shout out to him for being out here. And frankly, actually in the effort to get content, looked like he sprained his ankle pretty badly out there following runners. So hopefully, Matt, you heal quickly, and we'll see you out on the trails running on your own sooner rather than later. I can see Kevin Goldberg in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Of course, Kevin Goldberg, the fan favorite, got his fourth finish here earlier today. Kevin, I gave him an open invite to come by Aravaipa After Dark anytime he pleases. He knows he's always welcome here in the studio, and if he so chooses, we will see him sometime either tonight, tomorrow, assuming that he can figure out that I gave him the wrong address. I want to shout out. We can run down the standings of the race here. We can go maybe top five on both the men's and women's side. Your winner at the Cocodona 250 this year was Dan Green. Second place, Ryan Sands. Third place, Eder Ramirez. Fourth place, Harry Schubertus. And fifth place, Finn Melanson. So I guess that technically would mean Finn also takes the media division side as well. On the women's side, Rachel Entrekin with an absolutely masterful running of this race, breaking the course record by, I believe, nearly 9 hours. Rachel Entrekin winning over the rest of the women's field. In second place, Lindsay Dwyer, who we had in the studio earlier today and fought through some serious lung issues to complete this race, finishing second. The 2023 champion, Sarah Ostaszewski, finishing in third. And in fourth place, Shelby Farrell, a 2021 finisher. And in fifth place, Melissa Brown. Once again, congratulations to Rachel Entrekin, your 2025 and actually back-to-back Cocodona 250 champion on the women's side, becoming the first person to win the Cocodona 250 twice. It is Chris Warden here, flying solo for Aravaipa After Dark. I have driven off all of my hosting partners, and they have me chained to the desk, so I am not going anywhere for the foreseeable future. We are going to do our best to make sure we give all of these runners we can their due, and also move around to various aid station cameras. I know that some of them are quite dark and quite unsightly. But we'll do our best to bring presentable pictures and coverage and footage of the course. One of the things that we do have at our disposal is the Cocodona Chronicles, put together by Tony Hill, Tony of the Hills. And what Tony has been doing this week has been nothing short of amazing. when I show you a Cocodona Chronicles, actually, when Jordan shows you a Cocodona Chronicles, he is the man in charge behind the desk. You will be amazed to find out that they basically were put together in a matter of hours, and Tony has been putting out multiple iterations of this on the daily this week, and Jordan, just to give people a sample, maybe we can get one loaded up here and show it in a few moments. We'll see if we've got anybody coming in. It looks like it's probably going to be about a few minutes before our next women's finisher. So let's hang loose here until then. We're hoping that in the Sedona Canyons 125, Shani Bozen, we're expecting to be our next finisher. And in the Cocodona 250, Derek Anthony. Yeah, of course, thank you again to my co-host this evening, Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, the American ultra running legend, for joining us here tonight and sharing his experience, perspective, and giving a little bit of advice. And we kind of turned it into an AMA for him. And if there's one thing that I've learned about Jeff is that he loves being able to give runners advice, being able to help them with their goals. Obviously, as we mentioned, he is an ultra running coach, and he has a portfolio of athletes, many of whom are actually participating this week in races here at the Cocodona 250. If you're interested in running the Cocodona 250 in 2026, registration will be opening on May 20th. In years past, the race registration for the following year has opened during the race itself, which has created a bit of a tricky situation for runners such as the guy in the shot right now in the white hat, Kevin Goldberg. Kevin literally had to register for the race while he was on the course. And if you know Kevin Goldberg, or if you've heard of him, that's not a problem, because he is always on his phone on the course, and he somehow found his way to do it. I'm being told, yeah, I got confirmation from you folks in the chat. Thank you so much that this is Nicholas Steinbrunner, and congratulations to Nicholas for completing the Cocodona 250. Apparently he knows Kevin Goldberg, or maybe he doesn't know Kevin Goldberg, and that's why he's hanging out with him. But congratulations to him. Melanie White, thanks for the heads up. Goldberg hasn't slept yet and needs to drive me to my start line tomorrow. I assume you're running Flagstaff Crest. Good luck with that. He'll come on tomorrow, waiting for one of his athletes to finish soon. So, yeah, Melanie, thanks for the heads up. I assume that, yeah, Kevin will come in tomorrow evening for Aravaipa After Dark for Friday, the penultimate day of the Cocodona 250. It will be myself and Rory Monahan, the trail gangsta himself, hanging out here in the studio. If you were fortunate enough to watch Cocodona 250 Day 1 last year, Rory and I had a lot of fun. Actually, I abdicated the announcer's desk because I wanted to just sit and observe him and Andy Jones-Wilkins rapping. And it was definitely a hoot. I wouldn't say that it was good television, but it was television that entertained. The bar at the very end of the night was not very high that evening, but we have a lot of fun here at Cocodona 250, especially at Aravaipa After Dark. As you can tell, we don't have a lot of perspectives out on the course. Hey, Jordan, let's do like a quick little flyby of what cameras we do have, just so people can see what we're working with. We'll just kind of spend maybe 10 seconds on each shot. Thank you very much, buddy. You can see Foxborough Ranch, as we mentioned, had their closure of the aid station about 19 minutes ago, and they were able to clean things up completely, almost. Fort Tuthill, about 45 miles out from the finish of the race, and Trinity Heights, less than 4 miles from the finish. So those are your three aid station camps we have. Of course, one of the aid stations is breaking down, but all runners are trying to make their way here to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona, for the finish of the Cocodona 250. Let's check in to see what the next cutoff is here. The next cutoff is at Munns Park. That is mile 190, and that is at 2:45 in the morning. I won't be here, but I do believe that the next crew up will be able to keep an eye on that. I will give them a heads up to pay close attention to what's going on, because one of the things I love about this show is, in this race, is that we do concentrate very heavily on the front of the pack as we begin our coverage over the course of, say, Monday, Tuesday into Wednesday. But I think we do a great job, or at least the best job we can. I don't want to pat myself on the back too hard, but I think we do the best job we can in not only sharing the stories of the front of the pack, people like Dan Green and Rachel Entrekin, your 2025 winners, but we do our best to cover and give credit to those who are grinding it out in the middle or back of the pack. I mean, you know, there are going to be runners out there. Keep in mind, it's 88 hours and 21 minutes into this race. We have people that are going to be out there for more than 36 hours still yet to go. So we are a long way from telling these stories of these runners. Of course, 10 a.m. on Saturday morning is when the last runners have to get into Heritage Square. So we've got plenty of time for them to do so, and we've also got plenty of time for them to finish writing their stories. And I, for one, can't wait to follow along. I'm assuming you can't wait to as well, because frankly, that's why you're here. And the fact that there's over 1,000 of you still here, I love that. So thank you very much. Of course, our closest finisher to the cutoff in history was in 2022 when Stephen Park of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, was our final finisher in 100. So this was a bit of a different course, so I'll clarify this here. But Stephen Park finished in 121 hours, 56 minutes, and 30 seconds against a 122-hour cutoff. So Stephen Park only finished with 3.5 minutes to spare. I was in the studio on that call, and I was moved to tears by Stephen Park's movement. That was absolutely fantastic. So that's hopefully we have some late stage drama that results in a wonderful story being told for as many runners as possible. I want to shout out to Free Outside, saying everyone still running is the most impressive. Looks like we have our next finisher here in the Sedona Canyons 125. Confirm. I believe that was the last runner that I had seen out there. Let me double check to see. Looks like that was Shani Bozen. Congratulations. Or Shani Bozen, I apologize. Which would make her the fifth woman to finish the Cocodona 250. Shani is the first Arizonan woman to finish the race this year. So congratulations to her. A Flagstaff local, so basically taking the long way home. Of course, as I mentioned, we've got about 36 minutes remaining in our coverage here at Cocodona, and it is going to be anchored coverage wall to wall, unless somebody on the call passes out, at which point we'll have to adapt, overcome, and improvise. However, tonight after I sign off, Troy Meadows will be taking over at 11 p.m. Troy Meadows will be handling the overnights for you. And then in the morning, Claire Farrow and Greg Verrigan will be coming in. Troy will be back on the call later on. Hopefully he is going to find that delicate balance between sleep and caffeine. Caleb Stevens will be back in the studio with us. Caleb Stevens has been doing an amazing job as his first time at Cocodona, and really outside of a quick little audition at Damn Good Run last month. Caleb has been doing amazing work on the live streams here this week. Of course, as I mentioned, I'll be back in tomorrow night with the trail gangster, Rory Monahan. Greg Verrigan will be coming back in on the Friday overnight. And to close out the race on Saturday morning, it will be myself. grabbing the microphone one more time, and we'll be joined by the one, the only, the incomparable, and the very talkative Andy Jones-Wilkins. AJW has been out on the course writing his own Cocodona story this week, and I cannot wait to see him cross that finish line. But he believes after he crosses that finish line, he's got enough gas left in the tank to help call the final few minutes of the race. I guess we're all going to see. Tony Khan, I'm a huge Supertramp fan. Love the long way, Take the Long Way Home. That's right, Sherm. Thanks for the reminder. Maybe that was a little bit of a mental trigger. Of course, Eric Sensiman's video, The Long Way Home. I know that's a favorite of Finn Melanson's. He's talked about it in very glowing regards. I enjoyed it as well. Eric Sensiman of Flagstaff Local. We should have probably asked if he wanted to come on and hang out this week. Eric, if you're out there and you've got some spare time, we'd love to see you in the Cocodona studio. You've got the experience at this race, and you're such a good broadcaster. If you want to come in and share some time either with myself or our other hosts, I'm sure we'd be happy to make time for you. Lead asking how many days they have to finish the 125. So the race starts on Wednesday morning. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Jordan, but I believe that's Wednesday at 7 a.m. So they actually have basically, I think that the cutoff is 75 hours. I'm almost positive, yeah. And it is a Western States qualifier, but in order to qualify for Western States, I believe you have to finish in 52 hours. Love seeing Free Outside in the chat to see Jeff Garmeyer. Of course, Jeff Garmeyer having the distinction of being the first 5-time Cocodona 250 finisher today with completion of this year's race. He was joined a little bit later on today by Brian Janzik, but Jeff, his results at Cocodona have been highly impressive. This year, I can't remember exactly what place he was in. I think he was in the top 10 yet again. So he was in 9th place this year. So get this. So Jeff Garmeyer has done this race 5 times. And out of 5 years, I believe that his results are 9th place, 10th place, 6th place, 6th place. Think now I'm actually second guessing myself. So let's see if I can. I'm going to have to verify this. I actually had it committed to memory, but so let's see. Yeah, this year Jeff Garmeyer placed 9th in 2025. 6th in 2024, 6th in 2023, 5th man, 6th overall, 6th man, 5th overall in 2022, and 17th overall, 14th man in 2021. So a 17, a 6, a 6, a 6, a 10, yeah, that sounds right. Or 9, 10th overall. Yeah, if you haven't heard Jeff Garmeyer's podcast, Free Outside, I highly recommend it. My personal favorite episode is the one he does with Chris Warden. I am biased. Of course, Jeff had me on, and the first thing I did was absolutely flub his... He wanted me to call him winning the Cocodona 250 this year, and I flubbed the finish because I forgot that it was a left on Birch. Kevin Money asking which sections were pacerless this year. Walnut Canyon seems that deep, crazy solo. Is this K Money? But yeah, Walnut Canyon was solo this year, as was the section between Foxborough Ranch and Munns Park. So those two sections, Foxborough Ranch to Munns Park, was about a 14 mile section. And yeah, Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon as well. Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon at night would be somewhat daunting that far into the race. Absolutely. So yeah, Jeff, be sure to get yourself some good rest. And honestly, if you want to swing by the studio, you know what, Jeff, I'm going to text you the address. If you want to swing by, anytime tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned, even if I'm not here, I'm sure that people would love to hear you share your story because you are one of the best storytellers in this space. So Jeff Garmeyer of the Free Outside, congratulations on being the first 5-time finisher at Cocodona 250. Of course, that would mean that Jeff is a legacy, having run this race every single year. I mentioned him and Brian Janzik. And if I can pull up my notes quickly, I can tell you of the other 4 who are still remaining in this race that are considered to be legacies, having completed every year of this race. They would be Aaron Flesher, Andrew Glaze, perhaps you've heard of him, Wes Plate, and Jose Sosa. So keeping an eye on those 4 runners as, unless I miss my guess, unless something drastic has happened since I last checked the tracker, they're all still moving. And we're just kind of flipping around to various camera shots. I leave my health and my sanity in the hands of Jordan Schmidt, our able and capable producer, who is keeping an eye on all of the feeds we have. And let me make sure we don't have any imminent finishers. And if we don't, I'm going to reload my tracker. And if we've got a few minutes, we will slip to, I'm getting a no sign. Yeah, okay. Yes, thank you very much. Of course, you know what? We are going to hold off on that because Derek Anthony, we've got eyes on him. Bib number 19, Derek Anthony, heading down the street. He is on Beaver Street, heading down those last few blocks to finish his Cocodona 250 story. So Derek is basically 2 blocks from the finish at this point. Basically, he makes his way down to the first stoplight here at Birch, takes a left on Birch, the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports. There is no more famous left-hand turn. And then he will head down Birch, past LaRue Street, make a right down Cocodona Alley to the finish line. Of course, Flagstaff is the home of Northern Arizona University, and things are going to get wild this week. For those of you here locally, be mindful that NAU's graduation ceremonies are tomorrow and Saturday here in Flagstaff. As we see Derek make that left on Birch. Derek Anthony. from San Marcos, California. Coming up on LaRue Street. And this is going to be Derek's first 200-mile finish. He does have a 100-mile finish to his credit at Old Dominion last year, as well as the Woodstock Festival somewhat years ago. So Derek ran an ultra for the first time at the age of 18. Congratulations, Derek Anthony. Finishing the 2025 Cocodona 250. Yeah, I think that the most interesting thing that I just found out about Derek here, who just finished Cocodona, is that he ran his first 100-miler at the age of 18. I don't know about you, but I was not running 100-milers at the age of 18, especially actual, honest-to-goodness trail 100-milers. I have a son who turns 18 next month, and he did his first 100-miler, got his first buckle at a multi-day fixed time race, but, obviously under nowhere near the circumstances that a true 100-miler would be, so at least a trail event. So congratulations to Derek for completing Cocodona, his longest race yet to date. It looks like we may have that breather that Jordan and I were looking for here. And so with that in mind, Jordan, do you want to share our most recent episode of Cocodona Chronicles?
I think it was pretty good. Yeah, this last climb was pretty memorable. All good. It's good to be out here. So when to get that finish, I call it a fraud check. So like, you can act like you're tough and say all the right stuff, but these are how you find out if you're actually tough or you just say you are. So find out if I'm a fraud. So far it's 50-50, but we're getting closer. Feel pretty gracious that I'm here, and we're 167 miles in. See where we end up.
Good morning. It's sunny out. Doing good. She's moving strong. Yeah, it's a good change of scenery. Yeah, it was mostly dry last night. Got pretty soaked up coming down from Mingus. But yeah, turned it around. Had a really nice night with good temps. Got to enjoy some of the trails that weren't complete rivers. Enjoy some cactuses. It's good. And flowers. Yeah, and flowers. Spent some time throwing up. Day one for some reason. Came back from that and have been eating all the pancakes in the world. It's good. Highlight has definitely been the amazing crew that I have here. It's been so fun to hang out with them, spend time on trail with them, and yeah, like bring everyone together. It's been really special. Surprises have been just like ways that pieces have come together in my crew, the team that we put together, in the way that my body's shown up. It's been great, and I'm definitely grateful for the opportunity to be here.
See ya, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for being.
Feeling good. Took a little nap at in Sedona, so feeling a lot better right now. Started off pretty good and some low points in the middle, but looking forward to getting up top on the Cocodona Plateau here and finishing up from Pittsburgh.
Does it still seem like a good idea?
Not right now, no, but I'm sure in I don't know, maybe 24, 30 hours I'll be glad I did it. I mean, my family's out here crewing me. My wife and 3 kids, and then a couple buddies pacing me.
What do you want to say to them?
Keep striving to do big things, do hard things, do things that seem impossible. Put hard work in and accomplish big things. I don't think they understand the magnitude of what this is, but they will. Kids do what their parents do, so you do big things, I guess your kids will normally follow in your footsteps. I'd like to think, at least.
First day was rough. After that, it was all good. Usually the first one's the rough day. After that, you kind of get in the groove. I was on the wait list for this, and they hit me up. I was like number 400, 300, something like that. And I said, why not? And life's really easy for us now, and it's always nice to have a challenge. That's the best part about life, is with resistance, it makes better people. It makes us all appreciate each other more. That's why we love doing this. Yeah, take care. Have a good one. How have you been, Jenny?
Doing all right. Feeling all right.
How's the race been?
Pretty tough. Tough for sure. Just trying to stay focused on my race at this point. A little disappointed from last year's race. By mile 100, I had bilateral tibial stress fractures and finished the race. It was a bittersweet finish. Plenty of race left. So we'll see, but hopefully I can keep moving. Thank you.
Poolside disco. It's like a Spotify playlist, nice and mellow. Yeah, it's a good Wednesday to be alive. After I saw you yesterday, it got relentless.
How was the night?
It was a good solid low, but you gotta have those. And I think now our team, like, we're dialed. You know how to handle extreme lows and a rebound. Kind of know what, to expect. Still a lot of race left. Just gotta be patient.
How's she been? Strong, fierce, crushing it.
Things can change in an instant in this race, and I know that. I'm not out of the woods yet. In fact, I'm going towards them. Flagstaff, baby. See ya.
Enjoy the ride.
Thank you, we will.
Get out of your head.
Unbelievable. Just so memorable, and I get to share it with my closest friends, and yeah, it's been incredible. Adventurous. We almost died.
Adventurous is one word for yesterday.
It was pretty crazy coming down to Rome last night. Today is beautiful.
Gorgeous.
And I think maybe the rain made us appreciate how pretty it is today. Yeah, the whole race, so cool. You get to go see parts of Arizona you would never get to see. The run up to Crown King, you feel so small in the Bradshaws. The little towns in Arizona, they have so much character.
And Sedona is just unreal. So I can't wait to see Eldon and Flagstaff. We're from Spokane, Washington. Nobody was ready for that level of wet. The aid stations are so helpful. Having friends with you to crew is so nice.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Incredible. See ya.
See ya.
And we're back here at the Cocodona 250, the Aravaipa Race Spectacular on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. I am Chris Warden. I am rolling solo for the rest of my shift. I scared off Bronco Billy Jeff Browning. That was the Cocodona Chronicles. Of course, we saw some of the great racers here at the Cocodona 250 this week. You know, among others, we saw Cam Haynes. We saw fourth place woman Shelby Farrell, fifth place woman Melissa Brown, and what we expect to be our next woman to finish the race, currently sitting in ninth place, Jenny Chisholm. Hoping to see her hitting the streets of Flagstaff here very soon, and as soon as we have eyes on her, we will go to that footage. This right here for Tuthill, it is, I think of it as one of the beginnings, it's the beginning of the last major section of the course. Obviously, the runners still have a ways to go from this point, but at this point, you are on the plateau. You are in the Flagstaff area, and at this point, you know, you're so close to the finish. Usually, if runners get to Fort Tuthill, and once they leave Fort Tuthill, if they're able to, unless something, you know, completely crazy happens, they tend to do very well the rest of the way and finish their race. We have a handful of runners there. It has gotten much busier in the last couple hours than it was. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. Of course, that little break that we took was courtesy of the Cocodona Chronicles, produced by Tony Hill. I'm going to pop his Instagram in the chat, Tony of the Hills. I would love to see him wake up tomorrow morning and have maybe 1,000 more followers, given that there's about 1,000 of you here watching the Cocodona 250. Tony does a great job with the Cocodona Chronicles. As I mentioned earlier, you know, he's pulling shots and getting them turned around in the same day, and I can't thank him enough for the effort that he puts forth with those. I spoke with him last night after my shift, and he's working so hard out there, and and we're better for it. He has told many great stories in his time covering this race. Can see a familiar face right there, the one, the only Andre Lee in his bucket hat, and I know that's a Haviland 100 shirt. He's giving somebody some love. Andre Lee, the inaugural year DFL, dead last finisher at Cocodona 250. I saw Andre up at the top of the Eldon climb last year, quite delirious. Not last year, but his first year, the inaugural year, 2021, quite delirious. I'm being paced by Tony Russ. And Tony Russ was able to get our boy Andre into the finish line safe and sound, a little bit worse for wear. I actually went to lunch with Andre immediately after his finish at the inaugural year of the Cocodona 250, and he was sitting at a table of about 15 of us celebrating with him, and he began to tell us a story of how he became disoriented after going 15 miles off course. Of course, none of us had the heart to tell him that he was not 15 miles off course. So we will be keeping an eye on the progress of runners as they approach the finish line. Our most recent finisher, Derek Anthony. Our anticipated next finisher, Jenny Chisholm. And, as soon as our boots on the ground, we've really only got one follow cam right now. Do we know who that is, Jordan? I want to shout them out.
Their link says David, but I don't know how accurate.
So David with the link, we thank you for your hard effort here this week. We are really dependent upon and appreciative of the efforts of our filming volunteers here at the Cocodona 250. It is a very grassroots operation for for as good as of a job as we try and do, it is still a very a small group of people putting this all together. Of course, Zach Marion directing things. There's a handful of us hosting, and we have got a few drones that basically leapfrog the runners and each other up the course. But our follow filmers, for the most part, are volunteers that are rewarded in Aerovipa running race credits, perhaps trying to earn their way into next year's Cocodona. But we're appreciative for them. So David, we thank you. I did see Dr. Stephen Crawford milling about as a pacer at Fort Tuthill here a little bit ago, and I know that he will be working on the streets of Flagstaff to follow runners in either tomorrow or Saturday, as I know that that's something that he cherishes doing. Let's see if we can kind of eyeball who our next Sedona Canyons finishers are. We're going to keep an eye on our finish line to try and bring those finishers to you as well. Shout out to Jan in the chat. I saw Jan in the background of Fort Tuthill a little bit earlier. If you're interested about a specific runner, the live runner tracker is at the top of the page, and as far as I can tell, option 1 is working perfectly. I believe, let me double check that. It could be, yep, it's option 1. That's the one that I've been using personally. Option 2 is tracking their finish times, but I'm not quite sure if it's hitting the aid stations properly. So let's see. It looks like these numbers seem to ring true, at least for the finishers. I think it's more of a finish tracker. So number 1 is for tracking runners on course. Tracker 2 I would use to verify their finishes. Although it looks like this might be fairly close to accurate. So I would still use tracker 1. Well, Aaron, thanks for tuning in. We're glad that you're out here. I don't know what part of the country or the world that you're in, but I'm happy to be out here. I relish the opportunity to help narrate and share the stories of people at Cocodona. I feel like it's a very humanizing experience. You have amazing front of the pack runners that are basically leaving it all out there. You have somebody like Dan Green or Rachel Entrekin who paces the race and sets a course record, and they're down in it. I mean, there's no way you don't run 257 miles without hitting some seriously gnarly low points. I think that it's one of those things that equalizes all of us. And then, of course, the next runners, or the final runners, rather, that are going to be coming in over the next 34 hours are going to be, writing the stories of their own as well. So I think I had a Callie Vinson sighting out there as well at Fort Tuthill. I believe that she is wearing maybe a teddy bear onesie, perhaps, or something to that regard. Hello, person with glasses waving. Shout out to the person who really makes the Fort Tuthill aid station go. That is Kim Casey. Kim and her husband Joe have been working feverishly for days to get things going and humming out there to make sure that these runners are able to get ready for the final leg of their journey. They are also helped ably by Chris Thornley, the man behind Squirrel's Nut Butter Adventure Lube. Of course, you can see their signage out there. Fort Tuthill is a military recreation site attached to Luke Air Force Base down in the valley. I was not aware of that until recently, but yeah, that's and they graciously allow us to use this area to take care of these runners over the course of this week. Jordan, do we have any other cameras out there beyond the Fort Tuthill and finish line? I think we probably still have.
Still have Trinity and Foxborough. Foxborough is a construction site now.
Okay, so yeah, let's just do that for giggles here really quick. Let's show. So Foxborough Ranch was the last aid station to shut down. As you can see, they have basically gotten things done in under an hour. Not too bad. Hey, buddy. And so that is the Foxborough Ranch time has drawn to a close. And let's go over to Trinity, and as they can say hello, we'll show it over to Trinity. And yeah, we need to get somebody to pay their light bill so we can, maybe we need to get like an outward facing torch there or something like that. Because so shout out to those at Trinity Heights. I know somebody there's got to be watching the live stream. If you can make sure to pay the light bill, then we would love you for it and be able to show your aid station in its full glory. And let's show the destination for all of these runners as they make their way across the Cocodona course. Jordan, can we flip over to the finish line here really quick? All right, so this is the final destination for all of the runners remaining here on the course. We do have a follow cam out there. Shout out to David, who is basically a one-man operation right now. And as soon as he has eyes on Jenny Chisholm, we are expecting to go to that. It looks like Jenny has hit the streets of Flagstaff. And I want to explain something to you for those that are tuning in for the first time. Basically, our follow cams just basically start at the finish line here at Heritage Square. They head out on the course in reverse until they grab somebody that is not being filmed by one of our other camera people, if we have multiple camera people. And they basically just turn around and run them in. So with that, the runners, those follow cams, they accumulate miles in a hurry. And I know that Shad Burkholz, our follow filmer the first year at Cocodona, who is actually running the race this year, can't wait to see him finish. Shad ran, I believe, 84 miles over the last 48 hours of the race. I think he did get some time to sleep in there somewhere, but yeah, he ran 84 miles following runners through the streets of Flagstaff to the finish line. And that's, an example of some of the great people we have on our team. So when we do have follow filmers out here, I am truly grateful for the opportunity to tell the stories of the runners that they're filming for us. So we can't wait to see Jenny Chisholm come in and hopefully be our next finisher here. Again, still on the top 10 of the women's race. Jenny finished 18th last year here. Very impressive showing nonetheless. But moving up 9 spots into the top 10 and finishing 9th would be a significant improvement for the 48-year-old. Of course, one of the things that we hold dear at Cocodona 250, presented by Air Viper Running, is the notion of history. Even though the race is only in its 5th iteration, we have been tracking and following with anticipation our legacy runners. As we have mentioned, we have 2 legacy runners that have completed the race this year. They are the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer, and Brian Janzik from Tucson, Arizona. So the 2 of them have become 5-time finishers of the Cocodona 250, giving them a personal Cocodona 1250. Is that Jenny right here? Yes, sir. They're moving quick. I believe that if it's Jenny, she's being paced by one of her sons. I'm not sure if our follow cam is getting dusted here or what, but We're going to go actually to the finish line shot here because it looks like he's not going to be able to run them down. So we're going to keep an eye on that. So as we mentioned, we anticipate this to be Jenny Chisholm. We will confirm as soon as we have eyes on her or them, whoever it may be. Basically, that runner, I'm assuming Jenny, had to take that left on Birch, go over LaRue Street, once on Birch, basically make their way a half block to Cocodona Alley, take a right-hand turn, at which point we will see them coming down Cocodona Alley. Again, City of Flagstaff, make it happen, rename the alley. And if this is Jenny, I am sure she is being flanked by one or more of her boys. Is that Jenny? I don't think that was Jenny. Is that Kyle Cameron? I need to...
I don't know.
Let me... If so, then Kyle Cameron passed Jenny fairly late. Okay, so yeah, if that's the case, I assume our follow cam is going to run into Jenny here shortly. Congratulations, though, to Kyle Cameron for finishing Cocodona 250. That is back at Fort Tuthill. As soon as we have eyes on Jenny Chisholm or our next runner in any event, we will bring that back. Thank you, Matt Feldake, for clarifying. Of course, I am going to be hanging out here at Aerovipe After Dark until the top of the 11 o'clock hour, at which point Troy Meadows, the Midpacker Pod host himself, who has been running more shifts than me this week, I'll tell you that. Troy Meadows will be on in the overnight to keep you going, to let you know who is finishing, who is running, keep you up on updates at the back of the pack and those chasing cutoffs. We are a full-service operation here, even if we do run a little bit lean sometimes here at the Cocodona 250. Yeah, Anna, Rachel did come by the studio earlier today. I want to say it was around 3 in the afternoon local time, so maybe about 7 hours ago, give or take. So we'll keep an eye out on our runner cam. I see that Jenny Chisholm is now on Beaver Street, making her way south. Looks like there's a bit of a gap between Jenny and our next finisher on the 250. We'll see if anybody is coming in hot on the 125. Well, somebody is at the left on Birch. That shot is looking northbound. I'm not seeing any headlamps as of yet, but I assume we'll see them soon if Jenny Chisholm is a couple blocks out. That is looking west. We'll keep an eye out. I don't know if this follow cam is going to pick the runners up at the left on Birch. That's fine by me as long as we pick them up as they get there. That is the finish line, of course. That's about a block and a half, 2 blocks away from where our follow cam is positioned right now. J-Lore. If you know, you know. Somebody's saying that the sidewalk was giving them Chipotle segment flashbacks. That Chipotle segment. If you participated in a Chipotle segment challenge in January, let me know. Let me know if you did, and let me know where. I was actually a part of the Tempe segment, along with many other people, as we watched Jamil Curry and Cocodona competitor Kevin Russ make their way up and down the streets of Tempe, Arizona, all in the fight for free Chipotle, meaning a burrito a week for a year. It was pretty amazing. I think that Jamil ran 700 miles in January alone as part of that challenge. But he did win. And of course, when I got to Flagstaff on Saturday, the first thing I see is Jamil eating a burrito in the studio as things were getting put together. So definitely putting that free Chipotle for a year to work. Shout out to Stormy for being a part of the segment on Tempe. We almost had the overall championship. I guess a hat tip to, I think it was San Francisco that pulled ahead on the final day. It looks like, do we have a runner? No. They seem to be kind of just chilling down the alleyway. Looks like one of our most recent finishers heading back for a photo op. Well, that right there is Nicholas Steinbrunner. I think going back for another photo because I see Kevin Goldberg there, third from the left. Of course, Kevin Goldberg has already called his shot and going to be joining us here in the studio tomorrow at Air Vibe After Dark. Looks like Jenny is about 5 blocks away. Rachel would like to pet that dog. I would say if you are competing against Rachel Entrekin on a race somewhere, one of the best things you can do to improve your chances is to line the course with as many dogs as possible. Because I cannot tell you how many times we saw her stop to pet dogs along the Cocodona course. Keeping close eyes out for our F9, Jenny Chisholm. Looks like Eli Wiebe would be not too far back. Of course, we did follow Eli quite extensively on his descent down Eldon. And it looks like he has made his way to the streets of Flagstaff, as has Jenny Chisholm. We'll be trying to get eyes on them. Of course, shout out to our sponsors making all of this coverage possible here at the Cocodona 250. Our partners include Speedland, Satisfy, Janji, Knack Nutrition, Ultraspire, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Tailwind, and Catula. Is there any movement on our follow cam, Jordan? We'll keep an eye out for that.
Shortly.
Cool. See Air Vivus Marketing Director Matt Feldake. Let's see who we've got coming in here. Looks like Eli Waby is your next Cocodona 250 finisher. Congratulations. Looks like we've got Jenny Chisholm here, flanked by her, at least one of her sons for sure. Jenny, again, a huge improvement in her finish against the competition this year in a field that featured a new course record and featured names such as Courtney DeWalter and Mika Thews and some really extremely talented runners. Lindsay Dwyer acquitting herself very well, making huge strides and huge improvements in her time. I'm going to check to see what her finish was like last year. Let me pull it up. I believe that her finish last year was around 103 hours. Jenny Chisholm. She ran 103.58.03 last year. So she is going to finish 14 and a half hours faster in 2025 than she did in 2024 with what I would consider to be much more contentious conditions for the runners that basically finished outside of the podium. So 14 and a half hour improvement. Last year was hot, but they didn't have to encounter such a wide array of weather last year. This year's weather was brutal. These runners have been rained on, snowed on, sleeted on for the past several days. And, Jenny being walked in by her crew, which is comprised of her family. Yeah, and Chris, this is a tougher course. Make no mistake, as we alluded to earlier this evening with my broadcast partner, Jeff Browning, the route up and over Eldon, you used to go up Lookout and down the road, and now you actually go around the mountain and then up and back down the Lookout Trail, which is levels more difficult. We are going to keep eyes on her as she crosses the finish line. She's making her way just a few steps from Cocodona Alley. Here we go. Jenny Chisholm finishing in about 89 hours and 20 minutes. It says 7th there, but I believe she's the 9th place finisher on the women's race. I would like to confirm that, make sure. No, according to this, if that's to be, I guess I have to pull up the other tracker. I thought I had her tracking as 9th, but looks like 8th. Rachel Entrekin, Lindsay Dwyer, Sarah Osazuski, Shelby Farrell, Melissa Brown, Catherine Edwards-Anderson, Mary Jane Schultz, and Jenny Chisholm, 8th place. So moved up 10 spots this year. And again, improving by 14 hours. Pretty amazing. We're going to see, looks like we might have a bit of a gap in the action. I don't see any runners on the Cocodona 250 side that have made it to Trinity Heights, the final aid station yet. We would hope to see Chris Metaxas, Luke Smith, Kyle Colavito, Jose Sosa, one of our legacies, and Rolando Mendoza, potentially. Those are the runners that have made their way off of Eldon. Joel Thurston is at the top of Eldon. Michael Greer, Anthony Seifert, Corey Woltering, a crowd favorite, and Kerry Saitan are on their way to climb Eldon. So we'll be keeping an eye out for those runners. Our next expected finishers in the Sedona Canyons 125 would be Tricia Tienor and Joshua Kielman. Behind them, it looks like it's a little bit of a gap. It looks like Joshua and Tricia are both about a 5K out. The next runners in the 125 are about a 10K out. So we are going to pivot to some on-course coverage here. This is the Fort Tuthill Cam, and as we mentioned, Squirrels Nut Butter doing a great job to make sure runners are loaded up and ready to complete the next section of the course. The next section of the course here is from Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon, and that section is a pacerless section of about 16 miles, and it gets a little bit gnarly towards the end. Hopefully the weather holds up and racers don't have to deal with any adverse weather conditions. As I spoke with Jeff Browning earlier, Bronco Billy, he believed that things were going to be clear, but maybe a little bit colder than runners would like, which has basically been the story in terms of being colder for the entirety of the race. Let's kind of sneak and check on the back of the pack. I'm going to pull up my tracker here and make sure that I am aware of our next aid station cutoff, which that'll be at Munns Park at 2:45 a.m. at mile 189.4. Munns Park is the end of a no pacer section that begins at Foxborough Ranch, the most recent aid station to close. Looks like the Chisholm family is right there taking photos. Yeah, the whole Chisholm crew is out there at Cocodona. Of course, last year, 3 members of the family started the race and 3 finished. This year, things did go a little bit sideways, but they were 1 for 3, and Mama got it done. Mom, Jenny Chisholm, congratulations. Okay. Looks like we're going to try and get eyes on Luke Smith, who we anticipate to be our next finisher here at the Cocodona 250. Oh, yeah, no, Luke's got a little while. That is Trinity Heights, the final aid station of the Cocodona 250. Obviously, not a whole lot of visuals there. Okay, so actually Luke Smith is still on the pipeline trail, making his way over towards the AZT section to enter Buffalo Park. That would put him at about maybe 3.5 miles out at this point. As we mentioned, Munns Park being the next cutoff point at 2:45 a.m. at mile 189. I'm going to take a look at my runner tracker, which is your runner tracker, which is pinned at the top of the chat, and see how many runners have yet to get to mile 189. And it looks like we've got a handful. And these are the runners that we are going to be following to hopefully continue their journey at the Cocodona 250, that are going to have to get to the aid station, that are not there yet. Looks like Jackson Wolf, Flagstaff local, Paul James Johnson, Anna Robbins, Michelle Goldberg, Mary Dean Davis, Joseph Haste, Jennifer Parrish, TJ Ward, Jennifer Gleave, Dayanne Sina, Mark LaFerriere, Wade White, David Varanci, Aylin Davis, Brent Knott, Tony Gillum, Luke Miller, Trinity Buckley, David Toms, Winona Fulham, Robbie Cheney, John Kilburn, Elizabeth Russ, and Eric McGee. Eric McGee currently bringing up the rear of that pack is at about mile 181. So he has about 8.5 miles to go to get to Munns Park, 8.5 miles, and he has until 2:45 in the morning to do it. Using my math skills, he's got 4 hours and roughly 18 minutes to do so, maybe 17 minutes to do so. Very reasonable at this point in terms of distance. However, that section is pretty dark, and also we've had reports from people handling that section that as it is pacerless, it is been a bit of a mud pit. I remember when Dan Green came out of there, our overall winner, at the night, at the end of night 2, and his feet were caked in mud. So that section between Foxborough and Munns Park is no walk in the park. But hopefully Eric McGee can get it done. We would love to see his evening, or his race continue rather, into the evening and through the overnight. Of course, if you want to come out here to Flagstaff, Arizona, you've still got roughly 35 hours to do so, just at the junction of I-17 and I-40 here in northern Arizona. It is going to be a hop-in weekend here in Flagstaff as the NAU, Northern Arizona University, graduation ceremonies take place tomorrow and Saturday. So they'll be taking place at the Sky Dome on campus. And just something to keep in mind if you are in town and maybe wanting to make dinner arrangements for celebrating with your runner's success this weekend, you might have to wait a little bit longer. So send somebody to the restaurant in advance. I'm looking at the Cocodona Runner Guide, and that says 189.4. So that's what I'm going with, the official information as disseminated by Race Command. Looks like things are kind of cooling down at Squirrel's Nut Butter, or at the Fort Tuthill headquarters at mile 210, about 47 miles to go for these runners. I've got about 30 minutes left in my shift here at the Flagstaff studio for the Cocodona 250. Going to check to see if we have any runners impending, and if we do, we'll stick around for them. If not, we will head to a Cocodona Chronicles. Let's take a look if we've got anybody fairly close to their finish. All right. You want to pop one in, Jordan? We'll...
It's great conditions though, I'm not pushing or anything. So, I am running faster than I was expecting. I'm just burning calories like crazy, more than expected. Probably to keep warm, I guess. I was just starting to feel a bit dizzy, probably the cold, but with the wind coat I'm fine now. Joy. Just clicking sticks, baby. Going up. Getting to the end and enjoying the middle. How far away are we? How far back? How bad is it? How good is it? I don't know. I have no idea. I did no real pacing thoughts before this, so I'm just gonna take her as she comes, I guess. It's not too bad, I guess. It's tough to run through this brush, though. It's kind of like real dense. I wasn't expecting that. I was thinking it would be a little more open. Huntington, West Virginia. So, why are you doing this? You know, I love Arizona, and I've done Javelina twice, Black Canyon a couple times, and I just love running. I love training, and it was kind of wanted to do it for a while, but everyone's like, oh, use your speed while you got it. But I'm like, you know, I'm not gonna wait another year, I'm just gonna do it. So I've been able to train how I like and just run a bunch and run with a bunch of buddies, and hopefully it pans out for this, but that's why I'm doing it.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. Sieg, a little with Max, just shooting the breeze, you know.
Oh, the guys in front look like they're flying. They are. Joy, thanks, man.
Hilarious weather. I'm at least very used to this. Yes, more hail. Hey, we're out here. We're trying real hard. I did, in very dramatic fashion, faceplant right into a cow patty. I'm not even kidding. Some kind of omen.
I think it'd be awesome, and that was the hardest that's ever been for me. Like, I'm really cold and I'm just like oozing sweat. I just don't ever sweat, you know. I'm like in the desert. That really got me. That was wild.
is amazing up here, dude. Freaking these clouds rolling in. It is so surreal. I feel as good as I could have ever hoped. So we'll keep it going. But that little spill that was the first little wrench of the day. So I think we're all good. I don't see any blood. You know what? I was praying for triple digits, but dude, I can't be sad about this, man. This perfect, crisp mountain there. This little mist we have. Dude, yeah, all blessings. Catch you later. You too.
Honestly, physically good, but cold.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very weird year. I can use some tools that didn't expect to use, but I brought anyway.
I'm trying to hold my poles in the center and they're so freezing the middle.
Oh yeah.
This is wild.
Yeah, I can't feel my hands, that's about it.
Oh, I put it all on.
With the jacket.
Yeah, gloves. I'm feeling toasty.
This is wild. I did so much sauna training, and this is what we get. My hands are numb. This is kind of fun though. Makes for a very unique year. I was a little frustrated back there when my hands froze up, but this is kind of cool. In 23 when I did this, it was like 90 degrees and was just cooking all day, so.
Got really cold out there. You know, how many tortillas can you fit in your pocket? How about four wraps? As many as you can carry. New game. It is Cinco de Mayo. This is end theme. I was so looking forward to this aid station. It was so cold up there. Actually, could someone with working fingers? Thanks. Yay, running time! Finally! A road! I love roads! This is my jam. I got so cold. I couldn't feel my hands. My bag opened up. It was like everything's going down.
How you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I'm trying to chill a little bit for day one. Just, yeah, looking forward to seeing my crew in Whiskey Row. Then, yeah, pick up pacers and stuff. Gotta get there feeling good. A little worried about like Camp Kippa at night if it's cold. This year, I'm really excited to hit 1,000 miles. Yeah, 2023 I had really big expectations, but I say this is my final year running Cocodona, so I kind of just want to like really enjoy it, soak it in, see a lot of friends, and have a good race, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out. It got a little wet and cold out there, and I should have probably brought a rain jacket for that section. But otherwise, good. Yeah, I just am like define it, but it was like, yeah, where they feel like rock solid and painful. Couldn't open gels. I had to like break my poles down with my teeth. So that was fun. I'm from Flag. Nice. I'm running home. That's right.
You know, I've hit the ground running. I feel good. I'm hoping my shirt will dry by the time I get to Ground King, maybe? Hey! Hi! It's a little wet, but you know, sun's coming out. Feeling better. So I made a Flagstaff. Gonna run home. The hardest part is my house is a half mile off the Trinity aid station.
Really?
Yeah. Yes.
That's like my main trailhead. I'm gonna get there and be like, finish line? Oh.
And we're back. This is the Cocodona 250 presented by Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost. I am Chris Warden. I am here with you till the top of the hour. And we are going to be keeping eyes on our next anticipated few finishers here. I'm thinking that Luke Smith, number 123, and Chris Metaxas, number 40, are going to be our next finishers on the Cocodona 250 side. In the Sedona Canyons 125, we have Tricia Tienor and Joshua Kielman. We'll keep an eye out for both sides of those races. Looking a little bit further back, it looks like we have Kyle Calavito, Jose Sosa, and Rolando Mendoza, either at or around Trinity Heights Aid. We do have a camera there, but it is dark. We need to have somebody pay their electric bill, at which point we can bring that station to you in its bright, shining glory. Jordan, let's show them what we got over at Trinity right now. We need to... Okay, I do see people. There's people there. Can't quite tell who they are. But there are people. Yeah, it could be Kyle. It could be Orlando. It could be Jose. You would think that I would recognize Jose at this point, having run the race for the 5th time. Yeah, but... Teener, thank you very much. I am getting the pronunciation guide from inside the chat. So that's Tricia Teener. No, if I butcher a name, I'm happy to be corrected. I think that everybody should be acknowledged. Somebody just flashed some action there at Trinity Heights. Of course, that is about 3.5 miles out. Who is that? Is that Jose? I don't know if they're watching us. I don't know if they've got the feed on there somewhere or what. But I hope that they're watching and they understand I can't see them. I don't know if somebody happens to have like a halogen lantern or like, I don't know, 2 sticks to rub together for a fire. I mean, I would love to see more of that aid station, but I just got nothing. I mean, for instance, I just saw them open that chafing dish. I want to know what they're eating. Like, I want to know like everything that I can about that aid station. Yeah, it could be grilled cheese, could be quesadilla.
I saw those yesterday when Greg and Troy were there.
Yeah, that's been an aid station that's been visited very frequently by members of the live stream. I think they're going over there to basically eat. Tomorrow is going to be sunny in the streets of Flagstaff. Be still my heart. It has not been... Well, actually, today was really nice in the afternoon. I was driving around town, causing trouble with Aid Station Fireball this afternoon, and he and I actually noted how nice it was outside. It got about... the temperature was nice. It was like 69 degrees. And you know, we had great views of Humphreys Peak in the background, Agassiz Peak. We could see Eldon. A few days ago, Eldon was snow covered. There was no snow up there, at least from a distance. So that is that's where we're at on Flagstaff. I mean, I can pull up a forecast for tomorrow. High of 72, low of 42. Maybe I'll actually go out and get my run in the morning tomorrow. Got to get myself back and being responsible. Low humidity, 28%. That's not too bad. Sunrise 5:26 in the morning, so I can be an early riser. Again, thanks to Tony Hill for producing those Cocodona Chronicles. Really love those videos, and also love the fact that he has been so quick to turn those around. It's super impressive. Yeah, some people were asking about Andy Glaze. I know he's a fan favorite here in the chat and at all races that we cover at Mountain Outpost because, frankly, he runs them all, seemingly. But Andy, we were thinking, this was about 2 hours ago, Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, and I were trying to handicap when we expected him to finish. And at the time, he had about 40 miles to go. And Jeff was thinking it was going to be about 16 hours because that 40 miles included heading around and up and over Eldon. And those are going to be some quite deliberate, much slower miles. I mean, once Andy gets to the streets of Flagstaff, I'm sure he'll be moving along just fine. But it's probably going to be late morning at the earliest for Andy. Let me check to see how much he has moved at this point. See if he is, because he left for Tuthill and is making his way through Walnut Canyon. So Andy Glaze is at mile 222.4. So about 35 miles to go. And a few of those miles are extremely, extremely hard. So yeah, I would say late morning. I would say between 10 and noon would be, I would say 10 and 11 would be moving really well. 11 and 12 would be more likely for Andy Glaze. So if you're in the West Coast, oh yeah, we've got lights out there now. That's wonderful. Shout out to the crew at Trinity Heights. We can actually see what's going on out there. I am so glad. Welcome to the live stream, folks. Again, we're keeping eyes on Luke Smith. It looks like Luke Smith is just about to Buffalo Park from the looks of things. Yep. Yeah, Luke Smith is just hitting the flat, straight section at Buffalo Park. Chris Metaxas maybe a hair behind him. Yeah, it looks like Luke is maybe about a quarter mile ahead. Chris is moving a little bit quicker at this moment per the tracker, but you're talking about a half mile per hour, give or take. It's basically both guys going to be coming in here fairly soon, probably between 11:30 and midnight at this point. Well, Nicole, I will be back on tomorrow night for Aravaipa After Dark. My co-host tomorrow night for Aravaipa After Dark, the final Aravaipa After Dark of Cocodona 225, will be the trail gangsta himself, Rory Monahan. Rory and I will be calling in more finishers, hopefully. Maybe we'll be calling in some Flagstaff Crest 39 finishers, although I will admit that's tricky because they don't have chip tracking for Flagstaff Crest, so we're kind of left to catching runners with our eyeballs. And as I've gotten older, now that I need reading glasses, I am not quite as good at it as I used to be. J-Lore asking about any sightings of Simon Gerard. I have not seen him yet. Well, the last time I saw him was actually, I think that we had some footage of him on the trail earlier today, perhaps. Actually, it was around Fort Tuthill, so. But, yeah, I haven't seen Simon since that point. So the last time you saw him is the last time I saw him, unless, of course, he has been maybe posting to socials, which Simon has been known to do from time to time during races, so. We do definitely have a number of runners at Fort Tuthill. We'll keep an eye to see how those runners progress over time. Do we have a camera at Fort Tuthill, Jordan, that we can pivot to? Maybe there's a little bit more action over there.
Surprisingly less than before.
Is everybody on nap time over there? Yeah, everybody's just kind of chilling out over there for Tuthill now. I don't blame them for kind of being moving a little bit slowly. It is that time of night. I know that it is a nice, warm aid station over there. I know that they had massage tables set up for the runners earlier. I'm sure they appreciated that. I'm sure our massage team will actually be back in action tomorrow. Of course, Fort Tuthill aid station actually closes tomorrow afternoon. Runners that are there need to be vacating the premises by 12:45 p.m. That is mile 210. So that would give them about 47 miles to go and 21 hours, 15 minutes to cover it. Yeah, shout out to the volunteers working the overnights at these last few aid stations, helping these runners pursue a dream. That looks like BP, Brian Peterson over there. Shout out BP, if that is indeed you. If it's not, shout out anyways. Thanks for being out there. Like a case of mistaken identity, not unlike we had with Jake Jackson and Mr. Not Jake Jackson here earlier this week. You know it is getting late in the evening when I am calling back to jokes and mistakes that I made a couple days ago, because at this point I've made so many jokes and mistakes in the last few hours, I should be able to pull those back a lot easier. Of course, my time on the microphone this evening is winding down, so I will be issuing all refunds at that point. You get what you pay for. Troy Meadows, the Midpacker Podman himself, will be joining us here at the top of the hour to bring you through the overnight and call those finishes, give you that information about those final runners chasing cutoffs at the back of the pack, and hopefully set us up for a great final full day of Cocodona 250 coverage. Of course, we are going to be on from here until Saturday morning at 10 a.m. when the final finishers have to be in off the course. I think that it is going to be a good year this year. I think we're going to have a whole litany of finishers. And I know that for those that are super excited to see finisher footage as the race draws to a close, that's when we pull everybody who has two able legs or even one able leg and an arm to carry a gimbal. We bring them out and basically assign them to run out onto the streets of Flagstaff, down Beaver, up Birch, and on Forest, wherever we can find them. And we bring those runners in and do our best to help share their story as they complete their Cocodona 250 or Sedona Canyons 125 adventure. I see Brian Slavin in the chat. Shout out to Brian. Brian and his wife Megan are amazing people and part of the Arizona running community, part of what makes it so special. I hung out with Brian and Megan at Western States last year. Brian was so gracious as to let me borrow a pair of his sweatpants as a pillow on the streets of Forest Hill. And when I say the streets of Forest Hill, I am not exaggerating, because I slept behind the back wheels of a car that was parked on the streets of Forest Hill. Going to do a quick spin around to the back of the pack on my runner tracker. And of course, as we mentioned, the next cutoff for those runners at the back of the pack is going to be Munns Park at 2:45 a.m. Looks like our current... Okay, so this is interesting. Several of the runners... Oh, that's because I have a filter on. Let me reset my filters and we can tell this story proper. So runners have to be at Munns Park. And those runners that have not yet made it to Munns Park that are still on course include Eric McGee, John Kilburn, Elizabeth Russ, the 2023 DFL, Robbie Cheney, Winona Fulgham, David Toms, Trinity Buckley, Luke Miller, Tony Gillum, Brent Knott, Wade White, Aylin Davis, attempting to become the first deaf runner to finish the Cocodona 250. Mark Laferriere, David Verance, Diane Sina, Jennifer Parrish, Richard Gleave, TJ Ward, Michelle Goldberg, Mary Dean Davis, Joseph Haste, Anna Robbins, Paul James Johnson, and Jackson Wolf. Jackson Wolf being the closest to Munns Park, probably about 1.5 miles out. But as I mentioned, all of those runners are within 10 miles of Munns Park. So they have until 2:45 to get there. So you're talking about 3 hours, 50 minutes. It's not a particularly easy section, especially if it's wet out there. Hopefully it's dried out somewhat, because I remember Dan Green running in very sloppy conditions a couple nights ago. If you're interested in specific runners that we haven't covered where they're at, you can check for yourself at the top of the chat. We have pinned the runner tracking information to the page. Going to check to see how close our next runners are. We've got Trisha Tiener and Joshua Keelman coming in fairly quickly in from the Sedona Canyons 125 course. Luke Smith looks like he's made his way down to the Schweitzer connector, maybe even hitting the streets of Flagstaff here shortly. Chris Metaxas not too far behind. Luke moving a little bit quicker now. Chris moving a little bit slower. However, that is as of a few minutes ago, rather. And at this point, I don't know if there's any glory in trying to run anybody down for, I guess, the honor of finishing ahead of somebody, unless it's somebody you really have a red ass towards. That was one of the fun things to watch earlier as we followed some finishers in the Cocodona 250. We had a very enthusiastic viewership in the chat that were wanting to see the, quote, race to the finish between Cameron Haynes and Ryan Coons. And I think that there might have been a few viewers that were not quite seeing what they expected. Wouldn't you say, Troy?
Disappointed, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, and obviously Cameron Haynes is bringing a lot of new eyes to the sport. He's a very recognizable individual, has a huge social media following. And when they saw that Cameron Haynes and Ryan Coons were like neck and neck to the very finish, I don't know if they expected like maybe a sprint finish down the street where maybe they were jockeying for position or something like that.
Did they say? Would you say they wanted Cam to put the hammer down?
I wouldn't say that, but I will give you full credit for saying that. Well, basically the two of them were, kind of just walking down the streets of Flagstaff and seemed to be soaking it all in, the efforts and reward of a job well done. I have to admit, I was impressed with Cameron Haynes as he stopped to shake hands with people, take pictures, sign an autograph for a kid. I mean, that was something that you don't normally see in a race such as this. So,
well, I was down at I missed his finish, but I was talking. Dave Dumbrow and Kevin Fallon of Speedland were down there because one of their ambassador athletes were finishing around. It was like 9:30. And Matt Feldek of Aravaipa, from the head of marketing at Aravaipa, and the three of us were talking, and they were just commenting about like how awesome Cam was with his time at the finish line. Like Matt was commenting how he had to run to find Sharpies for Cam so he could sign autographs.
Yeah, that was actually, I noticed that.
It was just really commenting on how just gracious he was with the people and people wanting his time. So
yeah, I know he was very gracious down there. I saw him pose for a picture with a young child, and actually the child had a poster made from a photo of themselves with Cam, and asked Cam to sign it, and he was very gracious about that. I was super impressed with that. Of course, I was follow filming Ryan Coons as he got to the finish line. So,
well, there was. I mean, that's the one thing that Dave and Kevin said was that he, while his while he made it look easy out there, his vibes were like super high. It was they said that he definitely worked through some really rough times out there. Like, it wasn't, I mean, whenever we saw him, he was cracking jokes, smiling. It looked like he was having the time of his life on the Cocodona course. But they definitely commented that it was not easy for Cam to go the distance, and there were some times that that really tried him. And you know, he said it to me at packet pickup that, you know, he was running on a broken foot, and I just kind of commend the dude for kind of living up to, you know, I want to say his, I hate to say the word his own hype, but like his whole thing is that like he's going to work through it. You know, he's going to get it done. He's going to do what needs to be done to get the job done. And like, well, he showed up and represented Cam to the fullest.
Yeah, no, I mean, he got it done. You know, I don't know what the expectations were. I know that there were some people that were expecting him to maybe run faster, or, you know, I don't know. I didn't really have any sort of predictions about him and how he was going to do. I mean, he finished in the top 20, I believe. That's pretty impressive, no matter who you are. And there were a lot of people excited about it. I know that the chat had been, you know, very assertive about it the entirety of the day, you know, wanting to see that finish. And I know that we were able to bring it to them. I appreciate their patience with that matter, as, you know, we can only film people when we see them. And that was the thing that kind of had to, I guess, be shared with people who are watching these live streams for the first time. I mean, we're so glad to have the audience here. Without the audience, we wouldn't be doing this. And the audience for this year's live stream has far outpaced years past. And it wasn't just a day one thing. It's been every single day. The numbers of you that are tuning in to witness the Cocodona 250 and all of the festivities this week, you know, thank you all. Thank you all for tuning in.
Yeah, much appreciated. And, you know, there's been some of your classic, dare I say, trolls in the chat, but I think the community, there's been some really standouts, bringing a lot of wit, bringing a lot of humor, keeping it very playful. You know, obviously, I'm hoping everyone knows what happened to Max by now. And I know a lot of people were wondering and asking in the chat. And I know it's really hard to find information, you know, in real time, especially when there are a lot of people who are just like hopping in and hopping out. You know, not everyone like you and I, Chris, are glued to the live stream for 5 days straight, but there are many of them in the chat, and it showed. So
yeah, and I know, like, for instance, with the unfortunate ways that a couple of very high profile runners' days came to a close. Of course, Courtney DeWalter and Max Jolliffe. A lot of people not only wanted to know, you know, what their status was in terms of whether they were in the race or not. And of course, when we shared that they would unfortunately DNF, they wanted to know why. And there's a limit as to what we can share in terms of, you know, affording these runners the privacy that they deserve and want. And I think that really the only reason that I felt that it was okay to, like, for instance, Max Jolliffe ended up in the hospital. And that was evidenced by his tracker, because his tracker was literally pinging from the hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah, right across the street. But, you know, like, had that not been the case, I would have allowed it. Like, I wouldn't have said anything until Max posted to socials, which he did this morning. He did post pictures from the hospital, but also Courtney DeWalter, when people were asking what happened with Courtney, there was a lot of speculation, a lot of conjecture. We can only offer up what we know to be true. And I know that there are people that maybe have connections that we don't in some instances, but there was a lot of conjecture in the chat about it being, you know, I think that I saw, you know, one thought here, one thought there, and, you know, not to get too far into the weeds to it, you know, we can't put it ourselves out there on thoughts. I mean, I've seen and witnessed some really unfortunate reporting and coverage at races where either information was misconstrued or found out to later be untrue. And, measure twice, cut once. And I think that is what we strive for here at Mountain Outpost, to be as quick as possible, but to definitely be even more accurate than quick.
Kylene, I think we all wonder the same thing. I had Courtney as the overall winner here, and she was definitely doing the Courtney things until her body just stopped cooperating, and that happens. It's happened to her in the past at Hard Rock. It happens to really everyone. I mean, even like Lindsay Dwyer, our second place female, like she pushed through a lot of adversity to make it to the finish line. And I talked with her, she's a good friend of mine. I talked with her afterwards, and it was really, she was really, really frustrated because she put in a lot of work and she just felt like she was not able to even come close to like running into her fitness. And when you're, basically when your lungs do not cooperate with your legs, that's not a recipe for having a good day or good days out there. So, and some things, I think from my understanding, Courtney kind of had a full body shutdown situation. And when that happens, it's like really hard to reset that. And it's also like when you're in the mentality of coming out to win and the body just doesn't cooperate, that's kind of when you pull the plug and just kind of move on and live to fight another day, so to speak.
Yeah, I think that, and there were some armchair prognosticators that were under the impression that a few of the early lead packers that didn't have the week that they hoped for had gone out too hard. I'm not one that's going to try and say that I know Courtney DeWalter better than Courtney knows Courtney. I mean, I think to try and assume something that simply you have no justification or bounds for is just not worth the time. I do know. I mean, I've seen Courtney have amazing times. I've watched her finish Hard Rock, and I've watched her pull out. But we'll return to that in just a moment as we have our next finisher here. Is that?
It's either Luke or Chris.
Let's verify who that was so we can give them their proper credit. Yeah, it could have been Luke. It could have been Chris. They were both moving pretty well.
I'm gonna go
Unless it was... Okay, yeah, no, it had to be Luke or Chris. Let's... Okay, so that was Luke Smith. So... Congratulations to Luke Smith, as you can see right there.
Yeah, that looks
bib
like
number
Luke.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, I dig Luke's sunglass game with the clear lenses.
Mm-hmm.
Solid, smart move. Yeah, coming to us from Ashland, Oregon.
I see the Aravaipa one, the only, the legend Jubilee Page is on buckle duty down there at Heritage Square, as Luke's team relieves him of all of his gear.
Best feeling ever.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, Chris, I know you've been on the mics for some time. Are you trying to hang out for a little bit? Or are you trying to hit the road, man? I know sleep is a valuable commodity these days.
Yeah, especially this week of all weeks, Troy. You're 100% right on that. I just figured I'd hang out. I like watching people finish off the Cocodona 250.
Yes,
I have
sir.
watched, at this point, personally, either in person on the streets of Flagstaff or via the live stream. I would venture to guess, over this being my 5th year, I've probably watched close to 1,000 people.
1,000 people
come across that finish line, and I sometimes will get emotional to the point of being choked up. There are times where, I fist pump for friends and to see greatness happen, but it always affects me in one way or another. And to see somebody like Luke right here celebrating with friends and family is truly special. And as I mentioned, Jubilee Page being down there on the lower right hand side. the race director of the Javelina 100 and the Black Canyon 100K. We will go out and we'll have coffee and conversation and talk about one of the things that comes up all the time is just simply how much these races affect and change us. Not even running them, just spectating them or being involved. Thank you very much to Tricia in the chat. Chris has a beard, and I suppose we will be seeing that beard very shortly. And coming in with his pacer, who is his younger brother. I am Chris Warden, joined by Troy Meadows, the mid-packer podman himself. And I would say that maybe after this, I am going to go down for a nice little springtime nap.
I love this. Chris in the running survey has put, he could not afford a red convertible, so this was the next best thing for his midlife crisis. Let's just go ahead and run the Cocodona 250. Chris, I dig your style, man.
That's fantastic. Like, he sounds like he's got a pretty good sense of humor about himself.
Yeah, he said that he's really excited for views of the Sedona Red Rocks. So I hope you timed it well, Chris, and you actually got those views in the daytime. I know many runners ended up through Sedona during a nighttime section, and he says his kids are like his little mini coaches. He'll come back from an easy 5 mile run. They'll always say, like, why did you stop at 5 miles? Are you being lazy or something? You only ran 26 miles today. Come on, Dad.
Yeah, Chris has run multiple 100-milers, including Rocky Raccoon, Sulphur Springs. Has run in Arizona, ran Black Canyon 50K here earlier this year. And now has done a few more miles in Arizona this year. So congratulations again to Chris Metaxas for finishing the Cocodona 250. We're keeping eyes out on our anticipated next finisher.
Oh, there's my man Tony. So I met Tony when I was leaving the finish line to go get ready to come into the studio, and he said he's going to be on a runner cam till 4 a.m.
Sounds about right.
And I was really happy to hear that because I'm going to be here until about 5 a.m. It's going to be nice to actually have someone helping to follow in some of these runners as they come in. So.
Kylan in the chat asking if we're staying live all night. Well, Troy is.
Yes.
I am actually going to be bouncing here in just a few minutes, going to make a very sudden and unannounced goodbye. No, I'll announce it because I always announce it. But, yeah, we're going to be on. Thank you very much, Aid Station Fireball. Definitely the man on the call here in the chat. Be nice or be blown away by the fireball. Oh, that sounds like a...
This is Troy Meadows. This is Troy Meadows, the maven of the mid-pack, here with Mountain Outpost Live Radio, going through the witching hour here at Cocodona 250. Don't ask me to do that again.
Well, I have my old radio voice that I've brought out once in a great while. I don't think I've got it with me right now as we've been at the tail end of a few shifts here. Erica with a question in the chat. Any advice for folks wanting to spectate Western States this year? I think that question really depends on what you're looking to get out of the experience. I mean, if you're looking to watch the elites, such as the Katie Scheids, Jim Walmsley's, I would say keep it simple. I would say if you want to be at the start, be at the start. One of the nice things about Western States is that unlike most other races, parking is so easy at the start line. Like, you can get there, 5 minutes beforehand. You might have a logjam getting into Olympic Valley, but there's plenty of room to park. You don't have to worry. You just have to kind of sprint from your car to get there because it's a ski resort in a former Olympic facility. I would say if I were a spectator who did not have a personal vested interest, i.e. crewing a runner, I would say hang out, relax, watch the live stream until Forest Hill. Watch from a distance because the runners and their crews have to work really hard to get to Robinson Flat and to Michigan Bluff. Those are kind of some of the major aid station areas. Michigan Bluff is very complicated to get to, very crowded. The cars line the single street that run into that town for miles, so you don't want to take anything away from runners whose crews are trying to get to them. As a basic spectator, I think that
Robinson Flat is a shuttle in.
Yeah. Or you can walk it down.
You can walk it down.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think you should go to Robinson Flat on race day.
I can tell you what I've done in the past, but this was also almost a decade ago when I was spectating the race, and I know it's definitely grown quite a bit. But I loved going to Robinson and then Forest Hill. Then I would run down to the river, and you have to run out, which is a pain in the ass. I'll just say that right now. Sorry for cursing on the live broadcast. And then go down to see the finish. But you have to really be, Johnny or Jane on the spot. You can't dilly-dally. You pretty much can see like the first 5 to 10 runners, and then you got to move. To Chris's point, if you go post up at Forest Hill, it's a vibe. Like the party happens at Forest Hill. You get to see the runners come by for a long stretch. It is a road stretch, but you can get to trail. You can head down toward Cal 1, Cal 2, and get on trail if you want to go a mile or two down. And the runners love when they get to see random people cheering them on. What I've done in the past, the last time I spectated Western States, is I went to Forest Hill, I went for a run, I did a workout, heading toward Cal Street, came back, hung out, saw the runners, headed to the finish, watched the finish. You can make it as simple or as hard as you want. If you are going to leapfrog aid stations nowadays, with the amount of people that do show up, you need to give yourself plenty of time. You need to be able to move quickly.
True. And I think, to that, to kind of piggyback on what I was saying, like basically, if you want to watch the start, then take time, go have breakfast in Tahoe and then like go to Forest Hill and then post up there. I mean, your lead pack is not going to get there for another 7 hours.
Yeah,
minimum,
so you have 6 to 7 hours. So you can do, and it's a 2-hour drive from Olympic Valley. So to get to Forest Hill. So you definitely have to give yourself time.
Yep.
But
you have to backtrack through.
But to your point, you can definitely go get breakfast, hang out, make sure you got plenty of coffee. I think this is our man Chris.
Yeah. We'll confirm that.
And I think I saw his coaches, his 2 kids that cracked the whip on him there walking in with him.
And we also had, could we also we want to make sure we want to catch both these finishers here because the runner or the follow cam also happened to catch eyes on Tricia Tiener as well, finishing Sedona Canyons 125. But if this is Chris Metaxas, we're going to follow him on the streets of Flagstaff. This is Beaver Street. He's going to make the most famous left-hand turn in all of sports, the left on Birch. I think that hat is still available at the Cocodona website.
Yeah, Erica, you're very welcome. I guess you could hear from Chris and both of Chris and I's response. If you want to have the chill time, pack the cooler, go hang out at Forest Hill and just enjoy the day. And if you can, there's still plenty of time to go up the escarpment early if you want to start early.
Oh, yeah.
Watch the runners come up over, get that beautiful sunrise as the runners hit the top of the escarpment, get a really good vertical workout. And then there's plenty of time to hike down, go get breakfast, and head to Forest Hill and not miss any of the action. And I believe there's service the whole way, so you can stream the live stream while you do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go up the escarpment, you just have to get up there. You have to get there probably about, 3 in the morning to give yourself the best chance to get there. But yeah, I think that there's really only 1 or 2 spots on the course that are conducive to spectating in person at this point. I think that if you really want to witness the race, one of the best ways to do it is to volunteer at an earlier aid station if you can get a spot. They're so sought after now.
The Bullet 94 in the chat says he volunteered at Robinson Flat, broke down the aid station, watched a little bit at Forest Hill, and then went to the finish line.
That's how you do it, right there.
You're gonna miss the front if you do that, because Robinson Flat stays open pretty late. But the earlier, I think it's Lions Ridge. That's the one that I believe that's the one that Chaz, who is the race director at Canyons and the previous owner at Epic Endurance Events, who before the UTMB acquisition, did the Canyons race. They're done by 10 o'clock in the morning, and then they have the rest of the day.
Yeah.
And they camp out the night before, and supposedly it's a party, and here Chris comes around the corner making it happen.
So we can see, congratulations to Tricia Tiener, our most recent Sedona Canyons 125 finisher, taking a picture and going to give Chris his space as well.
I love this with the whole family.
Yeah, Chris Metaxas, your most recent finisher of the Cocodona 250.
And he had the Canadian flag out, walking hand in hand with his whole family. Those are the vibes I'm here for, friends.
Yeah, if you're looking for another race to spectate and volunteer at, there is one that takes place in Flagstaff the first full week of May every year. Oh wait, what a coincidence!
It's called the Cocodona 250.
It is the Cocodona 250. There are and in Cocodona, it is such an ask of people to volunteer at some of those aid stations. I mean, you think about it, Troy. You're talking about, hey, can you come out and work Tuesday overnight to, at a remote aid station, maybe, an hour from a hotel. Like, it's a labor of love to become involved in these events. As you can see, Chris and his family proudly displaying their flag. Chris is from Ontario, so very proud of his accomplishment here this week. But yeah, the notion of volunteering for a race like Cocodona, or Western States, Hard Rock, any of the tent pole races in America at this point, it is a big deal. Spectating them is a lot of fun. I did work Western States, air quotes, work at Western States last year. I followed the back of the pack from Forest Hill to the finish. Prior to that, I was kind of bouncing around and hung out at Robinson Flat. Now, I just advised against that, but I was also told by Carol Hewitt, the owner of the house where Robinson Flat is at, that I had to go and visit her and say hi. So that's why I went down to Robinson Flat. But I would not advise that for most spectators. It's a very tight spot. It's basically a block of town.
You mean Michigan Bluff?
Or Michigan Bluff, sorry.
Yeah,
You're
yeah,
right.
yeah.
My mistake.
Yeah. Michigan Bluff is the tiniest little spot.
It is very snug. If you want to experience Michigan Bluff, go during training camp weekend.
Yeah,
that's the best way to do it.
Or go or leave the finish at 4 o'clock in the morning, like I did one year, and go on a long run from Michigan Bluff, head down to Swinging Bridge, turn around and come back, and on no sleep. It was definitely good training. Yeah,
you can definitely do that too. But yeah, that's, I highly encourage anybody to go and spectate Western States any way they can. Some of the places later in the race that you can spectate without being, without too much complication, I think that you can get to, I would advise against the river as well, because that's a pretty snug area.
It used to be a lot easier to do, and now it's a lot harder to do.
Yeah.
What's the aid station after 49?
Pointed Rocks. That's actually a fairly decent
Pointed
one.
Rocks, Roby Point, Pointed Rocks. These are easy places to get to and spectate. You can always hike in. What's the one that Hal does? I can't remember.
The which one?
The one that Hal does, not Driver. It used to be Driver Flat.
It's at mile 90.
And now they've renamed it. But you have to. That's a hike if you want to get in there and hang out with the Rogue Valley crew and the Siskiyou Out and Back crew. But that's the one thing about Western States is you can make it. It's kind of what is the choose your own adventure kind of thing. But you have to realize that depending on what you do, you're going to kind of get yourself stuck into that scenario.
Yeah, you can't do everything out there. It's just not possible.
Yeah.
You're talking about Quarry Road.
Quarry Road, that's right.
Yeah. Pointed Rocks isn't bad. You have to park about, I think, 3/4 of a mile away and hike it in, but it's a very gentle hike.
Auburn Lakes is not that difficult to get to either.
Mm-hmm. But the thing is that Auburn Lakes and Quarry Road are also not crew access, so maybe that's probably not the best idea to tell them to go there and spectate.
Well, as long as you're not crewing, you can,
I'm not gonna advise that one at all. I don't want Chris Thornley to be listening, or Craig Thornley.
I'm of the ask for forgiveness of the ask for forgiveness philosophy of life in some of these situations.
I am of the I have a lot at stake with regards to Western states this year, and I don't want to
I feel
cross anybody.
I feel you.
And is this Wildcat Hill? Awesome. We have the camera at Wildcat Hill.
Yeah, I love this with the chairs set up from the runners, and this is where they've been. Pete Mortimer's been bringing barbecue out basically all day. This is on my list to do at some point tomorrow, is to try to get out to the Wildcat aid station, maybe go for a run on the course, see runners,
Sure.
and then eat some. See if I can't pull my media pass out and get some free barbecue. And bring some back for the crew here at the studio. Good call, Jordan.
So yeah, this is Wildcat Hill. This is the final aid station before the Eldon ascent. This aid station is a new aid station, but unlike past years where the aid station prior to the ascent was Walnut Canyon, this is closer, and it's still, even though you don't have that far from here to the finish from Wildcat Hill, roughly 20 miles, you definitely need to be careful because this is a long stretch. This is 15.4 miles departing this aid station, and it is difficult. That next stretch where you're coming up and around behind Eldon and ascending, as we've seen, is a pretty gnarly ascent. So a New Heart Trail, gorgeous. We got to witness it with a dusting of snow earlier this week. It looks like the snow has melted, but New Heart is no joke for these runners. Then they get up to the top, and then they head down the Lookout Trail, which is Jeff Browning was completely adamant in the fact that there is no reward in heading down Lookout versus heading up.
As someone who went up 3/4 of the way and then came down with Dan Green, I agree with Jeff. I was like with a camera over my shoulder, hoping that it was in frame, praying I didn't trip over a rock while Dan Green was breathing down my neck basically the whole way. So.
Yeah, we don't typically conduct our interviews right at the finish line as well because there's a whole lot going on in terms of ambient noise in the background, whether it be music playing. And also, keep in mind, this is a college town, and it is graduation week.
The kids are out, friends.
Yeah. You might not see them here, but there are some other bars in the square where activity is hopping. And don't be surprised if in about, 2.5 hours, you might see some
random inebriated college kids
crossing the finish line that perhaps don't have bibs on.
We do bring runners on. Yeah, it is definitely our apologies. We do bring runners into the studio for interviews during the day, but at night we're kind of operating on a skeleton crew here.
Yeah. We basically got one follow cam that we're working with right now, and we're grateful to have that at this point. Of course, as the weekend draws closer, we'll definitely have more resources available, and also the fact that the course compresses. Like when Dan Green crossed the finish line yesterday, I can't believe it was on Wednesday. 60 hours into the race, you're talking the back of the pack was having to leave Jerome. No, actually, Mingus Mountain. Like, basically, they had to be 110, 115 miles in. So, like, trying to cover over 100 miles of runners for that stretch is it's pretty tough to do. So, but I think that's going to wrap up my day. And it's been a pleasure, folks, on Air Vipe After Dark. Troy Meadows, the host of the Midpacker Pod, is going to keep the car on the road until daybreak. You got any special tricks planned or any sort of activities?
I'm gonna see what I can do. I've got a couple cell phones of some of the some of the mid-pack runners that are in Cocodona that I've had on the podcast, and I'm gonna shoot out a couple text messages here and see if I can't get them to join me for a little bit. We'll see.
Cool.
We'll see. I was told that we could actually maybe send them a link and bring them right into the feed. So if I can actually make that happen, that'd be cool. If I could just put my phone on speaker and have a conversation with them, that'll be cool too. So
sure. As it looks like Joshua Kielman might be coming to the finish line here.
It says Jose, Kyle, and Rolando are coming in neck and neck.
Yep, that must be Joshua Kielman right there. Congratulations, Joshua. Looks like was paced by a much younger individual, maybe about waist high, maybe.
Oh my goodness, the cuteness!
That's fantastic. Well, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Troy is going to keep things going. I am going to try and lay my head down. Maybe grab some food on my way out the door. Oh, wow. Chicken tendies. Maybe I'll have to partake. Thank you very much, Jordan, for not only providing the chicken tendies, but also for working behind the scenes to make sure that everything goes smoothly through the evening. I'll see you again tomorrow night at Aravaipa After Dark. My special co-host will be the trail gangster himself, Rory Monahan. We will do our best to have fun, keep things moving, and also give as many runners as possible the due they deserve for kicking butt and taking names out here on this amazing, beautiful course at the Cocodona 250. Troy, the floor is yours. Have a good night, everyone.
Chris, man, as always, thank you. Christina, are you saying that you're waiting for chicken tenders too? But yeah, based on the tracker, and the tracker is the tracker, so we'll see what happens in real time on the cameras. But it looks like Jose Sosa has got a little bit of a lead on Ronaldo and Kyle, excuse me. It's late. And yeah, we should be seeing him here in the next, I'd say, 3 to 5 minutes. Yeah, I believe is Jose one of the legends of Cocodona? Is he a legacy runner? Yeah. So this will be his 5th finish. Speedland ambassador. He was actually paced by Sam Pate, who's the founder of Bare Butt Wipes, and Bare Butt Wipes were all over the course for the runners this year, which is cool. Oh, there he is. We got eyes on the man. He's still moving pretty good. If you're just tuning in, folks, this is Mr. Jose Sosa coming down Beaver Street. Making his way to the finish line. Hard to believe we're already 90 minutes into our coverage of the Cocodona 250. There's Jubilee again, one of the premier race directors at Aravaipa. She's also notorious for having more costume changes than runners at Javelina. No, but seriously. Say what? Yeah, well, seriously, she has like 20 outfits that she wears over about a 2-day period at Javelina. It's really cool to see her do her thing. And here he comes, making the turn. Oh man, that feeling. +90 hours on his feet. 90+ hours on his feet. Jose Sosa, legacy Cocodona runner, 5th time finishing, Speedland ambassador, getting it done. And kind of making it look easy, friends. If I'm being honest with you, he looks pretty good for being out there for 90 hours and 36 minutes and 40+ odd seconds. And I believe, is Jose the 4th legacy runner to cross the finish line? I'm trying to remember. I know, it's totally a Chris question. I'm going to text him right now. No, he would be the 3rd because we have 5. It's 5, correct? Or is it 5 or 6? Come on, Jordan. I'm relying on you here, man. But yeah, I know we still have West Plate, and we still have Andy Glaze out on the course. I believe those are our last 2. Kevin, love this tidbit. The dude works on skyscrapers. Like, nothing phases Jose Sosa. The man works on skyscrapers. Man, I love that. And this is either going to be Ronaldo Mendoza or Kyle Colavito. Who we got here? I believe that's Senor Rolando Mendoza from California. We almost didn't see him because he's got that camouflage on, man. Yeah. Oh. They're working to get his pack off. That's like, oh no, get the pack off the man. Like, that's the best feeling. The best feeling is when you finish and you get to take the pack off. For sure. All right, if you're just tuning in, my name is Troy Meadows. I am the host of the Midpacker Pod. I've been on the mics all week. Here for the first overnight. I'm here to take you through the witching hour and get us to the pre-dawn at 5 o'clock, where I believe Claire is going to be joining us, along with someone else. I'll have to look that up, but I will tell you, by the time 5 o'clock rolls around, I will be ready to say good night to all of you wonderful people out there still in the chat and still watching the Cocodona 250, brought to you by Aravaipa and Mountain Outposts. Let's go. We got Jose with his legacy finisher plaque, as well as his belt buckle. The man earned himself some hardware this year at the Cocodona 250. He's also rocking those new Speedland shoes, the GSCCDs. Pretty sweet kicks. We got a pair of them sitting here in the studio I've been staring at for the last 4 days, and I'm going to tell you, I wish they were my size. Alas, they're like 5.5, so they're pretty small. All right, friends, I know we still have one more runner out there making their way. That's going to be Kyle Colavito. He was not that far behind our Rolando, who just finished. So, yeah, let's see how it goes down. And then I'm looking back up the course because I gotta know who am I going to be calling in the next couple hours. We got Joel Thurston, number 1 156. He just got off at Eldon, and I bet he's a happy man because that descent is treacherous, friends. It is definitely a super spicy section to add to the course when you got 140 some odd miles on your legs. And then looks like Michael Greer has made it to the top of Eldon and is starting his descent. Oh man, it's pretty dark out there, friends. Let's put the vibes out for Michael. Let's push this guy to the finish line. Mr. Brian Jackson. Yep, it's After Dark with Troy. Mr. Meadows. This is my first After Dark. I'll be honest, this is like high watermark for me. I've been like watching Aravaipa live streams for some time now, and I was always like, man, that After Dark stuff, that looks like a lot of fun. So I hope I can live up to everyone's expectations and keep the vibes high for the 555 of you out there tuning in from wherever you are in the ethers of the world. Let's go. So it looks like he's heading off for burgers. Right to the left of screen, there's an amazing tent. They've got bacon cheeseburgers, among other things, available for the runners. Ask me how I know. Miss Anna Romero. No, this is a lot. These are the mid-packers coming in. The winners finished this race. I don't have times, but I believe Dan came in around 57 hours. We're 90 hours in. And then Rachel, Dan Green won for the men. And Miss Rachel Entrekin, she won for the females. And Aid Station Molly B, because I had 2 bacon cheeseburgers from that station before I came into work this evening. And looks like we got a runner coming in. They got the high-low lighting set up. That's the headlamp and the waist light. Those are the people I hate when I'm running because, man, they just blind you when you look back at them and they're coming up behind you. But this would be no, that was the last guy. Come on, work with me here. This is Kyle Colavito making it happen. Oh, yeah, Annie, that award. So Jose is a legacy runner of the Cocodona 250, which means he's ran every iteration of the race. So he's ran the last, from the start. The first race was 5 years ago. He's ran it every year. And those runners have special plaques that they get for running 1,250 miles of the Cocodona 250. Yes. Yeah, thank you. The Billet 94. It is a 5-time finisher award. They also get a special buckle. It's like extra big. And I believe they're working on some cool stuff. If you do it 10, they're going to always trying to push the envelope and set the bar, but I believe there's some cool stuff in the works for 10-time finishers. Obviously, we got a ways to go. But yeah, big ups to Jose, man. The guy shows up every year. And makes it happen. Those Little Bros 97. So you're saying that wasn't Kyle? Let me refresh my tracker. You'll have to bear with me. I was here at 9 o'clock in the morning, and okay, and I ran 22 miles with a 20-pound camera pack on yesterday. So I'm in rare form today, friends. I'm excited for this to see how loopy I can actually get here. Oh, awesome. Those Little Bros 97, you're a twin. I'm a twin too. That's really cool. Tuning in to watch the brother finish the Cocodona 250. That's amazing. Yeah, let's go. Flag Colavito. Yeah, we'll come right back to the finish line here in just a second. This is a shot from Wildcat Hill. They got the nice they got the nice little fire ring going. I imagine they've been eating barbecue all day, so they're like enjoying the chair here. And that's the cool thing about Wildcat is Pete Mortimer, little Flagstaff local legend. He brings out, he smokes meat for days and then brings it out there to Wildcat so that the runners can have some amazing brisket, pulled pork, and chicken. Whoop whoop, whoop whoop. Well, they're not blasting sirens, so that's a good thing. Oh. Get them. Did Pete really run out of meat? I hope not, man. I'm trying to go out there tomorrow and get me some. Those little bros 97, I thought they were coming to get your brother, man. And I was like, uh-oh, I don't know what Kyle did, but yeah, big ups Chris Andrews. So many amazing people doing amazing things. Yeah, Jose got himself a speeding ticket. That's good. Thank you, RKE. That's probably something Chris said. He should have a fresh batch in the morning. I hope so. I do dig that fire pit. Word of advice for any of you out there that run ultras or aspire to, the fire is not your friend. Straight up, the fire is not your friend. Like, don't ever go near the fire. It will suck you in, and all of a sudden you won't be able to leave, and then your race will be over. The chair is only your friend for 10 minutes, too. Just a word of advice. Yeah, it looks like Kyle's getting really close to making that turn. Oh, we got follow cam. We got Tony on the follow cam. We may need to send Tony some instructions. But yeah, Kyle's doing that thing where you put one foot in front of the other and make your way to Heritage Square for the finish of the Cocodona 250. Brian Jackson, we can follow up with that here in just a minute while we watch Kyle come in. After Kyle comes in, it's going to be probably 2 hours before the next runner comes to the finish line, and I can do some recaps and we can work on looking at the back of the pack and see where they're at with that 2:45 cutoff. I think Tony might be falling asleep, friends. Let me see. I bet you did. And here he comes, making it over the finish line. Solid work, Kyle. Dude, what a journey from the spines to the pines. Kyle made it happen. All right, we'll keep it here for just a second, see if we can't get any of our runners back in frame while getting that hardware, showing off their buckle, and then what I can do is start working on those cutoffs that we were talking about. And let me get to Rebecca. Enjoy the Z's, girl. Go and get you some sleep, and we'll see you bright and early here on day 5 of the Cocodona 250. Okay, here we go. I've been feverishly skimming through the runner guide. I won't lie to y'all here because we're all friends. There's only 538 of us. This will be the first time I actually go through the runner's guide for reference because I've had such amazing co-hosts. They actually know all this information, and I'm just out here winging it because... yeah, that's just how I roll. But trying to look up some cutoff times really quickly. Here we go. No, this is the menu. Molly B is on top of it. Thank you, Aid Station Molly B. It's Munns Park. Got it. I appreciate y'all keeping me honest here in the chat. All right, so Munns Park. That's 2:45 Arizona time. That is a little under 3 hours from now. Looking at the field, it looks like we've got 28 runners, 29 runners out on course currently. Yeah, and Mr. Eric McGee holding it down in DFL. Looks like he is 7.4 miles from Crystal Point. And then they have to go from Crystal Point to Munns, and Munns is okay, 2.4 miles from there. So he's about 8 miles, say call it 9 miles and change out, and has about a little less than 3 hours. He's moving. My man is not moving that fast though, friends. Yeah, Eric. It looks like Eric's gonna definitely need to find some legs here. Maybe he's in a pretty technical uphill, but since his last ping, he's moving at 1.1 miles per hour. So I'm hoping he can find some legs because he needs to be averaging about 3.5 miles an hour right now to kind of make it. Elizabeth Russ, my bib 213. she has some work to do, but I do believe she may have it in her to just make that Munns cut, the Munns cut off. So all the other runners, yeah, I mean, like I said, it depends on the terrain. It does look like it starts to flatten off just a little bit. But everyone toward the back of the pack here is moving relatively slow, and I'll be honest, they just need to keep the stoke alive. They need to stay motivated and keep putting one foot in front of the other. There's really no time for them to rest, at least the back half of those runners. But yeah, I think there's looking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's about 12 runners here, starting with Eric at the back and then moving up to Dan Senna, bib 210. They're definitely going to need to just keep moving, you know. I think Dan Senna, there's a group with her, within like a 1/10 of a mile of each other. Mary Dean Davis, Wade White, Trinity Buckley, and Annie Davis. I think they're all in good place. Yeah, exactly. Let's go back at the Pack Warriors. I think they're all in a good spot. They just need to kind of keep moving. And the nighttime sections can be tough. You know, you're gonna fight the sleep demons. You're gonna have to really dig in and kind of keep making that forward progress. But once they get to Crystal Aid, they should be in a good place. It's a quick 2.4 mile jaunt to Munns. I don't know. What am I doing here? Yeah, there it is. Great, Munns. Here we got Fort Tuthill. This is an aid station where we've seen a lot of people taking some time to reset. It's also where it's kind of that last spot for runners before they kind of take that dog leg around. That dog leg out and around Flagstaff. It's at mile. Like there's so many runners in the Fort Tuthill area. I can't even click on it in the. Yeah, Fort Tuthill aid. I'm getting no information on the tracker. But I will say, it looks like, I mean, there's like 30 or 40 runners right now, just like kind of camped out at Tuthill. And these runners may be regrouping and kind of waiting to kind of head out kind of closer to the dawn because most of these runners are in a pretty good shape to finish. Does look like we have a handful of 125 runners coming in, and within a mile or two of the finish. Got a chance to get out and go spin 5 miles on the 125 core. The ultra endurance commentator, thank you. Artemis. Gosh, I hope I pronounced that right because I really appreciate that. I like that ultra endurance commentator. Hey, Zach, anyway, we can get like shirts made that says Troy, the ultra endurance commentator. You think that's a good idea? Zach says no, so I apologize, guys, but that's not going to happen. Okay, cool. Simon's about a mile away from Wildcat. Let's go, Simon. What was my last race? Brian Jackson. Gosh, let me think about that. Oh, yeah. So it would have been the Lake Sonoma 100K. When was Javelina?
October, man.
In October. So it would have been like last October. And then I spent a week in the desert here with Mountain Outpost doing some commentating at Javelina. Yeah. It was hot. It was like 100 degrees around Lake Sonoma, and it melted me into a puddle. And then I brought the heat with me because Javelina was notoriously hot as well. But yeah, that was my last race. My next race, Brian, in case that's your next question, because us ultra runners love to talk about the running that we do. I'll be running Laurel Highlands again here in 5 weeks. So for all my friends in the chat, what was y'all's last race? We're back to Wildcat here. I know Simon is expected in here at some point in the not too distant future. Yep, Simon 190. Speaking of Simon, Tony of the Hills. Tony says we got some Chronicles. Maybe we go spice it up with some Chronicles after Simon comes through.
Game. You can handle that.
Big ups, Tony, dude. I know you were working hard when I left when I left to come to the studio on that one. I love that. No hills required. Yeah. I should go run a half marathon just to see what happens. I have never ran a marathon before. I think my shortest distance was Beta Breakers, which is, I think it's a 9-mile race. I can't remember. It was a pretty long time ago. It's a fun race. The Avenue of the Giants half marathon, I hear really good things. That's all through the Redwoods. I bet that was epic. Friends. Okay. aid station, Molly B. You just gotta do what you can. You just gotta do what you can do. And I'm not sure what old means to you, but you know, you just gotta keep trying to be consistent. But man, 10K is just as amazing. Finishing a 10K is just as amazing as running an ultra. It's really just about where you're at, and that's what I love about the trail running community. Is I mean, we're here watching a 250-mile race, and you know, running an ultra is like all the rave these days. But at the end of the day, it's just about the love of the trails, the love of the community, and honestly, that's what keeps me coming back is the community, the people I get to meet, all of the amazing souls that show up to watch these events that Mount Outpost produces, all the volunteers that come out. I mean, it's so much more than just running, and that's what I love about this community. Tiffany, I can look into Andy's tracker, but you know, these things, it's not a exact science with the trackers, and sometimes they can ping off random areas. So he also could have maybe, I don't want to pontificate here, but I can definitely try to find Andy. I'm in the middle of doing something really quickly though. Let me see if he'll answer. Let's see what's going on with Mr. Glaze. Yeah, go AJW. The man with 2 bionic hips out there doing Cocodona. Aid Station Molly, I don't know what the cutoff is, but I'm like right on the cusp of either being a boomer or a millennial, so is that how it goes? Don't quote me on that. I don't really know how all that the age demo stuff goes, so All right, friends. We had to do some rearranging in the studio, so they had to mute my mics, and I will tell you, I've been hankering to get back on here with y'all. Yeah, so... Okay, Molly B. Go watch your friends and neighbors on Apple TV. No shade on you, girl. Go do what you need to do. But I do agree. I grew up with, that like my high school days are those alternative grunge bands, and the best 90s had the best music, best hip hop, best rock, best grunge rock. Someone proved me wrong, but man, all I gotta say is the kids don't know what good music is these days.
Yeah, they don't know Nas. They don't know DMX.
Hey Drew, thanks for coming into the chat. Yeah, man, make sure your runner gets some sleep, and yeah, it's big climb after Wildcat. So that's a smart move. And check in on Andy Glaze. I can see how the tracker pinged in 2 spots pretty close to the trail, but it looks like his most recent ping is right back on the trail. So it looks like he's moving decent. He's moving at 3 miles per hour, and Andy's 26 miles away from the finish. We may actually have Andy. He may finish while I'm on the mics. We'll see. We will see. Torch the Warrior, 100% agree, man. I appreciate you coming into the chat to talk about how amazing the community is. Speaking of AJW, yeah, and Daniel Hooten, yeah, let's go, Corey Waltrin. And let me see if I can't find AJW for us.
He is currently en route to Fort Tuthill.
Andy Jones Wilkins at mile 211, getting close to Fort Tuthill. So he's just a couple miles out. I am sure Andy is very excited to get to Fort Tuthill and kind of take a bit of a breather before you make that final, before you make that final push. So we do we have eyes on Fort Tuthill? We have a static cam inside. It's the vibe, and there's a party going on in Fort Tuthill. As you can see, runners lounging around, eating food, having conversation, trying to keep the spirits lively while they likely contemplate their life decisions. But yeah, earlier in the week, every lead runner, all of the elite runners took some time at this aid station. This was a valuable spot for them to crew up. The next leg here, you have 14 miles, sans crew, so no crew. Sans pacer, no pacer for the next 14 miles here, and yeah, I can only imagine what that's like when you've got 215 miles under your legs, to go out into the night or even the day without your crew when you've been going hard for 91 plus hours. That's some savage stuff, friends. That you definitely have to have your wits about you. That's the one thing I want to know, and I want to know what's on the menu at Fort Tuthill. Okay, pasta, salad, bread, oatmeal, the staples over at Fort Tuthill. I know earlier in the day they had some massage set up too. This is the aid station sponsored by Squirrel Nut Butter. You can see their banners. So they always bring the vibe. But yeah, I mean, I imagine, man, that oatmeal sounds actually really good right about now. So, yeah, looking at the tracker for AJW, it looks like I'm trying to think how long it's going to be before we see him into aid. Where? There he is. Yeah, he's got some time before he's going to get... He definitely has some time before he's going to be at Fort Tuthill. So, yeah, thanks, Jason. I was just trying to figure that out because I had the map not zoom. It was zoomed out a little bit too much. But yeah, it looks like he's got, oh man, call it 10 miles. So he may get to Fort Tuthill in 3 hours or so, 3 or 4 hours. Man, it's really cool to see how the Congo line has moved up the map, and everyone's all congregated in the Cocodona forest, heading up to all the way. A nice solid line of 125 and 250 runners, all the way up into Flagstaff. Looks like our next runner for the 250 that'll be coming in will be Joel Thurston. Got about maybe 5 miles to go. He's just a couple miles out of the aid, out of Trinity Heights. Yeah, about a mile to go. Looks like we've got some 125 runners coming in right now. I believe this is going to be Matthew Toller getting it done on the 125 course. Yeah, from Spring, Texas. I'll tell you, friends, I was out on that course, saw a couple runners. Man, those guys and gals, they were working hard. And I've ran 104 miles before in a race, 107 miles before in a race, and trying to wrap my head around that other 20 miles is kind of like, dang, because like 100 miler, man, it takes a little bit out of you, but like that extra distance, that extra 25 miles, man, it's like, how do you pace that and not just zombie march or sad walk for the last 20 miles? That being said, sometimes, most of the time when I run 100, I feel like I'm a professional sad walker, so. All right, we're down to 479 dedicated souls still tuning in to Aravaipa and Mountain Outpost's live broadcast of the Cocodona 250. Friends, thank you so much for being a part of the journey with me tonight as we're going to go hard in the paint till 5 o'clock in the morning, and I'm here to bring you through the witching hour. Really cool static cam that we have here at Wildcat Hill. This is that last aid station before runners will make that climb up to Eldon. Yeah, big push. This is definitely a big push for runners. I was up Eldon, 3/4 of the way up Eldon yesterday, the way that runners go down. And I got to tell you, friends, that is some sadistic race director stuff, to put it. Going down Eldon the way they're going down Eldon is some pretty sick, sadistic race director stuff out there. You can see the runner here who's putting on his pack. He's taking it off right now, but they handed him something wrapped up like a burrito, and I'm wondering what's in that burrito. Definitely. Oh, there's a little cup of noodles. I'm going to say it again, friends. Like, I know it's the 250, so I don't really have like a lot of experience with this, but these guys are spending quite a bit of time around the fire. It's not a good move in my opinion. We got another runner coming in. Trying to see if I can't see a bib number here. Oh, 885. All right, friends, and we're going to make a quick stream swap. So you're going to have to go to the next one. Thank you, Jason. Enjoy you being here, and we'll see you when you get back on the stream. Get back to the live stream. And this is Troy Meadows, host of the Midpacker Pod, and I'll see you on the other side. We're gonna do a little live trailer and then do a stream swap. So if you want to hang out with me for a couple more hours, make sure you hop over to the next stream.